everyone, and welcome to our unit on the elements of art. The elements of art are what artists use to make art. In fact, all artworks are made up of the elements of art. In this lesson, we're going to be covering the first element of art, which is line, and there's going to be an art lesson at the very end. Line is probably one of the most simple elements there are. In fact, it's one of the most simplest terms in art that there is. It's a line. It goes from point A to point B with a connection between the 2 points. Now, something that a lot of people don't know about line is there's actually 2 different types. The first type being a defined line, while the other type being an implied line. A defined line is a line that separates 2 objects. For instance, you have a defined line around the apple on the left, where a defined line is separating the foreground from the background. You see a distinct black line around the apple that tells your eye this is different from the background and the foreground. It separates 2 different areas. On the other hand, the apple on the right uses implied line. Even though you do not actually see a line around the apple, your eye can visually tell you that this is a highlight because there is an implied line that connects the other values and separates the background from the foreground, even though there's nothing that's actually there to define a separation. Now that we know the difference between a defined line and an implied line, let's look at some examples. So pause the video and I want you to count how many triangles you see in this artwork. Did you finish counting? The correct answer is 0. There are 0 triangles in this artwork. A triangle is made up of 3 lines and 3 corners, all 3 lines connected. There is no third line or third corner connecting any of these shapes. It is implied that the lines are there.
I don't get it.
Kind of like in this artwork. This artwork, whenever you look at it, you can see that it's a bunch of lines, but your eye may tell you that there's also 2 triangles inside of this artwork. That is from wherever the lines meet at a corner and create an implied line that creates a diamond, or actually 2 diamonds in this artwork. Now, this is a more advanced topic in art, but line placement and line thickness also plays a crucial role in creating artwork. So for instance, in this artwork, obviously it's a cat. We know it's a cat because of the way that the line is placed in the form of a cat. However, line thickness also plays a role. We understand a cat to have bushy tails, so the line for the tail in this artwork is a lot thicker than the lines for the ears because cats have very delicate, thin ears, or even the whiskers. If these 2 line thicknesses were swapped, this would no longer look like a cat. Instead, it would look more like a rat, because a rat and a cat have very similar structure, but the line will actually make one animal look more like the other. It is line placement and line thickness that creates the illusion that the paper is actually curving up and folding down like a weight. In actuality, this is just a flat piece of paper. Now, I do have students comment and say that there's shading on there and the shading adds to the illusion, and yes, that is true. The shading does add to the illusion, but the line thickness and placement is the majority of this illusion. Even if you take out the shading, you will still see a wave in the lines because when the lines get closer to the viewer, they get thicker. When they're further away, they get smaller. And that is the element of art known as line. So what is your all's lesson for today? This lesson actually takes 2 days. We are going to be creating our very own optical illusion using your hand. So this is a very simple project. I like to give it to my students as an introduction course. Basically, you are going to be tracing your hand. Then you are going to be taking a ruler and you're going to be drawing lines on there to create the illusion that your hand is coming up out of the paper. I'm going to be stepping you through this entire process, and we're going to have a tutorial video on this so you can pause it and watch along with it. First thing you're going to need, piece of paper. Second thing you're going to need, ruler. Third thing you're going to need, pencil. maybe not so aggressively. But you will need these. The first step in making this artwork, you are going to lay down your hand and you are going to trace it on the paper. Don't trace it down here and don't trace it like this. Try and make it take up the majority of the paper like this and trace your hand on there.
Wow.
The next step is to make tick marks on the left and right hand side of your paper. And yes, you do need it on the left and right hand side. You are going to want to make these tick marks every ½ inch. For those of you who do not know, from 0 to 1 is an inch. That means that this mark halfway in between is ½ an inch. So you want to make a mark with your paper starting here, make a mark there, make a mark at 1, make a mark at 1½ and keep on going down the ruler. If you did this correctly, you should have a total of 21 tick marks going down one side of your paper. Now you're going to take your ruler and do the exact same thing on the other side. And yes, it is very important that you make those tick marks on both sides. And the reason for that is because whenever you start drawing these lines, you're going to be connecting them by lining up the 2 points on either side. And if you don't have this lined up right, your lines are going to go everywhere and it's not going to give you the illusion you're looking for. Whenever you hold your ruler, make sure that you hold your ruler like this with space in the middle with your fingers spaced apart. Because if you hold the ruler off to the side like this, it's very easy to move this ruler and get it off center. However, if you put all your pressure in the middle of the ruler, you no longer can move it. So what you want to do, line up these lines and draw a line connecting them. You are going to draw these lines connecting until you get to your hand outline. Once you get to your hand outline, skip over your hand. So just pick up your pencil, move over, and then continue on. Now the next step is to bring this illusion up to the foreground. And how we're going to do that, you're going to go back over to your hand, and wherever these lines met at your hand outline, you're going to curve upwards like you are going around your fingers or your hand in the direction that it's curving. So it's curving up like this. You're going to make kind of like an upside down U or a curve or maybe a crescent moon shape, connecting those lines together. And you're going to continue that throughout the rest of the hand. Now the final step is to bring this illusion into the current space. And how you're going to do that, just a little bit of shading around one side of your hand. Okay, now I know that was quick example. I want you to know I did this artwork in a time frame of like 10 minutes.
It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. It's a bind and a knife.
You all are going to be having 2 full days to work on this. So my expectation for you is to do more than just this. And I don't mean quantity wise, I mean quality wise. Because in my class, if you have not learned this yet, or if I have not told you, I grade you based on one thing and one thing only. And that is your work ethic. The more you work on something, the better your grade is going to be. If you just try to hurry up and get this done in 10 minutes, yeah, it's possible. But you worked 10 minutes on something that should have took you 2 hours. You're not going to get a good grade for that. However, if you work on something really hard and if you try to make it as best as you can make it, but you don't get finished with it, you still get full credit. And that's how all my lessons work, and that's how they're going to work moving forward. If you'd like to color this, you can. If you want to shade it, you can. If you get finished with this and you're like, I don't have anything else to do on it, I think it's perfect, then you're going to start another one because I grade you based on your work ethic. I want to drill that home. I grade you based on your work ethic. Keep that in mind. Thank you all very much. Hope you enjoy the lesson. See you next time. Today we're going to be continuing our lesson with the elements of art. However, we're also going to be having a 2-part lesson today. 1 for the element of art and 2 for the project itself. The element of art we're looking at today is shape, and shape happens whenever you have a line. So from point A to point B, that line either closes off and meets itself back around, or it intersects other lines. Basically, if it is left open, it's a line. If it is closed, then it's a shape. Now there's two different types of shapes: geometric shapes and organic shapes. Geometric is the root word of geometry, or in other words, it's a shape that you can make using math. Pretty much if it has a straight line, if it has corners, or if it's a circle or an oval, it's a geometric shape. If you can look at that and say, oh, that is triangle, rectangle, hexagon, dodecagon, all those are geometric shapes. And an organic shape means that it is very difficult to reproduce it, just like our example that we have here. I like to think of organic shapes either being like something in nature, like a leaf that no matter how many leaves you look at, there's always going to be something that is different with each one. Or possibly like if you look at a parking lot and you see a puddle with some oil on it and you see all those little pretty colors and shapes in them, all of those are organic shapes. So why are shapes important? Believe it or not, artists actually see the world around them as shapes. And the reason for that is because it makes it a lot easier for you to interpret things when you look at them as simple shapes. For example, looking at this, if I were to tell my students to paint or draw the picture of the apples that you see here, most of them are going to look at that and say, how exactly do you expect me to do that? Look at those shapes, look at the coloring on there, and I don't even know what those things are down at the bottom of that cloth. I'm not going to do that.
I can't do it. I can't do it, Squidward.
They're overthinking it, and more than likely you are probably overthinking this too. You see, those are not apples. They are just shapes. They are basic circles, and then the stems are rectangles. Everything down below it, it's just organic shapes. And then once you get those basic shapes down, it doesn't have to match perfectly. The rest of the artwork becomes a coloring book page. And we all have done coloring book pages. You just took something that's really complicated and made it something really simple and approachable. That is why shapes are so important to artists. And I'm going to be telling you this from now until the end of your time in my class. You need to break everything down into basic shapes. So let's look at some examples. I have a few pictures I want you to look at and pause. Are they geometric shapes or are they organic shapes? Do you have your answer? This is a bunch of organic shapes. Now, some of them, for instance, the little red square looking thing you see right there, might look like a square. It's not really a square. It's still a torn piece of paper. If you look closely at it, there are some wavy lines on there. All of those are organic shapes because they don't have straight lines or corners, and none of those shapes you can actually recognize as shapes. Well, what about this? Is this organic shapes or geometric shapes? While it might be an organic subject matter, all the shapes on the inside of it are made up of geometric shapes. Triangles, rectangles, and circles. What about this? Is it geometric or is it organic? If you said both, then you are correct. It has both of them on there. You have the geometric shapes, such as the triangles and rectangles, and then you have the organic shapes like the booger thing and the jelly bean. I don't know. Last one. Is this organic or geometric? While at first glance this might look like all geometric shapes, there actually is one organic shape that takes up the majority of the artwork, and that is Iron Man himself. Now that concludes our presentation on the elements of art known as shape. However, that's not where our total presentation ends. Instead, I need to introduce you to your lesson. And for that lesson, we're going to be looking at Zentangled. Now, Zentangled is an art form that has actually been around a little bit longer than the name state that it has, and I'll get into that in a little bit. But basically, Zentangled is a method of getting into a Zen state while completing artwork. It's a great way to let your mind kind of wander while you are creating art, and you can come up with some really extravagant, wondrous things like you see here in this example. Like I mentioned, Zentangled is kind of like a meditation type deal where it's meditating while doing art. It's recommended that you use a pen so you can't go back and erase what you did. Instead, it's left on the paper and you have to either deal with it or work around it. Now, the name Zentangled was actually pioneered by these two creators right here. The main creator is Maria Thomas, and she's a professional calligrapher, and the man in the picture is her partner, Rick Roberts. She was describing to him one day about her process of making calligraphy, which is actually right here, where she just kind of said that she starts an artwork and kind of gets lost in it. And then he told her, hey, that's a lot like meditation. And they kind of thought about this and worked back and forth and started selling this as a course as Zentangled. But in actuality, Zentangled has been around for a lot longer than that. Think of it this way. It was kind of like Sir Isaac Newton discovering gravity. Gravity had been around forever. He just put a name to it. Just like with this has been around forever, they just put a name to it. And as proof that this has been around forever, this is actually one of my artworks that I made before I even heard about Zentangled. It was around the same time as their development of it. And I've been doing this for years because it's a form of art known as doodling. So what's the point in Zentangled? Well, the point in Zentangled is to fill in every single gap that you possibly can with something. Shapes, objects, imagery, pretty much whatever you want to put in those empty spaces, you can. What we are going to be using this for is creating your very own Zentangled using shapes. So see how I tied that back in with the elements of art? Now, the purpose with this assignment is to introduce you to the idea of taking longer than just a few minutes on an artwork. This is an artwork or an art piece that you're going to be spending a week on. So an entire week of school, you're going to be spending on this one project. And that means that you can't just rush it and get it done. You need to really dedicate some time to it and let yourself get lost in the artwork. And as you can see here, I just start with a basic shape and I just start adding in all these other shapes into it. Little detail lines here and there, filling in gaps, and I'm not thinking about anything that's going on there. I started with a square, drew some little squiggly lines in there and just said, hey, that kind of looks like an eye, or hey, that kind of looks like a flower, that kind of looks like this. And I just let my imagination go. And that's pretty much what you're doing with this artwork. You will be having an entire week to dedicate to creating a Zentangled. It's going to be on a full sheet of paper, so a regular 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. You can ink it if you choose to. You can just use pencil. It's entirely up to you. But you will be spending a week on this. So even if you get finished with it, you're going to be starting another one. Please keep in mind, I do not grade you based on finishing. I grade you based on your work ethic. So the longer you work on it or the harder you work on it, the better grade you're going to get. If you try and finish it in just a few minutes and slack off for the rest of the week, your grade will reflect that. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoy this lesson. If you have any questions, let me know. In this lesson, we'll be covering the element of art known as value. Value is a pretty straightforward element of art. It basically means how light or dark something is. And I like to give students this visual image of going into a paint store or going into Lowe's, going back to the paint section, something like that. And you get those little color swatches that have how light or dark a color is. That is a value scale. It's mainly used for telling variations in depth, distance, and shading. So the use of it is to make something look three-dimensional. So even though this is a two-dimensional surface, a piece of paper, but the use of shading changes this into a form. And form is another element of art that we'll get into later. For now, we're going to be focusing on the shading aspect of it, and that is what value is. Now, there's actually 4 different types of shading that we are going to be getting into, or 4 different ways to make value. The first one is called shading, and shading is whenever you take your pencil and you hold it a very specific way. For instance, like this, where you have your 3 fingers on your hand wrapped around the wooden part of the pencil, your thumb resting on the bottom of the pencil, your pointer finger near the top of the pencil. And the idea behind this is you are going to lay the pencil down on a piece of paper like this, so you have more surface area. That will allow you to shade more effectively. What you want to do is hold the pencil like this, go around in small circles and apply pressure, and that will get you a darker value. So how you make a value scale using shading is you go to your darkest area, or the darkest square that you see up here, hold the pencil like you're supposed to, and go around in really tight circles and apply pressure while it's laying on its side. That will widen out your surface area, make it easier to shade, and will also allow you to get darker values because you can apply more pressure this way than you can this way. And then you move over to the next square. You widen out your circle a little bit, pick up on your pencil, and then you make a lighter value, and you continue going down those squares until you get to the very last square, which is white. And you don't have to do anything with that because, I mean, the paper's white, so you know, easy job right there. Good work.
Wow.
The next thing we're going to be looking at is hatching. Hatching is very simple. It is a diagonal line that goes one direction. That's it, just one direction diagonal line. The closer together the diagonal line is, the less of the white paper you can see, therefore the darker the value. Whenever you space those lines further apart, you see a little bit more and a little bit more of the white paper, and that gives you the illusion that there's different values there. So it gets from darker, where all the lines are really close together, then the lines are spaced further apart and spaced further apart, and it gets lighter and lighter and lighter until the very last square, where it's just a blank white square.
Wow.
The third way to make a value is with cross-hatching, and cross-hatching is done exactly the same way as hatching, except for every diagonal line you go one way, you make another diagonal line going the other way. It's kind of like crisscrossing. So you have your fingers like this, for instance. When they're closer together, you can't see through them, and as the lines get further apart, you can start seeing a little bit more. That's cross-hatching.
Wow.
And the last one is stimpling, but we're not going to be doing stimpling. The reason why is because I always have kids that destroy my art supplies for doing stimpling, because with stimpling, you're just make a dot and then you move over and make a dot and you move over and make another dot, and then before long someone grabs a handful of pencils and go blah, 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 and just ruins my tables. Here's some examples of different types of values: hatching and cross hatching up at the top, as well as stimpling down at the bottom. This is an example of proper shading using pencils. This is an example of hatching and cross hatching using chalk. And finally, an example of stimpling using a pencil that, once again, we're not going to do. So that leads me to your all's lesson. You're actually going to be having 2 days to work on this. The first day, we are going to be working on a value scale, and I'm going to be showing you the proper way to hold a pencil, how to properly shade. Tomorrow, you're going to be making a series of circles that you're then going to shade and turn into spheres and make them look 3D. I always make sure to give you examples. Just like this one. For today, you're going to be getting a piece of paper that looks something like this. So to begin, hold your pencil like we have in the video here. This is the correct way to hold your pencil whenever you're shading. You have your 3 fingers wrapped around the middle part of the pencil, your pointer finger near the top of the pencil so you can apply pressure, your thumb resting on the side for a brace. Using this, you can lay the pencil on its side and you can accurately shade, which I'll show you in a moment. Now, if this is too difficult for you, because my fingers have been broken so many times over the years that I can't really hold my pencil like that. Instead, How I like to hold the pencil is like this. And I'm about ready to show you. Like that. Because it achieves the same thing. It's just easier for me to hold the pencil that way. Now, it's up to you however you'd like to hold the pencil. Doesn't matter as long as it's laying on its side, and you will need a wooden pencil for this. The first step is to go ahead and mark out stippling because you're not going to be using that. We're not doing it. Go ahead, mark it out. Now, the first one that we're going to be working on is going to be the shading box up at the top. Now, I work dark to light. It doesn't really matter how you like to do this. I like to start with the darker values and go to the lighter values. If you want to go the other way around, that's perfectly fine. But something you want to keep in mind is do not let your palm of your hand pass over something you've already shaded, because then you're going to smudge and smear your artwork all to pieces. You're also not allowed to smudge in this assignment. You're never going to be allowed to smudge in any of the art classes that I have because, and I'll get to this in a later video, as a quick once over with it, it damages your paper by getting oils from your fingers on your paper. It also is a very sloppy way of achieving blending. Don't smudge. So start off by holding your pencil the correct way, go around in small circles, applying pressure and filling in the first square. Once you have that filled in, move over to the next square, lift up on your pencil a little bit, widen out your circles, and you'll get a lighter value. From there, you are going to continue on the boxes all the way down until you have the entire value scale filled in. The next one that we're doing is hatching. Hatching is diagonal line, and the closer the lines are together, the darker the value. So go ahead and fill in the first box with all diagonal lines really close together, all going the same direction. Next box over, space those lines a little bit further apart. Next one, space them a little bit more further apart, and continue down until the very last square doesn't have any lines in it at all. The last box is cross hatching, and cross hatching, I like to fill it in with lines going the same direction one way, and then I go back over it with diagonal lines going the other way. It's easier for me. If you would just like to crisscross them one at a time, perfectly fine, doesn't matter. The idea is it is hatching both directions. Closer together lines are, darker value. As they get further apart, the lighter the value. Go ahead, fill in the value scale with those, and that's going to be the end of the assignment for today. Tomorrow, we're going to be starting another lesson, which is drawing circles on a paper. So start with 3 circles that you draw on a paper. I will give you stencils for this. That's perfectly fine. And we are going to be filling those 3 circles in with the different value types. And we want to first start off by drawing little ovals on each one of the circles to indicate the different areas of lightness. So start with a circle up at the top like you have here and draw rings going down. The topmost circle or topmost ring is going to be white, and then going down from there is going to progress the value scale going down to the darker value. So the darker value is always going to be at the bottom. Doing this, you're going to work your way up the same way you did with the value scale, and then it's going to look like you have a 3-dimensional ball on your paper. If you'd like to add in a shadow with it, you can. The next circle you're going to be doing, you're going to be using hatching. So go ahead and add in the hatching lines and try to make it look as realistic as you can. The final one is going to be cross hatching. And same thing as before, try to make it look as realistic as you can. If you want to add in shadows, perfectly fine. And that is going to be your all's lesson for today. If you have any questions, please let me know. Hope you enjoy the lesson. Today, we are covering the element of art known as texture. Texture is what it sounds like. It is the way something feels, either visually or actually. And just like line, you have the actual texture or you have implied texture. And I like to give this example to my students. It is a cup, a plate, and a spoon made out of rabbit fur. I like to give this example because it has actual texture. You could actually go and pick this up and feel it. And the artist chose to use this material as the base for the artwork because he wanted to simulate the nice warm fuzzy feeling you get from drinking a cup of tea. And I think that's hilarious. This is another example of an artwork that has actual texture. This example is more commonly known as the melting dog. It is a bronze statue that is made to look like the animal itself is melting. If you were to go up and touch the surface of this sculpture, what kind of texture do you think you would feel? Would it feel bumpy, coarse? Would it feel soft and smooth? What do you think? So yeah, it would probably feel cold and smooth and rough and have the texture of metal because that's what it is. On the other hand, this is a drawing. So this would not have physical texture or actual texture. Instead, it would have implied texture. You have the implied texture of the skin, the wrinkles in the skin and the forehead, or the hair that is wispy. If you go up and touch this artwork, it's just a flat piece of paper, but it is implied that all those textures are there. You can get those textures by using different values and different tones, as well as placing those values next to each other to create the illusion of texture. Just because this artwork is photorealism, which is an art style to describe something that looks like a photograph, doesn't mean that only photorealism or realistic artworks can have texture. In fact, this artist is very famous for making simplistic art. In this artwork, I want you to tell me what texture you think the woman's hair has. So, did you say that the hair was straight hair? No, more than likely you said that it was curly or crinkly hair. And the reason you think that is because of those squiggly lines that the artist has chosen to include in the texture of her hair. Now, there are some types of art that have both implied and actual texture. For instance, the Impressionist painters, they wanted to try and capture light the moment it happened, because back then they didn't have photography like we have today. They knew that light would change every second, so they needed to paint as quickly as they could to try and capture that moment in time. And that was different than every other style of painting up to that point. They wanted to try and capture light as soon as it happened. So they didn't have time to mix colors. Instead, they would just take colors and put it straight on the canvas. Because of that, you can see the individual brush strokes of the colors, and you can see the specific colors that they used. They built up those colors to get different variations in colors. If you were to go up and touch this painting, not only would it have implied texture such as the texture of the grass or the texture of the woman's dress, but it would also have actual texture because all those layers of paint you would actually feel because they've all been built up as they were painting. And that leads me to your all's lesson. Your lesson is going to be broken down into 3 separate days where you are going to be having a different texture that you're going to try to imitate every single day. The first day, you're going to be trying to imitate the texture of hair by drawing this guinea pig. Day 2, you're going to try and imitate scales by drawing this dragon. And finally, day 3, you're going to try and imitate this drawing of a bonsai tree. The texture in here that you're going to try to imitate is not only the bark, but also the leaves, because the leaves kind of have the same resemblance as grass, and it would have close to the same texture. Now, I wouldn't be any kind of an educator if I didn't cite my sources, so all of those examples came from this book that I've had for many years, and it comes with a bunch of drawing prompts in it. Whenever you are following along with these and trying to replicate the textures, try and draw the artworks to where they are full-sized on the paper. Try and make it take up the whole page. And if it goes off the page, that's perfectly fine. Thank you all very much. I hope that you enjoyed this lesson, and I hope that it's taught you a little bit about creating textures inside of art. If you have any questions, let me know. Continuing our lessons in the elements of art, we are now going to be looking at form. form is the element of art that actually combines multiple elements together to create a 3D looking object on a two-dimensional surface. For instance, you start off with a line that gets closed off to make a shape, and then you add values to that shape to create a form, which is something that looks three-dimensional but on a flat piece of paper, where it looks like it has depth, but in actuality, it's all implied. That is what form is, and form is used to create depth in artwork, to make something look three-dimensional when it's really not. For instance, this artwork is graffiti, and it is all graffiti, including the man wallpapering up the graffiti. It looks like that this man is actually standing there because of the use of values. It creates a form by using shading around the sides of where the light would be hitting and bouncing shadows around. And it has that illusion because not only does the shadow hit the man, but it also hits the wallpaper as well, therefore creating a form. Just like with this artwork, where the artist is standing in front of his pencil drawing of a deer, and the deer looks realistic because of the use of values in the form. So as it curves away from the light, it gets darker and creates that illusion of form. And then finally, probably the most famous optical illusion of all time, M.C. Escher's drawing hands. This is a great example of how line can then get turned into a shape, which then gets value added to it, which then gets turned into a form, and then it circles back around and starts drawing itself all over again. And that brings me to your all's assignment. Your assignment, you're going to be drawing toys, and you're going to be drawing them in the style of forms. And what I mean by that, you're going to be breaking down the toys into basic shapes, so they're basic fundamental shapes. Then you're going to be adding values to the shape itself, not the table. You're going to be shading the toy, which I'll get to in a bit, and then you're going to be turning that drawing into a form that has three-dimensional depth. As some examples, we have these student works here. These are great examples of how you can use shading and values to create three-dimensional forms just by observation. I do like this example of Pikachu because you can see how the artist starts off with a circle for the head and quickly outlines that circle, and then adds in the other shapes like the triangle for the arm and the triangle for the ears, and then they refine those lines. It's the perfect step and process that you need to take whenever you are creating art. These are also some very good examples of proper shading. Now, something that I want to point out is do not shade the table. Your main focus is going to be shading inside of the toy. If you shade the table underneath the toy and just have a plain white toy, it will not look like a form. Instead, it'll look like a bleach white toy that's sitting in a pile of something that I don't want to think about. Of course, I'm going to be giving you a live demonstration, so let's go ahead and jump over to the live demo. For my example, I chose to draw this Pikachu here. Now, it can apply for any toy at all. The first step is to always select your toy and then put it off to the side and do not touch it. Keep it in one place, because every time you pick it up and move it, you're going to change the lighting and your perspective on the toy. Start off with basic shapes, circles, triangles, squares, whatever you need. Just break down the area inside of the toy into its basic shapes. For instance, with Pikachu, I start off with a circle for the head, oval for the body, and triangles for the ears. Now, these lines are just preliminary lines. They are not set in stone. Once you get the basic shapes done, then you can go in and start adding in some more definitive lines. For instance, obviously Pikachu's head is not a perfect circle, but you can go in and start adding in those lines to make it look more like what you're drawing. Once you get those definitive lines down, then you can go in and start looking at the shading and values. Look at where the light is hitting it. Where the light is hitting the toy is going to be the lightest area, and then where the shadows are is going to be the darkest area. Do not shade the table. Instead, shade the toy. That is what makes a form possible. For instance, in this example, I am looking at the lighting where the light is hitting Pikachu at the top of the ear. and I'm creating the values and shading around the bottom side of the ear. You don't have to shade the whole thing. In fact, you can leave the area where the light from the room is hitting the toy, you can leave that perfectly white, and that's entirely fine. Try and make this drawing as big as possible. It'll help you out later. And that is going to be your whole assignment. Now, depending on when we have this lesson, sometimes I have this lesson last a couple days, other times I have this lesson last a week. It really depends on where I feel like this lesson needs to fall. Thank you all very much. I hope that you have learned more about the element of art known as form. If you have any questions, please let me know. In this lesson, we're going to be going over the element of art known as color, and you're going to be creating your very own custom color wheel using oil pastels. The element of art we're looking at today is color, and color is a special element of art because depending on how you want to look at it, it can either have a scientific definition or it can have an artistic definition. Now, before we get into that, let me explain how color works. Color works by light coming in, hitting an object, for instance, this red scarf on Snoopy. All of the other colors in the light spectrum is absorbed into that object, except for the color you see. Instead, the color that you see is bounced off of that surface, and then it goes to your eye, and you perceive the color that is not absorbed.
I don't get it.
Now, that might sound a little complicated. I can give you some examples of how you might be able to see this differently. For instance, if you take this scarf into a pitch black room, you're not going to be able to see it because there's no light. However, if you also take this exact same scarf into a haunted house or a roller rink where they have one of those black lights that make things look different colors, this is going to look purple. And the reason for that is because the light that is emitted in a black light is actually blue. That's why white shirts look blue. That's also why reds look purple. And why blues are still the same color, because blue and blue makes blue. In art terms, there's three different types of color that we're going to be focusing on. There's primary colors, secondary colors, and tertiary colors or intermediate colors. Primary colors are the three colors that make up all the other colors on the color wheel. The primary colors are red, yellow, and blue. Using these three colors, you can make every other color on the color wheel. However, you can never make these colors out of the other colors. So for instance, while you can mix yellow and blue to make green, you cannot mix green and orange to make yellow. When you mix two primary colors together, you get what is known as a secondary color. The secondary colors are orange, green, and purple or violet, depending on how you'd like to say that. What happens whenever you mix a primary color and a secondary color? Well, you get something that is known as a tertiary color or an intermediate color. Those two terms are interchangeable. An intermediate color or tertiary color happens whenever you take a primary color and you mix it with a secondary color, and you get a color that shares the name of both of the colors that you mixed. So for example, even though most people will say that this color here is lime green, the correct way to name this color would be yellow and green, because yellow mixes with green to make yellow green. Just like the one next to it, the orange, you take yellow and orange to make yellow orange. That is the same naming scheme throughout the entire color wheel. So my question for you, if you're paying attention, what color do you think that this is? And I'll give you a hint, it's not teal. Don't say teal. If you said red orange, you're entirely wrong. Instead, it is actually blue and green. Primary color blue, secondary color green, makes blue green. When all these colors come together in a pretty little wheel, we call it a color wheel, which, like I mentioned to you at the beginning of this video, is what you're going to be making today. Your assignment is to create your very own custom color wheel, and it can be in any style that you like. I am going to show you how to make a color wheel that goes around in a circle. That's the easiest one to make, and I'm going to show you how to do that in a demo. But if you want to do something else, say like, for instance, like this, or a heart or a butterfly or something like that, you are more than welcome to try that. It's up to you. I don't care what kind of color wheel you make. I just care that you have all 12 colors present in your color wheel. So let's go ahead and get started with the live demo. I'm going to be showing you how to make a custom color wheel like we have here using oil pastels and just red, yellow, and blue. I'm going to show you how to make a custom color wheel. How did I make this color wheel just using red, yellow, and blue? Okay, so what you need for this project, you are going to need a piece of paper and you're going to need red, yellow, and blue oil pastels. First thing, I like to always put down yellow because I think that it's a lot easier to start with a lighter color, and I'm going to start by putting this down in kind of a triangle effect. So we have yellow up the top. I like to go red next, so I like to drop down, put my little triangle here for red, and then complete the triangle with blue. This is going to help us get everything in order because by the end, this is just going to be one big circle. So when we do this, what I like to do is I like to go ahead and graph out the circle part way like this, where it just kind of goes down and around. And what you're going to want to do, you're going to want to do your yellow first because yellow is easiest to blend. And then you're going to want to complete this with some blues and reds. And as you can see, I kind of stopped halfway down through here, but as you can see right there, it's already starting to look a little green, and that's what we're wanting. And right here, so down here, up and over, we're just going to complete that like this.
That is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen.
But what we're going to be doing now, we are going to lightly be putting these colors over top of one another and blending them together very lightly. As you get further away from red, you just very lightly put in some red. As you get further away from blue, you very lightly put in blue, and what you're going to get is a smooth transition from one color to the other. Now we're going to move over to the red and yellow. Now yellow is a very special color because it doesn't take very much of any color to turn yellow into something else. So for instance, I didn't even add in any other colors, and as you can see right here, it's already changing from red to orange. And what we're going to want to do, we're just going to want to fade yellow into the red over here, and we're just going to bring some of that color and draw it up into the yellow. And now for the blue, we're going to do roughly the same thing. We're just going to take the yellow and we're going to blend it into the blue right here. And I got a little bit of red in there, but that's fine. We'll mix that in. And we're going to make a transition of green. So I'm just going to take some more blue, put it right in here, fade it up. And if you get that little bit of red in there, you can actually take your fingernail and scrape that up if you want, or a wooden part of a pencil or a pencil eraser or something like that. Just scrape that up. And there you have a very basic color wheel just using red, yellow, and blue. I want you to go in and label each one of your colors. Yellow right here, red, blue, green, orange, purple, or violet. Then we go into our tertiaries, the primary color and the secondary color. So primary color yellow with the secondary color orange, red, secondary color orange, red, violet. With this, if you'd like to add in these lines, you can. It's entirely up to you. If you do that though, just keep in mind that if you're using a marker, it might ruin the tip since this is oil. And that is how you can complete your very own custom color wheels like this using oil pastels. Your assignment for today, you're going to be making your very own version of this. If you'd like to go off the rails and do something completely different as far as design wise, I don't care. That's up to you. I am just looking for that you have all 12 colors down. Thank you all very much. I hope this was helpful and I hope that you enjoy this lesson. This is going to be our final lesson in the elements of art. Now, we have already covered all of the elements of art. You will have the remainder of the week to complete an artwork that will reflect what you've learned. Try to include as many of the elements of art in your project as possible. So I'm looking for an artwork that has line, shape, value, form, and color. Try your best to add in as many of those as you possibly can. And remember, you're going to have at least 4 days to work on this, so I'm expecting a pretty good artwork. Don't just try and finish this in 10 minutes and call it done. This is a week-long project, and remember, I grade you based on working, not based on completing. I'm also not going to give you any examples of this, because if I give you examples, you're going to try and copy them. I want you to come up with your own ideas. Come up with something that you want to do, plan it out, sketch it out if you need to, brainstorm, think about it, and you can look up references if you want to. References are perfectly fine for you to look up. Just don't copy. Do not copy anyone. Do not copy anyone you sit next to. Do not plagiarize anything you find online. You are more than welcome to look up references, but they are references. They are not something that you can copy directly. If you have any questions, let me know. If you want to get recapped on any of the previous lessons that we covered in this unit, you're more than welcome to go back and watch the other videos. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoy this lesson, and I can't wait to see what you make. Today we're going to be covering asymmetrical balance within the principles of design. While the elements of art are what artists use to make art, the principles of design are what artists use to make art pretty. Today, we're going to be covering the first principle of design, and actually the first part of the principle of design, which is balance, because balance refers to how visually weighted an object is. You can imagine this kind of like a scale. For instance, if you have a large square on one half of the artwork, and then a tiny circle on the other half of the artwork, it's not going to be visually balanced because one side is going to look visually heavier than the other. Balance makes sure that all of those things are in equilibrium so it doesn't look offset. There's actually 3 different types of balances, and we're going to be covering one of them today. The one we're covering today is asymmetrical balance. An asymmetrical balance means that if you draw an imaginary line down the center of the artwork,
Imagination,
then the left-hand side is different than the right-hand side. If we look at Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper, you can see that there are different things going on the left-hand side and the right-hand side. However, if you divide a line down the middle and break everything down into its own little section, you can see that while there's different things going on, they're still balanced based on weight. This is an anime rendition of How to Train Your Dragon, and if you can imagine a line going down the center of the artwork, you can see that the left-hand side of the artwork, where you have Astrid and Toothless Face, is different than the right-hand side of the artwork where you have Hiccup. Now, even though Astrid only takes up a quarter of the artwork while Hiccup takes up half of the artwork, it is balanced out because above Astrid's head is the How to Train Your Dragon logo in Japanese. And that's asymmetrical balance. Pretty much different things on the left-hand side of the artwork than the right-hand side of the artwork. Your assignment for today, you're going to be creating your very own artwork that shows off the principle of design for asymmetrical balance. You can look up references online, perfectly fine with that. You are not allowed to copy your neighbor, so you need to come up with your own ideas that is different from them. Don't steal something that you find online, make it your own. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoy this lesson. If you did, let me know, and I'll see you in the next video. Today we're going to be covering symmetrical balance within the principles of design. While the elements of art are what artists use to make art, the principles of design are what artists use to make art pretty. Today, we're going to be covering the first principle of design, which is balance, because balance refers to how visually weighted an object is. You can imagine this kind of like a scale. For instance, if you have a large square on one half of the artwork, and then a tiny circle on the other half of the artwork, it's not going to be visually balanced because one side is going to look visually heavier than the other. There's actually 3 different types of balances, and we're going to be covering one of them today. While asymmetrical balance meant that the left-hand side of an artwork was different than the right-hand side of an artwork, symmetrical balance, on the other hand, means that it is a mirror image on either side. You see this a lot in architecture because it makes it more secure structurally to have it be a mirror image on either side, so you have an equal balance of weight distribution. Symmetrical balance means that if you draw a line down the center of an artwork, it is identical on the left-hand side than the right, or at least close enough to identical, because there's always going to be that one person that says, oh no, the bridge right there has a bird on one side than the other. It doesn't matter. It's symmetrical. It's the same thing with the Taj Mahal. Yes, one tree is larger than the other on the left-hand side than the right. It doesn't matter. It's symmetrical for the most part. So symmetrical balance means that whenever you draw a line down the center of an image, it is identical on the left-hand side than the right, or at least close enough to identical that it could basically be the same thing. Your all's assignment for today, you're going to be creating your very own symmetrical artwork. Now you can look up references online if you choose, but you'll have the remainder of the day to create your very own artwork that is an example of symmetry or symmetrical balance. You are not allowed to copy your neighbor. You are allowed to look up references, but you're also not allowed to steal those references. So please make sure that you use them as references and you don't just straight up plagiarize somebody online. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoy this lesson, and I'll see you in the next video. Today, we're going to be covering radial balance within the principles of design. While the elements of art are what artists use to make art, the principles of design are what artists use to make art pretty. Today, we're going to be covering the first principle of design, which is balance, because balance refers to how visually weighted an object is. You can imagine this kind of like a scale. For instance, if you have a large square on one half of the artwork, and then a tiny circle on the other half of the artwork, it's not going to be visually balanced because one side is going to look visually heavier than the other. There's actually 3 different types of balances, and we're going to be covering one of them today. Radial balance refers to something radiating from a center point. Imagine it like the radius of a circle. The point of the circle that starts at the center and goes outward to the edge of the circle. That is a radius. Radial balance is exactly the same thing, where it starts in the center of an artwork and radiates outward in all directions. For instance, a kaleidoscope. That would be an example of radial balance. Another example of radial balance that most people would be familiar with is a flower. It starts in the center point of the flower and the petals radiate outward from that. Your all's lesson for today, you are going to be creating your very own radial balance artwork. You will have the entire day to work on this, but you are not allowed to copy off each other. You are allowed to look up references online if you like, but those are references and they are not things for you to straight up plagiarize. Please make sure to make your own variation of whatever you're looking up if you decide to look something up. You will have the remainder of the day to make your very own artwork that shows radial balance. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you have any questions, let me know. Today, we're going to be covering contrast within the principles of design. While the elements of art are what artists use to make art, the principles of design are what artists use to make art pretty. Contrast in art refers to how different things work together on a single surface. Or in other words, it is different things that are being represented in the same piece. Now, this could be anything from texture to color to pretty much any of the other principles or elements of art that we've covered up to this point. As an example, this is a very famous artwork by Andy Warhol, and it's in a series of artworks called Marilyn Monroe. Marilyn Monroe was rated, and if I'm not mistaken, still is rated as being the most beautiful woman who ever lived. You can assume that she obviously did not wear her makeup like a clown. This is in direct contrast to how she would normally appear. There's also contrast in the color schemes. The purple and the yellow are what is known as a complementary color scheme, or in other words, they are opposite each other on the color wheel. This creates contrast whenever the viewer is looking at the artwork with the contrasting colors. Another way that you can have contrast is with texture. For instance, in Salvador Dali's The Persistence of Memory, also known as the melting clock more commonly, but in actuality that is a totally separate artwork altogether, there are several bits of contrast within this piece. The first one I want to look at is the contrast in the mountains versus the fleshy blob that is down on the center of the screen. The fleshy blob is actually a melted face, and you can see the eyelashes as well as a quivering eyebrow that's melted down into a nose, then goes down to a chin, and then over to a collarbone. Obviously that is in direct contrast to how we would normally perceive people to look, as well as the clocks being melted, also contrast there as well. Basically, contrast is different things with different properties being shown together on an artwork. For instance, a fluffy cloud next to a rocky mountain. That would be contrast. Your assignment for today, you are going to be creating your very own artwork that shows contrast. You are not allowed to copy off your neighbor. You are allowed to look up references online if you so choose to, but you are not allowed to copy those references. You are allowed to look at them for inspiration, but you are not allowed to plagiarize. If you have any questions, please let me know. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time. Today, we're going to be looking at emphasis in the principles of design. While the elements of art are what artists use to make art, the principles of design are what artists use to make art pretty. Emphasis is a fancy word that basically means, what are you looking at? So, what are you looking at?
It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. It's a pound and a knife.
And no, this is not Donald Trump. This was made long before Donald Trump. The emphasis in this artwork is the itty bitty tiny little face that's right in the middle of the big orange head, not Donald Trump. Emphasis is where your eye is looking, where the artist wants to drag your attention to. That is emphasis. And artworks can actually have more than one point of emphasis. For instance, this artwork I like to show as a way of introducing art meaning, but that's something for another video. This artwork actually has 2 points of emphasis. Can you determine where they are at? If you said the woman and the house, then you are correct. The artist puts emphasis on the house because of the position that the woman's body is in. You can see an implied line going from the woman's arm that is pointing you directly towards the house, as well as an implied emphasis or implied line based on where the woman is looking. As a viewer, we are used to looking at somebody and having somebody look back at us. However, we don't have that eye contact in this artwork. Instead, we imagine where her eyes are going to be and where they are looking. With her body position and the position of her head, you can see that she is looking at the house. Now that you know what emphasis is, where do you think the emphasis is at in this artwork? If you said the skull, then you are correct. In fact, there's lots of implied lines going on in this artwork. The black line directly underneath of it is an actual line that is pointing directly to the skull, as well as all the other lines around the skull that is dragging your eye downward to the black line, which then focuses your attention back up to the skull. Your assignment for today, you are going to be creating your very own artwork that shows emphasis. You are allowed to look up images online for reference. You are not allowed to copy your neighbor, and you're not allowed to directly copy what you see online. Remember, references are not plagiarism. You can use references as sources without directly stealing them. Thank you all very much. I hope that you have enjoyed this lesson, and I'll see you in the next video. Today, we're going to be covering movement within the principles of design. While the elements of art are what artists use to make art, the principles of design are what artists use to make art pretty. Movement is the path that your eye takes whenever it goes across an artwork. Now, this could be implied through an artwork actually moving or trying to imitate movement, or it could be how the artists make your eye track around a specific path by using either actual lines or implied lines, or by creating a sense of contrast that allows your eye to gradually transition across the artwork. As an example, I'm going to allow you to look at this artwork for a couple seconds. The reason why I gave you some time to look at this artwork is because no matter where you look at in this artwork, your eye is always going to be transported to the center. And now I'm always going to have somebody that says, but Mr. Gray, I was looking over here in this corner and it didn't. No. That is movement. That is your eye being gradually told what to do just by visual cues and implied lines that is dragging your eye in a spiral pattern into the center of the artwork. Another more historical example is the Great Wave. Your eye focuses in on one area specifically, and that is the wave. And then once you see the wave, you notice that the wave has movement and power that is curving up. The lines drag your eye up to the crest of the wave, and then your eye anticipates that something's going to happen. And you see those little fingers almost reaching out of the edge of the wave crest itself, like it's trying to grab at something, which makes your eye move down to where the wave is reaching, which is the ship. And that's when you realize, oh, there's boats on the water. That is movement and how your eye can move through an artwork. Your assignment today, you're going to be creating your very own artwork that shows movement. You are not allowed to copy off your neighbors. You are allowed to look up references online. However, you are not allowed to copy those references directly. Use them as a source. Do not use them to plagiarize. Thank you all very much. If you have any questions, let me know, and I hope this video was helpful. In this lesson, we're going to be covering rhythm in the principles of design. While the elements of art are what artists use to make art, the principles of design are what artists use to make art pretty. Rhythm is very similar to another principle of design we're going to look at later, which is pattern. Rhythm is when something happens at a specific time. Pattern, which we'll get to later, is something that always happens and just repeats over and over. Rhythm could be a pattern, but it doesn't have to be. Think about a sheet of music. It has certain notes that you have to hit right on cue. That's a tempo or a beat. A rhythm is exactly the same thing. Even though sheet music might have different notes, they have to hit those notes at a certain time. So it's not just a repeat of the same thing over and over again, as much as it is something that is going to happen at a specific time. And if you use your imagination, you would be able to determine where the next item would fall in that rhythm. This is an example of rhythm, where you can just imagine where the next color is going to be on the circle. You would know where the next ribbon's going to be. You are going to know where the next color transition's going to be. Everything in this is a rhythm. And it's the same way as this example of dancers. Yes, there's 3 different dancers there. However, they are placed in a way where if you were to continue the line, you would know where the next dancer would be placed. That is a rhythm. Your assignment for today is to create your very own artwork that has rhythm. You are allowed to look up references online. You are not allowed to copy your neighbor, and you are not allowed to directly copy the references that you see online. You can use those references as sources, but you are not allowed to directly plagiarize somebody else. Change it, make it your own, but do not directly copy. Thank you all very much. I hope that you enjoy this lesson, and I'll see you in the next video. Today, we will be covering pattern and the principles of design. While the elements of art are what artists use to make art, the principles of design are what artists use to make art pretty. We briefly mentioned pattern before whenever we talked about rhythm, how we said that rhythm could be in a pattern, but it didn't have to be. A rhythm is something that happens right on cue, and you can imagine where the next one is going to happen. A pattern, on the other hand, doesn't fall in that same category. A pattern is just the same thing repeated over and over and over and over again.
No, this is Patrick.
Is this the Krusty Krab?
No, this is Patrick.
Is this the Krusty Krab?
No, this is Patrick.
This is an example of pattern, and this is pattern using squares and rectangles. You can see that they're not in a rhythm. It doesn't have to be in a rhythm to be a pattern. You can just have the same thing being placed all over the place. You can also see that it's not the same color either. It's just the rectangles and squares is a pattern. Same thing with this MC Escher optical illusion. It is repetitive staircases. It's a pattern. A pattern is the same thing over and over and over again. Doesn't have to be in a rhythm, doesn't have to be in a specific order. It's just the same thing being shown over and over and over and over again. Today's lesson, you are going to be creating your very own artwork that shows pattern. You are free to look up references online and sources so you can create your artwork. You are not allowed to copy off your neighbor, and you are not allowed to plagiarize anything you see online. Looking up references is not directly copying them. Do not steal things you find online. Instead, use them for inspiration to be able to create your own artwork. Thank you all very much. I hope that you found this lesson helpful, and I'll see you in the next video. Today, we are going to be covering unity in the principles of design. While the elements of art are what artists use to make art, the principles of design are what artists use to make art pretty. Unity is the last principle of design, and it encompasses all of the other principles. And I'm not kidding, it really does.
Wow.
Unity is how two or more of the principles of design work together in an artwork. And believe it or not, unity is actually the easiest one to make because every artwork you ever make is probably going to have two principles of design in it without you even trying. But before we get into that, I want to show you a picture, and I want you to pause the video and look at this picture for a few seconds. Did you notice any principles of design in that image? Typically, I would take this time in class to point out a few of them and ask you and get some feedback back and forth, but I'm going to go ahead and show you where some of them are. The first one that I always point out is movement. If you count the horse's hooves in the foreground, you will see that there's actually 12 hooves. However, those are all coming off of one horse. So how could that be possible? The artist is imitating movement. So the artist is trying to show you how a horse would gallop, but in a snapshot for this picture. So it's giving the illusion that the horse is actually moving. There's contrast in all the different colors that are within the artwork, as well as pattern for the leaves falling and rhythm for the trees going along the top. Overall, the artwork is balanced, and it's balanced asymmetrically. There's also emphasis on the horse up front and the horse in the background. You see how this one artwork can encompass all of the principles of design if you're looking for it? And it's not just that artwork. Pretty much every artwork you look at will have unity. With Vincent van Gogh's Starry Night, you can see movement in the stars. You can see contrast between the blues and the yellows in the sky, emphasis on the tree in the foreground. And yes, that is a tree. We will cover that in a later video. You can also see rhythm and pattern in the houses in the background. There's so many different things going on that relates to the principles of design in this artwork and pretty much every artwork. Bob Ross was particularly good at creating unity in his work. He really loved to play with textures, as in his fluffy clouds or his rocky mountains. You can also see pattern and rhythm because every tree needs a friend, as Bob Ross would say. So there's rhythm in how he placed the trees and patterns as well. Now, because unity takes up so much of all the other principles, I'm going to be allowing you more time than I have on the other principles to work on your unity artwork. You will have the remainder of the week to work on an artwork that shows unity. Try and put your best foot forward on this. Put a lot of effort into it, because remember, I grade you based on work ethic. I don't grade you based on completing. So even if you get done, there's probably some more stuff that you can add to it. Thank you all very much. I hope this lesson was helpful. I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to be looking at perspective and how it relates to art. Perspective is how you can visualize the world around you in a realistic way to make things look like that they have depth in a two-dimensional surface. Perspective is more of where the eye is or where the viewer is in relation to the artwork. So you could have a perspective where you're looking down, that's called a bird's eye view. Or you could have a perspective where you're looking directly at the artwork at eye level. Believe it or not, perspective was not always used in art. Prior to the Renaissance, the printing press was not available. At the very least, not widely available. There was printing presses that were created, but they were not in popular circulation, and not everyone had access to books. But what they did have access to, they could always go to a public area and view the artwork on display. So perspective was not really something that the artist was focusing on. Artists were more focused on telling a story through art. This is a good example of how a story is told through art without using proper perspective. We can see that in this artwork, there is a city or a kingdom that is under siege by another kingdom. Obviously, if this was a realistic height and the perspective was to scale, they would just be basically toddlers playing in a little mini castle. So what happened in the Renaissance to make perspective something that people wanted to focus on? Well, the creation of the printing press allowed for more publications to be released. Therefore, people had other ways of consuming information other than just from art. This opened the doors to artists to allow them to experiment with different techniques. One of them being perspective. This is an early example of one-point perspective. One-point perspective means that there is a center point that all of the lines converge at. One-point perspective is a great, easy way to give the illusion of depth. As you can see, the corners and the straight lines inside of the archway all lead down to one center point. Using some basic mathematical principles, you can actually gauge how tall people are and place them correctly in the correct scale depending on the placement of the character in the artwork as compared to the scale of the lines that are going to the vanishing point. Now, if all that sounded really complicated, don't worry. It's actually one of the easiest art forms to master. There's only 3 types of lines in this whole artwork. Those lines are horizontal lines, vertical lines, and diagonal lines. With a vanishing point, all diagonal lines that you draw will be going to the vanishing point. You also have horizontal lines. Horizontal lines are lines that go left to right. They don't go at an angle. It's perfectly straight across. That is a horizontal line. Vertical lines are lines that go straight up and down. Again, they're not at an angle. They go from the top down to the bottom in a straight line. In one-point perspective, those are the only 3 lines you got. You either have a line that goes straight across, or you have a line that goes straight up and down, or the lines go to the vanishing point. It is one of the easiest methods of creating perspective there is. That doesn't mean that that's the only method of creating perspective. In fact, you can have as many vanishing points as you want. Typically, you see 1 to 3 vanishing points. This artwork by Vincent van Gogh, it has 1 point perspective in it. And as you can see, all the lines eventually go to the window, which is the vanishing point. This artwork, however, has multiple vanishing points in it. It actually has 2 different vanishing points, and one of them even goes completely off the page. And finally, this is an example of a 3-point perspective artwork, where you have 3 vanishing points, and each angle of the lines go to one of those vanishing points. And what is your project? Well, that really depends on what your class is. This video covers perspective in general. So what your lesson's going to be is probably going to be in the next video in the Google Classroom. So thank you all very much for watching. I hope this was helpful. Hope you better understand perspective, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, I'm going to teach you how to draw your name in 3D using 1-point perspective. To start off, you're going to want to trace your name over onto a piece of paper. Try to keep it lower down on the page and try to get it blocky letter. Now you can use a Chromebook for this, or if you'd like to freehand your name, perfectly fine, but you will need it to be in blocky letters. Next, we are going to be creating a vanishing point. Make sure that you put a vanishing point somewhere on the paper and make it a dot above the name. Try and put it somewhere in the center. This vanishing point is going to be where all of the lines that we're going to be drawing today are going to go to. So with your vanishing point drawn, what you need to do is take a ruler, line up the edge of the ruler with the vanishing point, and then swivel the ruler around until you hit a line of the letter. Now, the only time that you don't want to draw a line going to the vanishing point is whenever the line is actually going to intersect the letter itself or pass through it. In that case, you just want to draw it to the point to where it meets the letter, and then don't worry about the rest of it. For instance, right here, that part of the G would actually pass behind the letter G, so I'm not going to worry about drawing that. However, the corner of the G, which I have right here, it will go to the vanishing point part way, but then it meets the letter G at the top, and then I'm going to stop the line. That gives the illusion that it is actually going inside of itself, so it's actually going back into the distance. So from here, I'm going to continue on, draw the lines in every time I see a sharp corner or I enter into a letter. Then I'm going to draw a line going to the vanishing point. From then, I'm going to go ahead and shade in my artwork around it to make it look like it's going into the distance. And that's pretty much it. You will have a total of 2 days to work on this project. Please remember, I do not grade you based on how quickly you finish or just getting done in general. I grade you based on how hard you work. So even if you are 100% done on the first day and you're like, I don't have anything else to do on it, I think it's perfect, then you're going to be drawing another one because I grade you based on your work ethic. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed the lesson. I'll see you in the next video. In this video, I'm going to show you how to draw a cityscape using 1-point perspective. Believe it or not, this is an example of a 1-point perspective cityscape. As I mentioned to you before, there's only 3 kinds of lines in a 1-point perspective. You have horizontal lines, which go left to right, lots of horizontal lines that just go left to right. The second type of line is a vertical line, which goes straight up and down. And as you can see, there's other items like that on there too. And then finally, the last line is a diagonal line, and every diagonal line goes to the vanishing point. And if you look at this artwork, the vanishing point is right in the middle of the road. This is a 1-point perspective cityscape looking down. On the other hand, this is an example of a 1-point perspective cityscape looking up. Now this is going to be the easier one to do, so I'm going to be having examples of this and show you a tutorial on how to make something like this for your project. These are also very simple, easy to do. The only lines that are in here are vertical lines, horizontal lines, and lines that go to the vanishing point. If you draw an oddball line that's going woo woo, off the page somewhere else, you're not doing it right. It either goes to the vanishing point, it is horizontal, which is straight left and right, or vertical, which is straight up and down. That is it. I'm also going to be teaching you how to draw windows and making them look like they're actually there in the correct perspective as they get further away from you. That is a more advanced trick, but I'll teach you how to do it. The first step in making this artwork is you're going to have to determine where your vanishing point is going to be. I would suggest putting it somewhere in the middle. It doesn't have to be dead center, but somewhere in the middle will be easiest. Next, we're going to be drawing the edges of the building, and I don't mean the sides of the building, we're drawing the edges. So basically, we're going to be looking at the buildings, we're going to be looking upward, the faces of the buildings are going to be facing us, and we're drawing the edges. How we do that? Line up your ruler with the vanishing point in the middle, and just draw some lines going to the vanishing point. Now, you want to put several on the page at the bottom and towards the top. Once we have that done, now we're going to add in our horizontal lines. The horizontal lines are going to be the tops of the buildings. This is going to determine how tall your building is. So hold your ruler horizontally and start connecting the lines that you drew going to the vanishing point. The closer to the vanishing point you connect those lines, the taller the buildings are going to be. Once you have the horizontal lines done, go ahead and erase the lines going from the horizontal line to the vanishing points. That way it's going to give the illusion that these towers or buildings or rectangles, whatever you'd like to look at them as, is projecting away from you. The next step in this artwork is to draw in the vertical lines. The vertical lines are straight up and down. Hold your ruler vertically and then pan your ruler across the page. That means that you're going to be dragging it from left to right. Whenever you hit a corner of a building, you're going to be wanting to draw a vertical line going downward. This is going to be the sides of the building that you see. Now, if the line intersects the building itself or passes into a building, you do not want to draw that line. However, if there is part of the paper that you see and you can see that there should be something there, and your ruler passes over it, you can draw that line. The line needs to stop when it hits another building or when it passes behind the building that it's on. Continue this with the rest of the buildings that you drew, and your 1-point perspective cityscape is almost done. The next step we are going to look at is the more advanced step, which is windows. Now, this step is a little bit complicated because it deals with perspective and things getting further away from you. As we know, as things get further away from you, they get smaller. So we need to draw those windows in scale getting smaller. The first step in drawing your windows is determining how wide you want them to be. It's a lot easier to draw in the diagonal lines first, so that's what we're going to do. Decide how wide you want your windows to be and go ahead and draw the diagonal lines going up to the vanishing point. Make sure you contain those diagonal lines inside of the building that you're drawing the windows on. Next, we're going to be drawing the horizontal line. The horizontal line that we want to start with is the base or the bottom of the window, the first window. Go ahead, draw in a horizontal line with how wide you want the window to be or the series of windows. Next, we're just going to kind of estimate how tall we want that window to be. Go ahead and draw another line for the top part of the window. Now, the next part that we're going to be doing, we're going to be determining how small to make the next window, because every window pane needs to get a little bit further away from us to give us the illusion of perspective. Start on the bottom corner of your first window, draw a dot, top, center, draw another dot. You are now going to connect those lines together and continue that line up until it hits the beginning of the next window. At that intersect point is going to be where your next horizontal line is going to lay. That will give you the correct perspective for windows moving forward. And you're going to do that for every window, every row of windows going up the building until the line gets so small that you can't distinguish them anymore. I'm going to show you this again so you can see it. Corner, middle, and where that line intersects, that's going to be your next window. Corner, middle, line for the window. Continue this up until you can no longer see distance between the window panes. This lesson will last a total of 3 days. You'll have plenty of time to work on it. I'd like to see you complete a minimum of 5 buildings on each side. If you'd like to do more than that, you can. I also want to have at least 1 building on each side that has windows. You are also going to be required to either completely shade this artwork or completely color this artwork. It's entirely up to you, whichever one you choose. You will have 3 days to work on it, and remember, I grade you based on your work ethic. I do not grade you based on finishing. So please put some time into it, put some effort into it. Don't just finish it all in one day, because if you do, I'm going to make you do another one. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. I'll see you in the next video. In this lesson, I'm going to be teaching you how to draw shapes using 1-point perspective. Now, it's actually very important to draw shapes in 1-point perspective, because if you learn how to draw shapes in 1-point perspective, you can literally draw anything that you want. The first step in this process is to figure out where the center line is going to lay on your paper. So with your paper in a horizontal or landscape mode, measure down 4 1/4 inches on both the left and right hand side and draw a mark. Once you have both marks done, connect them together with a line, and this is going to be your horizon line. A horizon line is where the sky meets the ground, basically where everything goes back in the distance. Now, somewhere on the horizon line, preferably in the middle somewhere, I want you to draw a dot, and this is going to be your vanishing point. Start off by drawing a vertical line. We're going to go ahead and determine the height of a box. I'm going to draw mine in the center. Then draw another vertical line, however wide that you want your shape to be. These are going to be the left and right hand sides of the shape. After you get that done, draw horizontal lines at the top and the bottom, connecting the horizontal lines together. This is going to give you the face of your object. Now, depending on where you placed your object at, if it's going to be above, on, or below the horizon line, your shapes are going to either show the top, the bottom, and the side of the object that you're drawing. Since mine is on the horizon line, mine will not show the top or the bottom, but I'm going to show you all 3. After you have your shape done, draw the diagonal lines going to the vanishing point. Determine how long you want your shape to be, and then draw another vertical line blocking the shape off. From here, you can erase the lines you don't need, and you now have a shape. I'm now going to draw an elongated shape above the horizon line, following the same methods. Start with the vertical lines for the left and right hand side of the object, then draw in the horizontal lines for the top and bottom face of the object, and then draw in your lines going to the vanishing point. When you get that done, figure out how long you want your shape to be and add in your vertical and horizontal lines. When done, erase the lines you don't need and you now have a shape. I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do that with the bottom shape as well, as I explain what I would like you to do with this assignment. I want you to create a drawing that has 5 objects on it, 2 above, 2 below, and 1 on the horizon line. Once you have that done, I want you to shade in your artwork. The tops of the objects, I would like you to leave white. The faces of the objects are going to be very lightly shaded. The sides of the objects are going to be midway shaded. And the bottom of the object is going to be the darkest shade. Objects might be a little hard to wrap your head around whenever you first get started with 1-point perspective, but after you do a couple, you'll get the hang of it. It's not that difficult. As a recap, 5 shapes, 2 above the horizon line, 2 below the horizon line, and 1 on the horizon line. I also want you to shade it. Thank you all very much. I hope that you enjoyed this lesson. You'll have 1 day to work on it, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, I'm going to show you how to draw a custom bedroom using 1-point perspective. Now, before we get started, please keep in mind that this artwork, even though it may look complicated, is exactly the same as all the other 1-point perspective pieces we've covered so far. They all only contain 3 types of lines, and that's it. It either contains 1, a vertical line, which is straight up and down, 2, a horizontal line, which is left to right, or 3, a line that goes diagonally to the vanishing point. And that is it. That's the only kind of lines in this entire artwork. So even though it may look a little bit more complicated, it's really not. It's very simple. And if you get confused about where a line needs to go, just keep that in mind. The first step is to find out where the center of your paper is. With your paper in landscape mode or horizontally, lay your ruler down on the left or right hand side and measure down 4 1/4 inches. This is half of 8 1/2. Then lay your ruler down to connect those 2 points together and measure out to 5 1/2 inches. That is half of 11. That is because a standard piece of paper is 8 1/2 by 11. So by following that, you will find the center of the paper. Once you find the center of the paper, line up the ruler with the corners of the paper and draw diagonal lines going to that middle point that you drew. That middle point is going to be your vanishing point and is going to be where all the diagonal lines on your paper are going to go to. Once you have your diagonal lines going to the center vanishing point, we are going to measure down 1 inch below and 1 inch above the vanishing point. We're going to make some dots on the paper there. That is going to be the floor of the room and the ceiling of the room. Whenever you get those done, draw a straight line across a horizontal line to block that off and draw the ceiling as well as the floor. And then add in 2 vertical lines to connect those together as well. When that is done, erase the lines inside of that going to the vanishing point, and you now have the inside of a room. Now, the first bit of furniture that we're going to be adding into the room is going to be a door, and this is going to be the simplest one of all. Go ahead, line up your ruler to the vanishing point and draw in the top of the door. The door is going to be about most of the way up to the ceiling, close to it. It's not going to quite touch it. And then you're going to be adding in vertical lines going down to the floor. That is going to give you a door. If you want to add in a doorknob, all you have to do is just draw a circle, and there you have it. From here, we're going to add in some windows, and this follows the exact same procedure as all of the other things we drew before in 1-point perspective. Remember that all the diagonal lines go to the vanishing point, and then you add in your vertical lines from there. Now, something that you're probably going to want to add into your room, objects such as a bed or a chair or a table or something like that. And actually, you might think that that's complicated, but it's really not. You just have to think about it in a 3-dimensional space. First, as always, draw your lines going to the vanishing point. These lines going to the vanishing point are going to be the corners and the edges of the object that you're drawing. In this case, I am drawing a bed for the room. And then once you get those lines added in, draw your vertical lines first. and then draw your horizontal line. Once your lines are drawn in, you can go back through and erase your lines. And just remember that when you're drawing these in, it is always a perfectly horizontal line, perfectly vertical line, or it's going to the vanishing point. Now at this point, I'm going to go ahead and speed up the video because from here, it's just adding in extra things that is just more of an aesthetic choice. You already know how to do this. If you can add in the bed and draw that, you know how the rest of it goes. So let me explain what your lesson is going to be. You are to generate or create a 1-point perspective bedroom of your choice, and it's going to be completely up to you. However, it does need to be decorated. It needs to look like a completed room. You can't just have an empty room. It needs to be completely detailed. It needs to have objects in there. It needs to look like it's a room that somebody would actually want, and you need to either fully color or fully shade it. You need to add in details as in lighting and doors and windows, everything that you would like to add into your dream bedroom, a perfect bedroom for you. If that is adding in posters on the wall or mirrors or desk or whatever you want, you can add that in. Now you will have a week to work on this, so that is plenty of time. And remember that I expect you to work hard on your projects. I don't expect you to try and finish as quick as you can. This is your opportunity to make something that's really nice. And there you have it. So yeah, I will be having the full video available for you in case you would like to pause it and go along with it step by step. But you don't have to mimic my exact drawing. I want you to make it your own. You will have an entire week to work on this, fully colored, fully shaded. It's up to you. It's whichever one you want to do. But I do want you to put effort into this. Make it something that you're proud of, something that you'd be like, yeah, I can see myself having that room. Anyway, thank you all very much. Hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you enjoyed the lesson. I know I always like this type of lesson. I loved whenever I got to do this lesson in high school. Thank you all very much. Hope you enjoyed the video. I'll see you next time. Today, I'm going to teach you how to draw a covered bridge. In today's video, you're going to be drawing a covered bridge, and I'm going to be stepping you through the entire process. So I'm going to be stepping you through, and we're going to be drawing it in real time. Please remember, this is still part of our 1-point perspective series. So just remember, there's a vanishing point, and that will help you out when drawing a covered bridge. Alright, so in this lesson, you are going to be following along with me to draw that picture right up there. And you are going to be able to complete this entire thing with just a ruler and a pencil. So if we were to draw this, it would be a little bit above center, so the church centered up would be right about here. That would be our vanishing point. That is where all of our lines are going to go. We also have the mountain squared off in the background as well. So let's just go ahead, pencil in this mountain right there. Okay, and now we have our basic lines for everything that we need. So let's go ahead and start really defining these lines. So if you remember, we break everything down into basic shapes. We know approximately where the top of the bridge is going to be, and it's going to be right about here. We'll try to match up this angle with the angle that is in that picture. So it looks pretty similar to that. So let's go ahead and draw that down. Now we're going to jump over to the opposite side, and we're going to draw about the same angle. So again, look at the reference picture. Let's make sure that we draw that angle about right, which is roughly there. It's not bad. That's pretty good. And now let's draw that little lip going down. So we're going to have a parallel line right here. Just draw a little lip coming down from it because that's where the bridge is going to be. It's going to be about, let's say, a little bit under ½ an inch. I'm going to jump over here and I'm going to draw the same thing right about here. A little bit under ½ an inch. And just by eyeballing it, we see that this comes over like this. We know it's a straight line, so let's make it a straight line right about here. Boom, kind of like that. And it comes over and up and like that. Let's go ahead and look at the rest of the bridge. So we know that everything's going to go to the vanishing point. So at this point in time, we can just draw our lines going to it. So let's line up our ruler so that the vanishing point is right there. And we're going to line it up to the edge of the roof line. And then we're going to draw that line. Now we don't want to draw it too dark because we want to be able to erase it wherever the bridge ends. And we want to do the same thing with the top of the bridge. So line it up with the vanishing point, line it up with the top, and just lightly draw your line. Now let's work on the side of the bridge. So we know that there's going to be a rock wall in here somewhere. It's going to be, that wall right there. It's going to be in here, right around here. And it matches up a little bit below the vanishing, not the vanishing point, the horizon line, or the center of the paper. So I'm going to kind of build off of that. Let's not make it any harder for ourselves than it needs to be. Let's just use this line to be. So I see that it has a lip on it. That lip is going to be right about there. And it goes, it looks like almost down all the way to the corner. So I know the edge of it is right here. Okay, so now we know approximately where this is all going to. Now we can use this and completely square everything up. So let's make that like that. And the beautiful thing about having a rock wall, it doesn't have to be perfect. In fact, the imperfections make it look even better. We're going to start this off by squaring off the bridge. Now, if we zoom into the bridge, which I'm going to right here, you can see that the wooden post is not actually angled to the corner. It's just a wooden post, and that's a bit of a siding. So we're going to go ahead and draw that part in right here. So if we eyeball it, we can see that its siding's right about there going down. Let's use our ruler, line this up, and boom, there's our line. Let's jump over, make just a little bit like that. There's our line. So I'm going to clean this line up just a tad so we can see it. There we go. Nice straight line. And then I'm going to corner this and make it connect up to the top. There we have the corner of that bridge. Now let's move over and do the other corner. The other corner looks like it is right about here. So we'll just draw that line going up. You can barely see it. And then that corner comes down. We're going to try to make it at about the same angle. And there we have that. Our bridge is coming together. When we decide where this end of the bridge is, we're going to line up our ruler and we want to make a straight line going down so we can match that. So let's make a straight line going down from the roof line straight down. That's it. Now, for the angle, what you want to do, you want to line up your ruler against that angle, and then you want to just slide it over. That way you keep the same angle as the roof line. And where that line that we just drew meets the roof, we draw that angle, and there we have it. At this point, we can now erase that, and we have ourselves a bridge. Next, we are going to go ahead and draw in some of these stones. These stones, super easy, and they're really cool to do. In fact, all you have to do to make these rocks, basically come in wherever you want, line up, and try to keep it lined up with your original line up here. Try to keep it lined up with that. But all you have to do is go in and just kind of make little divots like that. All I did with that is I went along the line, I curved up, and then I curved back down and kept going. So I made like a flattened out W, And then I filled in that little gap with a dark spot. That's it. That's all you have to do. And you can do that for big pieces of rock. You can do it for small pieces of rock like this. This is a pretty big piece of a rock, and you can do this for every single rock that you see, or you can just do it for a few. It doesn't matter. It is completely up to you. And like I said, the great thing about this, nobody knows what this bridge is actually supposed to look like. No one's going to care about those rocks in there. You might have a few rocks that are off. You might have an oddball rock just sticking out the side. Who cares? Nobody does, because no one is going to be looking that deep at this. It's just a bunch of rock. Okay, and there is some very quick basic stonework. Is a bunch of lattice work, so it's wood that is just interwoven like that, and you can see it in that picture even. So what we're going to do, we're just going to take our ruler, we're going to go at an angle, we're going to try to match it up with the one in the picture, kind of like that, and then we're just going to go voop. We're going to move over a little bit and go voop, and we're going to keep doing that until the inside of it is filled in. Okay, now that we got that, this is the tricky part. It's not really tricky, it's very simple, it just can get a little confusing. So what we're going to do, we're going to go the opposite direction, and we are going to skip every other one. So we're going to start down here, and I'm going to draw a line through the middle one right there, skip one, and then draw a line through the next one. So we make lattice work, just like that. And we are going to continue doing that using the same spacing apart that we did before with the last one, and we're going to make a lattice work on the inside of the bridge. We have that done. Now we're going to shade this in. So we're going to go in here, and I want you to look at the picture, look at where that's shaded in, and you're going to just pick one of those diamonds that you made, shade it in like that, and then you're going to skip one, shade it in, skip one, shade it in, and you're going to make kind of like a checkered pattern, just like that. Okay, now that we got that done, now we're going to shade the ones in the back. So we're just going to very lightly go over that. And that is going to make all the boards pop and stand out. So just very lightly shade the ones in the back. And that's pretty much the hardest part of this whole drawing. Then go the opposite direction and make a very light shade over all of that. There we have the inside of the bridge. Pretty good, right? Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do, we are going to draw the bottom of the bridge, which the bridge will probably end right about there. And we're going to line it up kind of with the vanishing point And let's see, we actually probably want it to be a little bit lower than vanishing point, because if we line it up just with the vanishing point, it's going to look like it's a little bit skewed. So we just kind of want to eyeball it where we want the bottom to be and just kind of put it in there like that. There. Now we have a bridge with the bottom on there as well. Now the next thing that we're going to work on is the other side of the bridge, because the other side of the bridge, if we zoom in, you can see it has basically the same kind of working going on that side. So the best thing to do with that is we are just going to draw a triangle, because that's what it looks like. It looks like a triangle, so we are just going to draw a triangle wedge, and it is going right here. It's going to go from here. We're going to look at the reference. It's going to draw down. It's going to draw over, and then it's going to go up. And just like the last one, we're going to make a little lip down here at the bottom. Bring that over, same width as the bridge, and it looks like we can barely see the end of it right about there. And now, since that is made out of rock, we're going to do the same thing that we did here, except we're going to make it very, very tiny rocks, so little details in there. So the road, it will actually come up and kind of circle around and go kind of like that. So that's what we're going to do, kind of curve it around, go woo, like that right there. And it kind of comes up, if we look in the picture, it kind of comes up right there and then circles back around. So right around in here and then kind of like that. Yep, kind of like that right there where it goes shoo, whoa. Then it kind of follows that line back and over here and up this hill, and that's about it. The road itself, we're just going to make it nice little narrow right there, and it curves back down. For the church, very simple, easy to do. It's basically your standard little square with a triangle house, because it's so far away you don't need to focus on details. So little square right there, boom. And then you notice I have the vanishing point at the top of the square. The reason for that is because we are going to, boom, put a triangle on top. Boom, like that. Boom, boom, triangle right there. Awesome house. Now we're going to build the little steeple off to the side. And then at the very top, you guessed it, little triangle. Boom, boom, little triangle. And to make it look like a church, very, very easy to make something look like a church. All you have to do, right up where the steeple is, put a cross right up the top and put a cross over here. Boom, it's a church. Everybody knows it as a church now. And we need to put these little windows. So windows curve up, go whoop, like there, and then over here and whoop, and right there. And then we have a door. Door is a box, little square. There we have it. Little steeple right over here. There we go. Now we do see just a little bit of the side of the church, which is like that. So all we have to do, we just draw a little itty bitty line and then a little itty bitty line going down and then connect those. Same thing over here and connect it. That's it. Now what about the fence? Fence, super easy. We are going to go whoop, and we're going to make kind of jagged lines like this. And in between each one of those, we are going to have a fence post. You all heard my massive email go off. That's awesome. Now once you have that, then you go back in and you do it again and go. And if you want to connect it, you can. If you don't want to, that's fine. There you have a fence row. Okay, let's focus on the other big part of this, which is the trees and the greenery. Trees. If you watched my lesson on drawing or painting the tree, which, spoiler, that was one of the outcomes. Woo! But if you've watched that, a tree, very simple, and you know what I'm talking about. It's just some squiggles. Yep, that's it. It's just squiggles. So let's fix that. Boom. Let's just shade all that. There we go. Very easy to fix that. Okay, tree, squiggles. We come up here because we do have a tree on that side. Let's zoom in and see it. Boom, right there. So the tree on this side, squiggles, easy. We go and we make squiggles really quick. Wherever we want that tree to be, boom, squiggles. Squiggly squiggles. That's it. Squiggly, squiggly, squiggles. And then, once we got the squiggles down, how to make it really look like a tree? Super easy. We go and draw a line for the stem. Little itty bitty squiggles over here. You want to put squiggles closer together to make darker leaves, space them further apart to make lighter leaves where the sun's hitting it. Squiggles! We got trees. That's basically all a tree is just some squiggles. Boom! We have a tree. Okay. Now for the water and the brook going under the bridge. Very simple. All you have to do is... And then we come up here and we do the same thing. We go... That's it. That's all you have to do with that. What about the grass? Grass? Super simple. All we have to do is take this and go... You have grass. Now you don't want to do this everywhere. You want to be a little sporadic with it. Because if you do it everywhere, it just looks overgrown and kind of ugly. But if you just put it near the edge of the water, where it starts at a center point, like right here, and it just branches out like that, and you make little curvies, like little swooshy curvies, it makes it look like grass. The last thing that we are going to do, we are going to add in the lines for the covered bridge. We kind of forgot a box up here for that nameplate, but yes, add the nameplate in. The lines with the covered bridge, it's really easy. They are just straight lines. That's it. And you don't even have to use a ruler. You can just freehand these, because if they look crooked, it's going to look more realistic. Whenever you go and you shade this in, the darker areas, try to bleed them down into some pieces of wood, because you have some wood that is darker than some and some that are lighter than some.
In this video, I'm going to be going over a lesson with you on how to draw and shade realistically. So let me start off by pointing something out to you that's probably going to change your perception of art forever. In reality, there are no lines. Remember that whole spiel that I gave at the elements of art and said that lines happen from here to here and A to B, stuff like that, and the difference between the lines are defined lines and implied lines? Well, in reality, implied lines are the only things that actually exist. Now, a defined line can happen, but only whenever you have a subject matter that is in front of a black silhouette or a black background, but even then you still have details inside of that object. So in reality, lines don't actually exist. So how are lines made? Well, lines are made by the difference of values between two different objects. So for instance, if you look at my hand right here, obviously you can see that there is some kind of a line that happens right there. However, if you look at it in black and white, you can see that there's just a transition of colors. For instance, right here, yeah, that might be a black line between my shirt and my arm, but if you look at it over here, that's not a black line, that's a gray line. And as you go over here, you can see that the color variations are totally different. That is because there is no black line around anything in reality. So how do you create a realistic looking image without actually drawing a black line? Well, the trick to this is something that the art world does. It's called sketching. So you first start off by sketching something and planning it out, and then you take that sketch, transfer it over to something else, and use that very lightly traced image of your sketch to create your realistic artwork just using shading. So yeah, if you remember back whenever we covered value scale and shading, and we made that really fancy looking square where you held your pencil a very specific way and you went around like that in small circles and value shaded in. Yeah, that is why we had that lesson, because that is how you create something that looks realistic. You don't put a black line around it. You make different values with it, because with the different values that you make, it makes a implied transition or an implied line in between the background and the foreground. And that's what we're going to be working on. So what we're going to be doing, you are going to be coming up with a basic sketch, and then you're going to be transferring that over to another page very lightly that you are then going to shade and make it look realistic. It takes time. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you, when you think that you're done, you're not. Do it again, and not just do the whole project again. I mean, shade it more. Look at what you're drawing.
Look at it! Look at it! Look at it! I want all of you to look at it!
Okay, you're not going to be able to complete an entire drawing in 5 minutes. It's not possible. And if you think it is possible, you're not doing it right. But I'm going to go ahead and jump into the lesson, which is drawing shoes.
So start off the project by finding a pair of shoes that you would like to draw, and try to get a picture. Don't draw something from real life, because drawing something from real life, that's very difficult, because if you just move it a little bit or change the angle, it's going to change the perspective of it completely. Start by sketching out the basic shapes of the shoes. Look at the angles, look at the basic shapes, sketch them out, and you can make this as dark as you want on your sketches. Once you get your sketch done, then I want you to transfer that drawing over to another page. Just trace it over, but trace it over very lightly. And remember, you're tracing your drawing. You are not tracing the picture that you looked up on your computer. Don't do that. That is called plagiarism. Tracing someone else's work or photograph does not teach you the fundamentals of drawing. So do not trace. After you get your artwork transferred over, I want you to focus on the picture that you chose and look at it as if you were viewing it in black and white. Try and get the darker values as the darker shades, and the lighter areas leave as the white of the paper. Do not make heavy dark lines. Instead, shade to the line that you want to make, and use the variations in tones and shades to create the separation you need instead of using a line. That is how you shade realistically. And this project's probably going to take you a few days. In fact, I currently have down that it's going to take you a week. Please do not try and get this done in 5 minutes because it's not going to work. You will have a week to work on this. You'll have plenty of time. Please spend your time to make this as good as you can. Thank you all very much. I'm going to let the video continue playing. If you have any questions, let me know. Today I'm going to be showing you a method of getting on the right side of your brain, which in return allows you to see things more artistically and improve your art without much effort. The main purpose for this assignment, or even this lesson in general, is to see what side of the brain you're currently on and train you to be able to switch between the two different sides of your brain to better help you at art and possibly even studying in general for other topics. Now, before we get started, I will have a short test for you. This is a drawing test, and it only takes 1 minute, but you will need some paper and a pencil. So go ahead, pause the video, and get yourself some paper and pencil. Are you ready? Got your paper and pencil? Okay, you will have exactly 1 minute to draw this. You may begin. Now, I know that your dog drawing probably looks beautiful, absolutely stunning, but what I want you to do, I want you to hold that picture up, turn it around so it is facing away from you, and then I want you to put it face down on the table. Bad dog. That's what you need to say. Yeah.
Gary, I'm absorbing his blows like I was made of some kind of spongy material.
Our brain is broken into two hemispheres, and this test that you just did will determine what side of the brain you're currently on. Your brain being broken into two different hemispheres means that different portions of your brain control different areas of concentration. For instance, the left-hand side of your brain controls analytic thought or deep thought processing, logic, language, math, and science, pretty much the stuff that you cover in school, while the right side of your brain covers daydreaming or holistic thought, intuition, your creativity. Think of your brain kind of like a computer chip. Everything has its own designated place on the left. It has its own folder that it needs to be put into, and it just needs to fit exactly where it needs to be. However, on the right hand side is everything fluffy and pretty. Another quick test to see what side of the brain you are currently on is looking at this animated picture of a dancer spinning. Now, depending on which side of the brain you're on, you are either going to see the spinning dancer going clockwise, which is like this, or counterclockwise, which is like this. Now, I'm going to go ahead and get everybody that's watching this video spinning the dancer counterclockwise, which is like this. Now, to do this, what I'm going to need you to do is focus on the spinning dancer, not me. So I'm going to go ahead and hide my camera. I want you to focus on the spinning dancer, and I want you to do a math equation in your head. Do not speak it out loud. It has to be silent and it has to be in your head. The math equation that you're going to do is 5 multiplied by 3 plus 5 divide by 2 subtract 5 plus 2. If you actually thought about that and you spend some time thinking about the math equation, you should now be seeing the spinning dancer going counterclockwise, which is like this. Now, if you don't see the spinning dancer doing that, it's probably because that math equation was too easy for you and you didn't really have to think about it that hard. Now I'm going to get everyone spinning clockwise, which is this way. To do that, same steps as before. Focus on the dancer, and what I want you to do is vividly visualize what I'm going to tell you. That means that I want you to picture it as crisply as you can in your mind. I want you to imagine that you are in a field and there's grass growing up around you. Off in the distance, you can hear a stream with water going over some rocks, and you see the stream. And then you see butterflies around the stream. And then further off in the distance in the field, you see a hill with trees on it, possibly even a small mountain. Now, the trees are very dense. You can't see through it, but there's a deer that walks out of the base of the hill, out of the trees, and starts eating some of the grass that's in the field. Now, if you vividly thought about that and you actually pictured it in your head, you should now be seeing the dancer going clockwise. Now, if you're the kind of person that has been seeing the spinning dancer doing this all the time, or it goes one direction and then it spins around and goes the other direction, or it just flops back and forth, well, you're part of the small percentage of people that are using both sides of your brain at the same time, which is a good thing, but also kind of a bad thing, because I almost guarantee you get headaches quite frequently, and they're pretty rough when you do. But why does the spinning dancer seem to just jump all over the place? That comes down to what hemisphere of the brain you're currently in. Whenever you're using the left side of your brain, you're going to see the dancer going counterclockwise. The left side of your brain uses mathematical thought and language, so whenever you were thinking about math, you saw the spinning dancer spinning counterclockwise. If you're using the right side of your brain, then you're going to see the figure going clockwise, like this. Whenever you were vividly thinking about this, then it started going clockwise. Your brain is very good at filling in empty gaps. If it doesn't understand something, it's going to try to understand it. And because there's no white line determining which direction this dancer is spinning, your brain is going to assume that it's spinning one of the two directions. Depending on what side of your brain you're on, it's going to swap those two directions around. The spinning dancers are spinning exactly the same way. The only difference in this is the white line that is telling your brain which direction that it's spinning. In a moment, this is going to stop and you're going to be able to see that the hand is in exactly the same place, as well as the foot is in exactly the same place, and the ponytail is in exactly the same place in both of the spinning dancers. So even if you're looking at it spinning to the right or clockwise, or if you're looking at it spinning counterclockwise, they are both spinning the exact same way. The only difference is the white line. So how does this information pertain to you? Well, your brain is like any other muscle in your body. If you work out that muscle, it's going to get better at certain things. And the left side of your brain is worked constantly in school because it covers mathematics and science and language and things like that. Basically, everything you need to be successful in life is covered in the left side of your brain. The right side of your brain is your creativity, and well, it's not practiced very much. But not only that, the left side of your brain, if you remember, works like a computer chip. And that computer chip stores everything that you've ever seen and categorizes it in a way that is easily retrievable in the future when you need it. The right-hand side of your brain is the area of your brain that you perceive things and you observe them. It just makes more sense for you to observe what you're trying to create, and to do that you need to strengthen the right hand side. And as an example, I want you to go ahead and turn over your artwork of the dog.
I saw what you did.
You did?
Yeah.
Most people, when they draw the dog, they draw something that looks like this. You got 4 feet, it's a side profile of a dog. Not bad, right? How many feet do you see on this dog? Obviously there's 3. So if there's 3 feet on this dog, why did you draw a dog that looked like this? Well, the simple answer is because dogs have 4 legs, and you know that they have 4 legs. But you know that because the left side of your brain at some point has seen a dog and knows what a dog like this looks like and automatically told you, hey, this is what that dog looks like. You need to draw that. And that's how your brain works. It stores that information. But whenever you're trying to observe what you see instead of what you think that something should look like, things can get a little different. If you were on the right hand side of your brain whenever you were drawing this picture, then your brain wouldn't have told you, hey, you know what a dog looks like. Instead, your brain would say, okay, you need to draw this. We're going to perceive it with your eyes, and you're going to try and draw what you see. If you drew a dog that had 3 legs, or you drew a picture that was looking down at the dog from a bird's eye view down or 3/4 view down, then you were more than likely on the right side of your brain, because the right side of your brain is how you observe the world around you. How do we strengthen the right side of your brain? To do that, we first need to learn how to toggle off the left side of your brain, because by default, the left side of your brain, because you work it so much, is a lot stronger than the right side of your brain, and it's simply going to overpower it unless you trick it. One way to do this, and a very effective way, mind you, is to take something that you know. For instance, everyone knows what SpongeBob is or who SpongeBob is. Well, the left side of your brain is going to look at this and say, oh yeah, I know that guy. That guy's SpongeBob. Once we establish that this is SpongeBob, we are now going to do something that's going to irritate the left side of our brain. We're going to turn it upside down. And now the left side of your brain is probably going to look at this and say, hey, that's SpongeBob, but it's upside down. Why is SpongeBob upside down? Why is SpongeBob upside down? Turn SpongeBob over. Turn it over. Turn SpongeBob over. And you're not going to do that. You're just going to leave him upside down. And now you're going to do something that the right side of your brain is really good at. You're going to draw what you see, exactly what you see, while it's upside down. And the left side of your brain is not going to like it. In fact, the left side of your brain is probably going to flip out and be like, you need to stop this and turn that picture right side up. But you're not going to do that. You're going to be drawing pictures upside down. And I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, at the beginning, until you wrap your head around how to observe art, the left side of your brain is going to get very upset, and you might get a headache from this. But as soon as the left side of your brain has had enough, it's going to, and that's the best way I can describe it. It's literally going to feel like a light switch has went off in your head, and it's just like, The left side of your brain is like, okay, see ya, I'm out of here. And you are going to be able to draw this so much better than you ever have before. And I'm not kidding when I say that. I've actually had students that prefer to draw upside down so much better that from that point forward for the rest of the year, whenever they draw something, they draw it upside down. And I am not exaggerating at all. I've had students do that before. So in this lesson, you're going to be selecting artworks that I have provided you in the classroom, and you're going to be drawing those upside down to the best of your ability. Do not flip them over until you get done, and do not try and trace them because that does nothing to help you. Literally does nothing to help you. All it's going to do is get you a 0 because the only thing that you have to do, draw it upside down. I'm not looking for it to be perfect. I'm looking for you to actually try to do the assignment. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and I'll see you in the next video. Today, I'm going to be sharing with you a method that you can use to draw literally anything, grid drawings. In art, it is true that you want to try and break everything down into basic shapes. A grid drawing takes that a step further and allows you to break things down into different sections, allowing you to tackle a large picture in smaller bite-sized chunks. And the beautiful thing about a grid drawing is if you follow the grid correctly, you are guaranteed to get the correct proportions of something every single time. And this right here is an example, student work example, of a grid drawing. Now the thing with a grid drawing, you're not drawing the same way that you would normally draw a picture. Instead, you are focusing on one block at a time, and that is it. You draw what is in that one box into the adjacent box on the blank grid. Once you get that one box filled in, then you can move on to the next box. You do not draw the whole picture at once. You just focus on one box at a time, and you do not move on until you draw that one box. An example that I like to give is everyone always tries to draw an eye, but a lot of times whenever you draw an eye, it just looks weird. Well, if you use the grid drawing technique like this, you can see that drawing an eye, it's just 4 squares. That's it, 4 squares with a few lines. And you're not trying to draw the whole thing, you're just drawing a quarter of a circle and a line. That's it, that's all that you're drawing. Grid drawings make drawing pictures so much easier because it breaks everything down into smaller bite-sized chunks. I also like to give this example because this, well, yeah, the drawing is not perfect. The nose is a little wonky, the eyes aren't exactly right, but this is the first time that this student ever drew anything, period. For your first time doing something, that's pretty darn good. Was your first drawing you ever did in your entire life better than this? I like to include this example because it shows that these grid drawings, when done correctly, they don't look like anything until they're done. You can see where the artist left off in this grid drawing. They started in one section, worked their way around, and filled in every single square and did not move on to the next square until they were done with that one. This is a perfect example of how to correctly complete a grid drawing. And this is another demonstration of the exact same concept where it doesn't look like anything until it's done. So you can see where you start one box at a time, fill in those boxes, and it doesn't look like anything until it gets done. It really doesn't. But as soon as you fill in that last square, it all comes together and you're like, that's what this is supposed to look like. I get it. Now, typically in the classroom, I would give you an example right here. But before we do that, let me show you some student examples of grid drawings. And I like to show these examples because all of these students, all the work that you've seen in this presentation so far and these coming up are all done by students who were not artists. They were self-proclaimed not artists. But using the grid drawing technique, they made some really good looking artworks because the grid drawing technique works if you follow it. An example of Marilyn Monroe using grid drawings. An eye from a 7th grader. These are both from 6th graders. And this is from a high school freshman. All of these are students. They were self-proclaimed not artists. They didn't like art, but I mean, they did pretty good. So what's your assignment? Well, that really depends on your class. I have half-page grids, I have full-page grids, and then I have custom grids. So it really depends on which class you're in, which assignment you get, but they all follow the same basic principles, which I'm going to get into right now. Okay guys, so this is the live demonstration over grid drawing. Now, there's a technique that I like to show to my students, and it does make it easier for some students. Now, for me personally, I don't really like this method, but for some students, it really does help. So that's why I'm going to show it. And that is numbering and lettering your grids. So what I mean by that is you start with one side, and you start with the letters, and you go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I. And you do that going all the way down this side, and you do the same thing over here. Once you have the letters done, then you go through and you number it going from left to right on both sides. Okay, now once you have the letters and numbers on both your blank grid and the picture that you're going to be looking off of, what you do now is you try and you transfer over one block at a time exactly the way you see it to the empty block. So for instance, I know that this block right here is on I3. So I can jump straight down here, and it's just like playing bingo at this point. We go to I3, and this box lines up with that box. So all I have to do down here is I need to draw exactly what I see inside of that box right there. And we don't want to worry about anything else around it. We're just focused on that one box. So I'm going to jump down here, and I'm going to draw that exactly the way that I see it. And then I'm done. That's it. That's all I have to do with that box. So then I move over to the next box. And the next box is this one right here. And I draw that exactly the way I see it. That's it. I'm done with that box. That is the correct way. Let me show you an incorrect way. And I have students do this all the time. The incorrect way is to look at this and say, oh, look, that's SpongeBob. I know he's got an eyeball right there, and he's got an eyeball right here, and he's got eyelashes, and he's got this big old honking nose, and he's super happy, and he's got buck teeth. And look, it's SpongeBob. I'm done.
That is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen.
Follow the grid, one box at a time. That's all. Don't just jump in there and draw things because you think, oh, wait, that looks good. No, that's not what you do. Thank you all very much. I really hope you enjoyed this lesson, and just let me know if you have any questions. I'll catch you in the next video. In today's video, we're going over portraiture, and the first step in portraiture, a technique called the rule of halves. First thing that we want to start with is the circle, a circle for the head. Now, the head itself on a human body, it's not really a perfect circle. There's cheekbones, there's a chin, there's everything like that you have to consider. To start off, you always want to break everything down into basic shapes. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start and show you that. The basic shape that you want to start with is a circle. And how you draw a circle is you just hold down your pencil and you go over it several times and it creates a circle. And you use the best lines out of that to create your circle. Now the circle is going to be from the top of the head around here through the cheekbones. And that creates a circle. Next, look at the chin area and decide where exactly the chin comes down to. So we're going to come down here and we're going to draw a triangle about down like that right there. From here, we want to divide our face right down the middle. From here, we can break everything down into something known as the rule of halves. The rule of halves is very simple. This right here is what is known as one head, or one head height. Top of the head to the chin. If you imagine about midway down through here, which would be right about here, halfway from the top of the head to the bottom of the chin is where the eyes are. So that is 1/2 is eyes. Okay, that is the line where your eyes are going to rest. halfway from the eye line to the bottom of the chin, so halfway, right about there, that is going to be the bottom of the nose. So half of that is nose. Then we're going to take this line and we're going to go halfway down through the chin again. So from the bottom of the nose to the chin, boom, halfway. That's going to be the bottom of the lip. So halfway again is lip. Now, once we have that structure, you already know where everything is placed at on the face. We are now going to put eyes in. Distance between the eyes is actually the same distance as the eyes. So if you were to draw a box around the eye, that box is going to be the same distance from the other eye. We can draw where we think approximately the distance between the eyes are. We can then measure that distance, and we know that the eye stretches from there to there. Now let's look and see where the nose is. The nose, the corner of the nose, actually lines up with the corners of the eyes. And if we draw a line down through here, we just kind of imagine, we know that the nose stretches from there to there, because that is the bottom of the nose. We already predetermined that. So we're going to curve that up like that, and then we have the nostril right here and a nostril right here. For the eyes, they're very simple. Draw little football shapes for now. So we have the nose that lines up with the corner of the eye. The center of the eye lines up with the mouth. So if we were to imagine a line coming down through here, and since this is the bottom of the lip, we can imagine that the mouth would be right about here. Bottom of the lip curves up like that. We have the top of the lip over here. And yes, this looks like an alien. But this right here is the same basic structure for every single person on planet Earth. From here, all we have to do, we erase our lines that we don't need, and we try and make it match up with the person that we are drawing. So everybody is going to be a little bit different, but everyone has the same basic structure. For instance, no one's going to have a perfectly circular head like this. Instead, most people, the head comes in, curves down into the eyes like that, curves out to the cheekbones, and then curves around down to around the chin. Now you notice I went outside of that line. I went inside of this line. It doesn't matter. Those were basic shapes. That's it. Using that sets up the foundation for you to actually draw everything else. A lot of my students ask me, what about the eyebrows and the hairline? Hairline's easy. It's the rule of halves. Halfway between your eyes and the top of your forehead, that's where your hairline is. Now your hair does not stick flat down on your head. It kind of raises up a little bit. Otherwise you'd look like you have hat head. Eyebrows, halfway in between that. So this is whenever your eyebrows are completely raised up. This is where it's relaxed. This is when they're really down and they're mad. And that's it. That is the basic structure for every single human face.
Your lesson for today is to complete 2 of the rule of halves drawings of a portrait. So that means that you need to follow along with the rule of halves. You're completing 2 of them today. One is whenever you were following along with me in the video, and the second one is going to be you completing it on your own. Tomorrow you are going to be continuing this, but you're going to be finding a picture of somebody that is looking at the camera dead on, and you're going to be drawing them using the rule of halves. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Today I'm going to be showing you how to draw a portrait, but at an angle.
Now, first thing that we do, we're going to draw the basic shape. So I'm going to start with the circle for the head, and it starts off with a circular shape right up here that goes down around the cheeks. If we know that cheekbones kind of end right here, that means that the chin's going to be somewhere approximately down this way. So I'm going to kind of curve it down here like this and curve it back up. And we know that the model is kind of at an angle, so I'm going to make the chin go down kind of at an offset triangle right here. Now next, what I'm going to do, I'm going to draw the center line. And the center line changes. If you have a person that is, say, looking at you dead on, then your center line is going to be dead center, obviously. Well, this person is not looking dead on. Instead, they're looking at an angle. So like this, the center line is going to be kind of like that right there. And this way, the person is actually looking downward like this. So the eyes are going to be looking like that. She's not really looking down. She's more looking up and towards us. So the headline is actually going to be right about here. Center face will be right about there, just not as pronounced. Now the eyes are actually going to be curving up around the sphere. So the eyes are going to be kind of like that right there, because she is looking up and also kind of down at us. So she's like showing us the bottom of her chin. We're going to determine how far apart her eyes are. And just from eyeballing it, I would say it's going to be right about here. And you may notice that it's closer to the center on this side than it is this side. And that's because the way that we are looking at her with her head tilted, it's going to be like that. Now we're going to measure this and we're going to determine how far apart her eyes are. So it's going to be right about there. And the same thing over here. So we're going to take that, pull it over here, and we're going to see that the edge of her eye kind of lays right about. Next is the corner of the nose. Halfway from the eye line, bottom of the chin, right there. Nose is going to be right about there. Halfway from the nose line to the chin, there's going to be the bottom of the lip. Okay, corner of the nose comes down, and we're going to curve it around with that line, and it's going to end right about there. Same thing over here. There's the corner of the nose. So using this, we're going to look at our model, determine where her nose is in relation to her face. Mouth right here, we already know bottom of the chin. We're going to line up the center of the eyes right here. There's the corner of the mouth, center of the eye, center corner of the mouth. Curves up, kind of goes flat right around there and curves back down. Okay, and the eyes. We really made our nose too big, but that's okay. We will go back and fix that later. And then we go in and we define the rest of our lines. So at this point, yeah, she looks a little strange, but this is where we already have all of our basic shapes, and we go in and we fix everything else. We make it look more like the model. Your assignment today, you're going to be drawing two portraits at an angle. The first one is going to be following along with me. The second one, you're going to be looking up your very own picture online and drawing somebody at an angle using the rule of halves. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed the lesson, and I'll see you in the next video. In today's video, I'm going to be showing you how to draw hands. First step is to do that. Not really. The first step is to draw boxes. Now I'm going to start off with a hand drawing that I currently have of me tracing my hand, and I'm blocking this off so you can see. How you draw a hand is just with simple three-dimensional boxes. Now if you don't feel comfortable drawing 3D boxes, you can draw 2D boxes like I have on here. And basically every area that your finger bends at is a joint, and those joints are going to be a separate box, like you see here. Now I'm going to go ahead and start a brand new drawing so you can see, and I'm going to show you how you block everything off into boxes. First, your hand from your knuckles down to your wrist, that's a box. And then from there, every joint that you see inside of your fingers is going to be another box. After you get all your basic boxes done, then we're going to go in and add details and make it look more like the hand. Now right here, once I have the hand mapped out, now I'm going to follow along the lines of the hands, and I'm going to go inside of the boxes and outside of the boxes to make it look more like what I am drawing. And as you can see, you can go outside the box, you can go inside the box. As long as you use the boxes as a reference, then you're fine, because the boxes are there just as a reference. Use them as a reference. Go inside the boxes, go outside the boxes, they are just there to help you. So yeah, we're finishing up the details right there. Once you get the details added in, you can go in and erase those lines, because you don't need those lines anymore. So all the lines for the boxes, just go in, erase them, and then you have your completed hand. And as you can see, it looks pretty convincing. This right here is the way that I am going to be looking at my hand, where you can see the angle of it right there. Those are the areas I'm going to be drawing, and I just have my left hand propped up on the table, and I'm using that as a reference so I can draw with my right hand. And as I did before, we're breaking it down into basic shapes, squares first, and then once you get the squares done, you go in, you use them as a reference, and then you map out the rest of your hand. So your assignment, you're going to be drawing 10 different series of hands. And I don't mean someone else's hands, and I also don't mean that you're tracing yours. What I mean is you are going to be propping up your non-dominant hand in front of you in some orientation, and you are going to be drawing your hand in 10 different positions. Please make them school appropriate and add in as much detail as you can. You will have 2 days to work on this. Remember to use the block method that I showed you in the video. If you don't use the block method, it's not going to help you out. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you in the next upload. So this week's lesson is something that I think is vitally important for all artists to know and understand. However, it's also something that a lot of artists struggle with, myself included: sketchbooks. Now, before we get started in this overwhelming topic that is a sketchbook, let me explain why sketchbooks are quite intimidating for some artists, and actually most artists. You see, as artists, we get in this mindset that we have to make perfect things in everything that we do. A sketchbook is not that. A sketchbook is a way for you as an artist to develop and practice. That's what a sketchbook is. It is your journey from you wanting to learn how to do something into actually learning how to do it. It's breaking down things into basic shapes. It's trying to figure out how lines work, how color works, how things blend together. It's a sketchbook. It's not supposed to be a final draft of anything. Because of that, you can leave your initial lines alone. You can leave your pencil drawings. If you just want to add in a little bit of color in some areas, you can. A sketchbook is not meant to be perfect. I have so many sketchbooks, and they each are drawings that I have done trying to get better at certain things. And none of them are perfect. Your lesson is you are going to be creating and filling in sketchbook pages like this. This was a one-day study that I did on Huskies. I literally just went on Google, I typed in Huskies, and drew some pictures that I found on there. And that's literally it. That's all I did. With your sketchbook assignment that you're going to have this week, every day, I want you to pick a subject matter, and I want you to work on that subject matter, and I want you to fill out a full spread like this, or at least attempt to, every day. I have right here my basic lines that I used. I left this as a sketch drawing. This is your way to learn. But not only that, sketchbooks are meant to be things that you travel with. So you don't have to have a large amount of supplies in order to do this. I just used this right here. It's literally a pen, a pencil with an eraser, and some colored pencils. That's it. You don't have to be perfect with it. And if you want to use markers, you can. If you want to use all pencil, that's fine too. The point is, you are going to be spending every day this week for the entire class researching and trying to draw and fill in an entire page with your drawings. So like I said, your assignment for this week, I want you to try and do a spread of artworks like this on a page or in your sketchbook where you are researching something every day. If you want to research the same thing for multiple days, that's perfectly fine, but you're still going to be drawing, you're going to be sketching it, and you're going to try and get better at it because that is the point of a sketchbook. It's not supposed to be perfect. Leave your lines in there if you want to. Thank you all very much. I hope that you have a deeper understanding of sketchbooks after this, and I also hope that you enjoy the lesson. Hello class and welcome back. In this video we're going to be covering our first lesson in our series on coloring pencils. So of course you are going to need coloring pencils for this. If you do not have coloring pencils, I will allow you to do this online with our online digital painting application. However, please follow along with coloring pencils if you have coloring pencils. So what are we doing with our coloring pencils? Well, we're not just going to be coloring our coloring sheet like right here like you would normally. Instead, what we're going to do, we are going to be using these coloring pencils and blending. So how do you blend? Blending with coloring pencils is actually very easy. It is the same way that we use regular pencils to do blending. So if you remember back to our value scales and form drawings, whenever you blend with a pencil, there's a specific way that you hold your pencil, like this or like that, where the side of the pencil lead is resting against the paper, and depending on how hard you push down on it, that is how dark the value is. And you go in circles and you push down harder to get darker values, or you lift up and get lighter values by doing that. That is a proper way of shading and blending. You do essentially the same thing with coloring pencils. So let me show you an example right here with red. So I have red, and I'm going to go right down here, and I'm going to push down really hard on the pencil, going around in circles and blending it in. And then I'm going to start lifting it up and very lightly applying less pressure, going around in circles still, until I create a nice transition from dark to light. And you can go back over it again, like get some deeper, richer colors in there like that. And that's how you create a value, or you shade with coloring pencils. Now let me show you how to blend, because blending is something that is really neat, and it creates a really nice feel to your watercolor, to your coloring pencils. So whenever you blend with coloring pencils, you want to have a lighter color, for instance like white, and then you want to have two colors that are kind of close together. So for instance, we have red, and let's get a purple. So let's see, violet purple. Yep. So let's get these two. Now the reason why these two work well together is because they're close to one another on the color wheel. So if I were to take these colors and say that I'm going to start blending them, I'm going to start in one area like this, and I'm going to just lightly blend it out like this. And then I'm going to take my purple, and I'm going to go on the opposite side, and I'm going to try to blend inward to it. So just like this. And then where those two colors meet is when you're going to start seeing color blending. And then you take your other color and you go right back over it again. And there you have a nice mix between the red and the purple, which makes that color. If you want to really make it stand out, you can go over it with some white, and that really makes it blend and pop.
Using the white clears up all those little bumps and ridges that's in it. Now this was a very quick example. Of course, you can go more in depth and detail with that, which we will be doing over here. So I'm going to show you what our lesson is for today. Our lesson for today, you are going to create blended colors inside of whatever artwork that you have chosen to do. So there's multiple different pictures for you to pick from. All you need to do is select one. And what I want you to do, I want you to try to experiment with colors that are close to one another on the color wheel. For instance, yellows and greens work really well together. So we have a yellow, a light green, and a darker green. These greens work really well together because they're very close to each other on the color wheel. So I want you to try to go in here and make some designs. So for instance, I'm going to start with yellow. And I'm going to make a little fiery design right here. And then I'm going to take, let's see, I want that to be like that right there. I'm going to take a lighter green, and I'm going to go over that like this. And I'm just making myself some patterns so I can color in. And then I'm going to take some darker greens. So what I'm doing with this, on the inside, I'm going to start with my lighter color. I am making a pattern in here. I don't know if you can see that on, oh yeah, you can see that fine on the camera. I'm going around in small circles and I'm filling in that area with that color. Now I'm going to just very lightly go outside of the lines that I drew with the yellow. And then I'm going to take my light green and I'm going to fill in the other color. Now I'm not going to color into the yellow yet. I'm just doing the outside border of it right here. And then when I have that, I'm going to very lightly start blending that into the yellow, just very, very lightly. So you're kind of making a value scale with multiple colors. I'm going to do the same thing over here. So right wherever I had my design at, I'm going to color that right in. Alright, now I'm going to go back over that area with the yellow to try to smoothen those colors a little bit, blend it in. Okay, and we have the yellow going into the light green. We are going to do the same thing now with our dark green. So I'm going to start over here right at the edge where I had my line. I'm going to make it really dark. So going around in small circles using the side of the pencil, making it dark, just like we would with the value scale. And then I'm going to lightly blend it down and just lightly blend it down to the green. And then I'm going to take my lighter green, the color we were using before, and I'm going to blend that into the darker. So as you can see, it's going to blend from a light green up to a dark green. And whenever you're doing this, you can use any colors that you want. I want you to experiment with this and try to mix colors, see how they blend well together, see what colors work well, see what colors kind of don't, and then experiment with it. Go with it, try to see what you can come up with. So now once you have this done, then you can start branching it out and you can start going in the opposite direction. So from dark green to light green. And then from light green down to yellow. Now, if you need to go over this several times, you can. There is nothing wrong with going over it multiple times. And there you have it. That is how you blend using coloring pencils. It's very simple, easy to do, and it's just like you would do with the value scale. Now, your assignment for today, you are going to be printing off one of the attached drawings, or if you have a coloring book that has animals like this in it, that have big, large sections that you can use to blend, you can actually use one of those coloring book pages. That's fine too. If you do not have access to a printer, or you do not have a coloring book page that you can use, I will allow you to trace this over to a normal piece of paper. Typically, I do not allow tracing in my class, but for this assignment, I will allow it. So if you don't have access to a printer and you do not have a coloring book page, then you can trace this over to a regular piece of paper and color it in that way. Okay, so this lesson should take you approximately 2 class periods. I want the entire animal, whichever one you picked, completely filled in with colors, blended colors. Now, you don't have to pick the same colors. If you want to do the same colors, you can. If you want to experiment and make this thing wild, crazy colors, go for it. If you want to try to experiment with purple and red and black and brown and white and green, go ahead. Go crazy with it. This is your artwork. This project is meant for you to practice. If you get finished with this artwork in one day and the second day you don't know what to do, start another one. I want you to practice blending because this lesson is going to lead directly into our next lesson, which is more in-depth coloring pencil. All right, well, thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, give me a like, give me a thumbs up. If you are not a student in my class and you would like to follow along with us, go ahead and subscribe to the channel because I will be uploading more videos as I make new lessons. Thank you all very much for watching. Have a great day. All right, hello class and welcome back. Today we're going to start with a short presentation. This is our second lesson in the coloring pencil series. So previously what we learned was shading and blending. So if you remember from the last class, we talked about how you could use different colors, blend them together to create a really nice artwork that's blended. And you don't really need expensive things to do that with either. I mean, we did it in the video with just regular Crayola coloring pencils. In fact, there's all kinds of different things that you can create with that. And that's what we're doing today. Last time in class, what we did was we practiced with some coloring book pages. We printed off, we colored them, we looked at them, stuff like that. Today, what we're doing is we're actually putting coloring pencils to the test. Not only that, we are utilizing everything else that you have learned up to this point in the class. So, what your assignment is for today, you are going to be creating your own coloring pencil artwork. You're going to be starting with a pencil sketch, then you are going to be filling in with color to create all the different shades, values, and colorings that you see. And you are going to be working off of pre-selected images. They have to be photographs. Previously, I let students pick their own images, and it ended up being cartoon characters mainly that were two-dimensional.
That's not what we're going for. We are going for actually blended colors. Coloring pencils are amazing materials if you blend them and know how to use them. So an example that we have on the screen, that is an example of something that we are looking for. Now from this point forward in the presentation, I have student examples. For instance, this is actually a student example. This is a high school example from one of the school districts that I used to teach at. This student did a phenomenal job with the colors in it, and it all has the same basic blending principles that you did in the last assignment. They are just colors that have been overlaid and blended. That is it. This is another example of coloring pencils. Now, they went a little heavy-handed with it, but that's okay. That's not bad. Finally, we have this example of coloring pencils, and what this student did, they drew the turtle, and then they color penciled it, and then they cut it out of the drawing and glued it onto a black piece of paper. So it gives that impression that it's popping out. It has really high contrast because of that. But all of these are examples of works that have been done using coloring pencils. So what your assignment is for today. You are going to be traveling to, it says this URL, but it's actually in the description down below. You're going to be traveling to that URL, which is a link to my Google Drive, which has a bunch of pictures for you to pick from. You are going to be selecting one of those images that you like and then draw it or sketch it out first. Use basic shapes, okay? Draw it like we have been drawing everything else in class. Break it down into basic shapes. Start with the basic shapes. Flush it out. Actually look at the defining characteristics and then finish up your sketch. Then you are going to try to recreate what you see with coloring pencils. If you need to sketch, I highly recommend you all sketch first. Sketching is always a good part of drawing. Make sure you sketch. Now, whenever you are finished with your sketch and you go to color it, do not just color everything one solid color. Look at what you are coloring. Remember, in this fruit that we have right here, this orange, even though we know it's orange, is not just orange. It is red that fades into a red orange, that fades into an orange, that fades into a yellow orange. This right here in the middle, it looks like a light kind of pinky yellow. This over here, the strawberry is not one solid flat color of red. It is red into dark red with little white dots with a highlight and a shadow right there. That's what you're trying to shoot for. Look at what you are drawing. Look at the colors. Try to match those colors up. That is what our previous day of practice blending was. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to close out of this presentation, and I am going to show you some of the images that you can select from, and I'm going to give you a demonstration of this. So I have I have three different selections of images for you to pick from. We have still lifes, we have fruit, and we have animals. The still lifes look like this. Fruit looks like this. Of course, we all know what fruit looks like. And then we have some animals. Fun stuff for you to pick from. Now, the one that I am going to be doing as a demonstration is this right here. So I'm going to go ahead and let me select this. I'm going to do some video magic. Boom! Look at that. Whoop! Go move that right up here. Video magic right in the making. Okay, so what I have here, I have a sketchbook that I purchased not too long ago, so it's fairly new. I don't have anything in it. I do have a sketch that I have started with the tomatoes that we see right there for this presentation. If you have a sketchbook, a little tip for you. You don't ever want to fill in the first page, because the first page gets all nasty. It's like it gets stuff from this on there, and then it gets fingerprints on it, and whatever is back here bleeds onto that. So I always leave my first page blank, and I know a lot of artists do that, so in case you're ever wondering how to keep your sketchbook nice and neat and clean, that's one way. Alright, so what I'm going to do here, I already have the sketch made up. It's a little bit heavier handed than I would have hoped for because, well, I'm doing this for the video and I can't have it be really light because then it wouldn't show up. But what I'm going to do, we are going to be looking at our reference picture right there, and I'm going to try to recreate it down here. So let me start by looking at the colors and seeing what I need. I am going to first start off by blocking in. I'm going to get probably this red. I'm going to start by blocking in the lighter colors the way that I see them. So if I start at this tomato right here, I see that it is a lighter area right around in here. So like that. That's a lighter area, and then we have another highlight right here, and then we have a couple more right there. So I know that it is going to go from dark right here up to a mid-tone up to a light. So I'm going to start right up here, and I'm just going to very lightly shade this in to create those values. Okay, now at this point I have my lighter color, which is actually labeled right here as a red-orange, and I have that down. I left the highlighted area right around in here kind of white, but then I did shade a little bit in there. I want you to really look at the colors. Look at everything that you are doing. And if you do look at this picture, you will notice, if I zoom in right here on this, you will notice that this area right around in here is actually kind of yellow. So there's a little bit of a yellow hint. You need to focus on that stuff whenever you are creating your artworks. That is what's going to make your artworks really pop and stand out and look realistic. Those little details that you add in. So by adding in those little details, you actually create a more realistic feel. So I'm going to add in a little bit of yellow through here. Okay, now what I'm going to start doing, I'm going to go in and I'm going to start adding some darker reds. Now I know that some of these areas look a little dark. That's okay. We're going to go in, add some darker reds right where we need them. So around in here, this should be a nice darker red. It looks like that in the picture, so we're going to go ahead and add that in. Okay, now that I'm looking at this, I actually see another color in there that I'm going to need to add in. And that is kind of a blue color, so very light blue color around through here. So just now what I'm doing, I am going back in with a little bit of white and I'm lightening up a few of these areas. Now white is not actually going to show up white on the paper. If you need to show up white on the paper and you've already put pencils marks down, what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to take an eraser and try to pick some of that up. And yes, an eraser will actually work with coloring pencil. Now if you put too much down it won't work, but for the most part it will actually pick up colors that you put down. Alright, now we are going to go into the darker shades. Now you might think that the darker shades are just a darker red, but you can create a darker shade by using a brown or a darker color and just lightly going over where the shadows are. And with reds in particular, they work really well with browns. Okay, now that we have that done and we have the majority of our dark values in and the majority of our highlights spaced out, now we can actually go in and start clearing up those highlights and make them look more like highlights. And how you do that, you just lightly go over the areas until it looks like what you are looking at. Okay, so the final step that I want to do, because I'm a completionist and it's going to drive me bonkers if I don't, is I need to complete that little bit of the stem. Now, whenever you do that, it's the same thing that you did before. You want to make sure that you look at the colors that are there. And you can see there's a kind of white and then a green and then a darker green and then a really dark green. Since we only have 2 colors of green in this coloring pencil set, we need to make that work. So we need to lightly shade, and then we lightly shade right here, and then we blend over into a darker green, and over here we're probably going to have to mix green with probably a blue to make it a darker green. So let's see how we can do that on this artwork. So how I did that right there, all I had to do is I started with the darker value right wherever I think that is, and then I just lightly pulled it down and away and created that value. That's it. With stems, you can either use white to blend with it, or if you want to go for a more realistic looking color, you will want to use yellow, because yellow is the color of the sun. Therefore, whenever you see natural light, it is going to have a little bit of tint of yellow to it. And that's what's really going to make it pop and look like that it's in nature. For the darker values, you're going to go for an earthy tone, so kind of a shadow brown. That is because whenever you think of a plant or something that has died or is dying or is withered up, it is brown. So that is it helps give the visual appearance that it's a shadow, because that is the natural shadow that it has. Now, something else that I would like to point out, that if you have an observant eye, you would notice I have not drawn a black line around my tomato. And the reason for that is because, in reality, there are no black lines around anything. That's a lesson that I get into more with 8th grade. But yes, in reality, there's no black line around anything. So, whenever you're drawing your artworks, don't put a black line around it. It'll make it look like a cartoon. So yes, that is how you complete a pencil shading using just coloring pencils. That's it. So that is your assignment for the next 3 days. The next 3 days, you are going to be working on an artwork like this. Now, this artwork itself, this right here, took me about 15 to 20 minutes, give or take. So your assignment, what you're going to be doing, you are going to be first selecting a picture. Then you're going to be sketching it out like this. Then you are going to be using coloring pencils to create your artwork. You will have 3 days to complete this, and what I expect is, at minimum, the entire object that you drew colored in. If you get finished with that, then I also expect you to color in the background as well. Please try to draw your artworks as big as you can on the paper, so that you have more area to work with. If you draw it super tiny and small, it's going to be really, really difficult to get those values in there. Okay, well, thank you all very much for watching. I hope that you have enjoyed this video. If you did, give me a like, thumbs up. If you are not one of my students, but you'd like to follow along in our class, go ahead, subscribe to our channel. I will be uploading our lessons as I create them. So thank you very much, and I hope you all have a great day. Okay, so in this video, you are going to be following along with me to create that barn right here. And you can either use pencils, or you can use pens, or you can use what I'm using, which is coloring pencils. So yes, in this video, I'm going to be showing you how to use coloring pencils to create this. As I said, you can use pencils, pens, or coloring pencils. Either way, this artwork should take you approximately 3 days to finish. So this assignment lasts in between 2 to 3 days, depending on how quick you are. Thank you all. I hope you enjoy the lesson. Hello, welcome back. So we're going to be drawing that barn right there. And you want to know what we're going to be using to do that? An eraser, a pencil, very simple basic coloring pencils, a ruler as well. I forgot to mention that. Or something to be a straight edge. So something you can have a straight line on it. First thing we're going to do, the link to this picture is in the description down below in case you want to print that off. Your assignment is you are going to be drawing that with me. You are going to be drawing that, and you are, if you choose to, going to be doing coloring pencils with me. Now, on the other hand, if you don't have coloring pencils or you don't want to use coloring pencils, you can also use pens if you want. Or you can just use a pencil and shade it in like we did with our value scales and form drawings. Start off by figuring out the placement of the barn. It's very simple. The barn, it's going to be dead center, smack dab. We're going to start right in the middle somewhere, probably right around in here. But let's go ahead and draw this line. So I'm going to start it right about maybe here, and it's going to go down past middle of the paper, probably right about there. Now this line is actually this line right here. So that is the line that we're going to be drawing, and that's the line that we did draw. Now we are going to kind of imagine how far down the barn goes behind all this grass because it's grown up and there is a little bit of a hill there. But the main lines that we're going to be focusing on at the moment are right here, there, over here. And then we're also going to try to link these lines together. So it kind of goes up like this and like that. So those are the main lines that we are going to try to draw in our picture right now. And we're going to draw our next line. And we want to kind of eyeball it and make sure we see where it is. It's going to be a little bit above this, and it's going to be a little bit below that. In fact, that line is probably a little bit too big. So instead, let's draw this in there, and then let's erase the areas that we don't need. So we don't need that much of it probably, and it comes down like that. So let's say we only need about that much. So let's just erase that. Okay, so there's our lines with that. And you know what? We are going to try to draw the exact same height line from here, whoop, over right about here. And that's going to be the edge of the barn on that side. So let's measure and see how big of a line that is. And it looks like it is just under 2 inches. So let's jump over here. Again, we're just going to eyeball it. We're going to see about where it is. Try to get it straight enough. And then we're going to go from a 0, so that up there, down to the 2. Boom. And there we have the main lines. Okay, so let's go ahead and draw these lines together and connect them. Down at the bottom, we're connecting these two like that. And then over here, let's connect that there. Very simple. You already have the base of your barn done. If we look back at our picture, we'll notice that the peak of the barn happens right about here. And if we draw a line through it so we can see, let's make this one yellow. If we draw a line, whoops, not yellow, we draw a line through it, you can see that it kind of matches up a little bit in the middle of these two lines. And maybe a little bit off. I say the middle's right about here. So we can go into our artwork and see where that peak is.
So if we look at this, it is 4.5 inches, give or take. So half of 4.5 is 2 3/4. So let's just make it at 3, because we know it's a little bit off from the center. And we can just line this up, trying to make it as close as we can to even on both sides. And let's just eyeball where we want the roof line to be. So we know it's on this line. So let's just put it right up here. And there we have the barn. At that point, we can just draw this down from that point to match up with the roof line here. Boom. And then we can also do the same thing over there. Let's try to match about the same angle that it has. And then, if we match about the same angle, and how I did that, if you line up the back side of your ruler against the line that you drew, that is going to give you the same angle, or approximately the same angle that you had. And that way you can see exactly where the side of your barn is in relation to the other one. So let's just draw that line in there. We're already almost done with this barn. Now, if you would notice, in the barn, we are setting at an angle looking down at it. We're not looking above it. So in actuality, the roof line on the barn is going to go at a slant. Let me zoom into this so you can see it. If we go right here and let's zoom down, the roof line at that is not a perfectly straight line. It is going at a slant. So if we were to add a line into here to see where about it's going is, so it's not at the same angle. So instead of going up like we did at the base, for instance, that line's going up, instead now we need to go down. This is something that is known as perspective, and we get into this whenever we talk about perspective. So that right there is about right. I want you to notice that these lines are eventually, if they keep going like that, going to meet somewhere. This is what is known as the vanishing point. So the vanishing point in this artwork is right about there, and I drew a dot on the table. Don't draw on your tables at school, kids. Shh. Okay, so that is about the vanishing point, because that's where both those lines go and meet at right there. Using that information, we can now draw the roof line going down. So we want to line it up with where the vanishing point is going to hit, which is right there, top of the roof, and draw it down. So where does the roof end? Good question. I am so glad you asked that. The roof ends right where, right about there. And how I got that angle, all I did is I lined up my ruler with this line and I just drug it over. And wherever that line ends, the corner of the barn, is where that roof line is. So now you can just draw that over. And let's add in this line here. That's basically our barn. From this point, it's just a bunch of details. We have all the mathematical side of it done. The difficult part is done. There's a missing board in that. I'm going to line it up because we want it to be kind of straight. And let's draw that line down, move it over just a little bit, and then we go and draw that line down again. And look at that. We now have a board right in there. Missing board. There's also a line going off this way. Kind of looks like a, I don't know, like a extra barn door kind of slide going on there. Add that in there. We got a big old door over here. Very easy to add that in. Just a bunch of lines. All I'm doing, I am just looking at the artwork. I'm seeing what I can see. The best way to draw something is just to look at it. That's all you have to do. Look at the lines, look at what you're drawing, and draw it. And then the roof line. The roof line, all this is really jagged. So all we have to do, make this look dilapidated, is just to really mess up these lines going on here. There's one piece that kind of goes up like that and goes shoo. And all I'm doing, just looking at the picture. I'm seeing what it looks like, and I'm just kind of freehanding adding it in. That's the beautiful thing about working with a barn that is basically fallen in. You can be as sloppy with it as you want, and it makes it look even better. Okay, so we got the main thing of the barn done. Very quick, easy to do. Now let's focus on the background and the greenery. Very, very simple to make this stuff. First off, the background, really easy. It's a line. Horizon line right here. Boom. That's as far as it gets with that. The next is the trees. All you have to do is just do some jagged lines like that. And just go up around where you think the trees are going to be. Just like that. Now trees, if you watched my other video, which spoiler, one of the choices that you could have picked was a tree. And you could pick that, watercolor it, do some pencil lines. Basically, what I said in that, how to draw trees, is you do squiggles. The further away it is, the tighter the squiggles. The darker it is, the tighter the squiggles. Basically, you just make a bunch of squiggles. And those squiggles make it look like greenery. Okay, now I want you to pay close attention to the trees back here. You notice that there's some darker areas here and some lighter areas. I am looking off of the reference picture to know where the dark colors are. You need to look off the reference picture. Everything you need to know is right there. So make sure you keep looking off that. Next thing we're going to do is draw in the hill. So the hill actually comes up on the barn just a little bit, I'd say right about here, and then it kind of curves down and over like that. Also kind of curves over like that right there as well. So it's kind of like it's sunken in a little bit. And then we also have the greenery around. So since this is now covered up with the hill, we don't need that anymore. Just erase that. It's approximately the same thing that we had before, just some scribbles. That's really it. So we're going to graph this out first. We're going to have the vines, because this is actually ivy growing up the side of this. And I want to kind of map out where it's going to be at until it gets to a certain point. After it gets to a certain point, then it doesn't really matter. Now for the ivy, same thing we did before. We're just going to draw in some scribbles, some nice scribbles all over the place right down through here where we think the leaves are going to be. Okay, and now that we have that done, what we're going to do, we're going to add in a few of the details with the boards and things like that. So it's very easy to do, and I know what you're thinking. Right now, we haven't even started with the coloring pencils yet, and that's okay, because we will start with it eventually, okay? We just need to get these basic shapes down first. So what you need to do, you need to go in and start adding in some of the lines for the barn, and it's really simple to do. See, I just added in that little board that was sticking up right up there in the corner, and you can pencil and shade these in if you want. That's okay. But what you want to do with this is you want to try and pencil in some of the board details that you can. So just a few of them. And all you have to do with that, you don't even have to have a ruler for this. You can just draw the lines down as you kind of see them sporadically. And like I said, this is the beautiful part about drawing a really old, dilapidated barn, because the wood that's in it is not new, it's not pristine, it is not even, so you can be sloppy with it. As long as the lines are pretty much straight, it'll still look good. Okay, now something I wanted to point out over here and right there. This part of the barn is closest to us. So that means that whenever you see the boards, they're going to be wider apart than as they get further away. As they get further away, the board lines need to get closer together. And it's the same thing over here. These lines are closer together and these lines are further apart. That's because it's getting further away from the eye. So you want to try to keep that consistent so your viewer knows exactly where the depth is going in the artwork. So we mainly have the barn done now. We just need to work on the roof. Very simple to do. We're just going to look at where the lines are in the roof. That's it. Just look at where these lines are and put them down in there. And again, they don't have to be perfect. In fact, all these little nicks that you can put in it, like this right here, that little nick, and this over here, that big old crease in the metal, all of that is going to make it look even better. So just sporadically put it in there, add a few lines going down. That's really all that you need. Just make sure that they are straight lines so they match up with the angle that you've created right here. Okay, and now what we're going to do is we're going to start coloring. At this point, if you would prefer to just go in and use a regular pencil and shade in the rest of this and do the grass and everything else in the sky, really make it high detailed, go for it, okay? If that's what you want to do, you just want to use pencil, go for it. If you want to use pens and go in and start pen and inking this, go ahead and try it. What we are going to do, or at least what I'm going to do in this video, I'm going to use some coloring pencils for this. So an example with blending coloring pencils. I'm going to have one right here so we can see it. When you blend coloring pencils, you want to start with a light color and blend it into a color that it normally blends into. For instance, yellow and blue make green. So it's a natural transition from go to yellow to green. So for instance, if I were to say go from orange to red, I would want to start with a lighter color and put that down first and very lightly put it down like that and just very lightly push on it, blend it in like we would with the value scale or form drawings. And you can see we already have a transition going from darker to lighter. Now I can take my red and I can go right in it and do the same thing and just go over it, and it all blends in together and creates a nice smooth transition. And this is exactly the same thing that we are going to be doing with the barn whenever we draw it. If you want to get more of a smooth transition, all you have to do is go in again with a lighter color and boom, we have a nice smooth transition from orange to red, just like that. So that's the same technique that we're going to be using on the barn. So the color that I would like to start with first off is going to be blue, and it's not actually for the sky. Instead, I'm going to put blue for the tin in the roof, and that is because if you look at that color on the barn, it is actually blue. So I'm going to start with this color blue, and we're going to fade it from kind of a darker blue up here down to a lighter blue. Now I'm not going to be using the same blue for everything. In fact, I'm going to go over it with a little bit darker blue, just so I can blend in the colors a little bit more up at the top. Now I'm going to go over those little lines that we made for the roof divots, and I'm going to go over them with just a little bit of the blue. Okay, so for the darker areas, you can either use a red or you can use kind of a brown. I'm actually probably going to use a red because when I'm looking at that picture, the shadows kind of look like they have a little bit of rust in them. And rust is primarily like a red kind of brown. So I'm going to use a little bit of red. Okay, and aside from some final little detailed touches that we can add later on, the roof is pretty much done on that. So now let's work on probably one of the most difficult things, which is the siding. And the siding, even though it looks difficult, it's really not. Because you might see that as black paint. And it is black paint, but the thing with that is it's not solid black paint. It's been faded over many, many years. It's got white in it, it's got blue in it, and it's got grays in it. So I'm going to start with a blue, and we're going to go over basically a lot of the areas with the blue first before we go and we start tackling the black in it. Now you may have noticed that I left some areas white, and that's because they are white in the picture. The white areas, we don't have a white coloring pencil. Well, actually you do, but it doesn't actually make things white. It just makes things easier to blend. So the white of the paper is going to be left alone for the whites that are in the artwork. So you want to think ahead about that one. Okay, so now that we have the blue down, let's try to add in the black. And we don't want to go straight black, like push down as hard as we can type deal. We don't want to do that. Instead, what we want to do is we want to kind of go over those dark areas that are the darkest, like maybe the empty holes like that and the creases in the wood, and then we're going to shade over it. So let me fill in the dark areas first. Okay, now that we have the darker areas added in, let's go in and start shading it. Now we want to go very light at first, and we just want to shade in some of the areas of the wood. So the darker areas, like where we want the wood to stand out, where the wood grains are, we're going to push down a little bit, make that stand out more. But try and look and see where the light values are in the wood and where the dark values are, and try to match it up with the picture. Okay, so now that we have the sides of the barn done, let's focus on the greenery. Now the reason why we went ahead and filled that in with the pencil was because it's going to make it a lot easier to define our colors later on. So we want to start with the lighter color, so kind of like a yellow, and we're going to go in with where we see the yellow at in the artwork, and we're just going to start lightly putting that in and just blending it around and making it go. Okay, now that we have the yellow in, we're going to start with some lighter green, and we're going to blend it out where the yellow was into where the green starts. So just look at where the yellows were and start blending it out, and that's all you have to do. Now, if you reach an area like this where you have a lot of coloring pencil down, you can actually take your eraser and bring that back up, and you can actually remove some of the wood grain too if you want to give that kind of effect, where you can just go down and kind of bring some of that back up. So doing that gives you a nice little effect, but it also gives you room to color more. Now that you have the lighter green, let's go into the darker green, and we're going to do the same thing. So just look at where the darker greens are and blend those in. Okay, now we are going to go into the really dark areas. And believe it or not, we are going to be using blue. So blue makes a really nice shadow for a lot of the greens. It makes it really nice and dark. So we're going to be using that. And then once we add in a little bit of blue, we are going to complement that with just a little bit of red. So yes, that together will give you a nice shadow inside of your greenery. Okay, let's move on to the grass. Grass is fun. Grass is fun because grass is easy. All you have to do with that, pick up your 3 different values of green that we have, which is yellow, light green, and dark green. We're going to kind of put these things together like this, and then we are going to go make sure they're all hitting on the paper like that, and then we're just going to make this little motion, and it's going to go, it's just kind of up and over little swishes. That's all it is, like this, and it goes whew, just like that. Okay, now we are going to go in with a very light green. Just going to go over it like that. In the darker areas, I'm going to go over it with some brown right along in here. Darken it up just a little bit. Just look at where the darker areas are. And then we're going to keep looking at these colors, and we see some darker colors in there too. So let's go ahead, add in some blacks, just a few of them here and there. And we're actually going to kind of swish those up like we did the grass. So just like that, just kind of here and there, kind of swish it up just like that. I'm lightly putting this in. So what I'm doing with this grass, I'm kind of clumping it, like I'm going to use right here as an example. I'm clumping it, and I'm going like that, where they kind of go up and they make little whoop like that, but they're all coming out of the same place. That way it adds to the effect that there's grass there in many different colors and shades. Finally, let's go over with some lighter greens again, kind of blend all these back in. And we're going to have a nice grassy looking fields. Okay, now the next step is the trees in the background, and those we're not really going to worry about very much because they are in the background. You don't really see them a whole lot, so we're just going to kind of lightly shade over those squiggles that we made with our dark green color, kind of fill those in just a little bit very quickly. And in the really dark areas, we can go over it and bear down a little bit harder on the pencil, and gives us those darker colors in the back behind it. Next, we are going to finish up the sky. Sky is very simple. You guessed it, it's just a blue. But if you notice, there's different variations. It's actually a little bit darker of a blue right over here, and a brighter blue over here, and then kind of white down here, which makes for an awesome photograph, and it also makes for a really neat picture. picture to color, because we get a nice fade transition, and since the barn is backed up against a white horizon, it makes the barn stand out. So let's go up here, and we're just going to start going around in small circles, shading this in, and then we're going to blend it very lightly down into a white. Now that we have that done, I'm going to take some darker blue, and I'm going to go into the darker areas that we had up here and just blend those right into the other blue that we had. Makes a nice smooth transition. Neat sky. So a light blue and then a dark blue laid over top. Final thing I want to show you, the clouds. Clouds, super easy. Take your eraser. Once you get the sky done, clean off your eraser. Make sure it's nice and clean on the top. Yep, good enough. And then you go up here and you erase where you want your clouds to be. And the beautiful thing about doing it like this is because it leaves over those little residues, and it makes it actually look like you blended those clouds in there whenever really you didn't. So, easy job making a cloud, and all it costs you is just a little bit of an eraser. Now, obviously, it wouldn't be a Mr. Gray lesson without me telling you to put your own spin on it. I showed you how to do the basics. I want you to go in and really, really spruce this up and make it your own. So, there's a few things I didn't do in here. I didn't finish this out. I didn't finish the barn out completely. I left a whole section of it gone. I showed you how to do the clouds, showed you how to do the trees, showed you how to do the roof and the siding and the greenery. It's up to you to finish the rest of this barn how you want it. So, you have 2 to 3 days on this assignment, depending on how long you need. Probably take about 3 days. If you have any questions about it, please let me know. Your assignment is to make that barn. You can either do it with pencil, or you can do it with coloring pencil or pen and ink. If you're doing coloring pencil, it'll probably take you 3 days. If you're doing a regular pencil, it'll probably take you 2. So, use your own discretion at that. Come up with your own artwork for it. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. If you are not one of my students, but you'd like to follow along with our lessons, go ahead and subscribe to our channel, because that is how you're going to stay up to date with all the lessons that I upload, which I am uploading all the lessons that I give to my students in class. If you have any questions, please leave a comment down below. Like and subscribe if you would like to. And thank you all very much. I hope you have a great, wonderful rest of your day. Hello and welcome back to our next lesson. This lesson is going to be narrative art. For more details about this and how long the lesson is going to last, please check the Google Classroom. Okay, so let's get started. What is narrative art? Well, I'm sure that we all know what a narrative is. A narrative is a story that is told. And narrative art is art that tells a story. That's basically it. I mean, you're taking the concept of a narrative and applying it to a story.
I don't get it.
Pretty straightforward. However, what's not so straightforward is sometimes the narrative in the artwork is not spelled out for you. For instance, let's look at this artwork here. This artwork showcases 2 images. One is an image of a typical grocery store with some kids running around, and the bottom image looks like a medieval kind of, I don't know, Dungeons and Dragons type of artwork or fortress. So what is this artwork trying to say? Well, let's first look at the top image. The top image, the main thing that sticks out whenever you see that is the main guy right up front that is visibly yelling at the kids. And the kids, they're not really paying attention. They're just kind of doing their own thing. And it looks like they're saying they're playing keep away from the white tiles. Well, in the kid's mind, which is down in the image below, you can see that in reality, they're not inside of a supermarket or a store. They are inside of a castle with lava and floating tiles and all kinds of medieval things that are really cool, and that's their imagination at play. The story here, or what the artist is trying to say, is as you get older, you lose that sense of imagination, because the adults in this artwork, well, first off, the man's yelling at the kids like, what are you doing? And the woman is sitting there looking at her son going, oh my gosh, please get back here. Please stop that. Don't do that. Don't run in here. In the kids' eyes, they're not in a supermarket. Their imagination has developed and encompassed everything around them. Their entire world is their imagination. It is their play zone. Everything is. But as we age and we get older, we lose that sense of imagination and that sense of playfulness. It's something that as we age, we can't really relate with anymore. And that's what the artist is trying to say. Now let's go and see one that is a little bit more straightforward. Now, whenever you first see this artwork, the first thing you're going to notice is the huge, massive dragon jumping out of the book and the girl screaming like, oh my gosh! But whenever you actually look at this, you'll notice a few little odd things. For instance, you have a knight right up at the top of her head. You have knights and soldiers crawling up to her shoulder and up her book strap and around these other books in the back. And not only that, the dragon is holding a princess captive. The artist is telling you that books can transport you to a magical place. They can take you from where you're currently at and put you somewhere else. For instance, have you ever been watching a TV show or reading a book or playing a video game, and then all of a sudden nothing else in the entire room exists? It is just you and what you're doing, and you are just sucked right into whatever you're doing. That's what the artist is saying here. The artist is saying that when you get into something, books can be just as vivid as anything else, and they can suck you right into the story. So much so that you feel like you are actually there.
That makes sense to me.
It doesn't always have to be a grand, elaborate kind of thing that we just saw in the previous two images. It could actually be something as simple as a joke. And I always have a lot of students that kind of get stumped by this until they read the title of the artwork right here. Time is money. That's the joke. Time is money.
It was so funny!
So let me allow you time to decipher a few as well. This next one is a very simple one. I want you to go ahead, pause the video if you need to, and tell me what you think the meaning of this artwork is. The meaning of this artwork is very simple. Be the one that shines the brightest. Everything else around, all the other light bulbs, they're dimmed out, they're burnt out, they don't work, they are just sitting there stagnant. But you want to know why you can see all of those other lights is because the one that is lit up is shining on the rest of them. Are you going to be the same as everybody else? Or are you going to make something of yourself, and are you going to be the one that shines brighter than the rest? I'm going to give you a few seconds to look at this artwork, and if you need to, go ahead and pause, and we will be deciphering it in just a few seconds. So this artwork has a lot of stuff going on in it. First off, let's point out what we can see. We can see that there is a dead tree surrounded by a bunch of rocks that are jetting up to it, which leads your eye into the tree, makes a nice little triangle for we will get into later on in the semester. But yeah, just keep that in mind that triangles represent a lot of strength. We also have water that has been receding away from this pathway that leads you directly up to this tree, and this tree is dead. But the clouds in the background make it look like the tree is full of leaves and alive. So what does all this mean? Well, as I said, the rocks jetting up to the tree make a great foundation. It lets you know that that tree carries a lot of weight and it needs those supports in order to support the significance of that tree. The tree represents your life. It represents what you are going to be doing and everything that could be going on in your life. It also represents that at the current state, you might not feel great on the inside. You might feel like that everything is crashing down around you, that you are just covered with rocks and you have so many other things that are weighing you down, making you feel like you're just dead on the inside. But in this moment in time, a fleeting moment, water has receded. You have a pathway leading up to this beautiful scenery. And yes, even though the tree is dead, it is still beautiful. It's beautiful to look at. It has a lot of intricacies that make it pretty. And just for that moment, the sky has opened up, and not only do you feel alive, but your environment and the world around you makes you alive. So yeah, this one was a little bit deeper than the other ones, but I like to show this because it gives you an understanding of how art doesn't just have to be pretty. Art can tell a story. And it can tell a very elaborate story without ever using any words whatsoever. And the other beautiful thing about it is sometimes artworks can have different meanings altogether for different people. What I just explained to you here might be an interpretation that I see, but maybe you see a different interpretation. That's the beautiful thing about art. Your assignment for the next couple days, you are going to be creating your very own narrative artwork. And I don't care what kind of narrative you have. You can have it be based off of a story, or you can have it be based off of a song lyric, or maybe even a caption in a book, maybe even a commercial or something you saw on YouTube. That's perfectly fine. But the thing is, it has to tell a story of some kind. Even if it's just a story of you riding the school bus. As long as it's a story, you can do it. But it's not just that. You are not allowed to use words.
What?
Obviously, if there's a stop sign, you can write stop on a stop sign so you know what it is. But what I mean by no words, you cannot specifically say what your story is in the artwork.
I can't do it. I can't do it, Squidward.
Please make sure you make sketches of your work. That way you can understand what you're going to be doing. Once you sketch it out, you know what you're doing. Then I can give you some bigger paper so you can actually work on your project and have a larger page for it. I do expect this artwork to be either fully colored or fully shaded. It's up to you. It's your own preference. And I want you to try to have fun with this. Come up with your own story. Now, I do have some student examples. And before I get into the student examples, let me explain that these examples are from whenever I was teaching online. So in that format, I had to structure my lesson a little bit differently. They had to tell me what their song that they chose was, and they had to include the lyrics so I could see if they accurately depicted it.
That makes sense to me.
So yeah, these examples are going to be slightly different than the ones that you're going to be making. So this example, it comes from a Pink Floyd song, which is Another Brick in the Wall Part 2, and it says, how can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? So it shows an anime character wanting to know where the pudding is, and it has a plate of chicken in front of him. So, yeah, I mean, it's saying, how can you have any pudding when you don't eat your meat? He hasn't ate his meat, so he's not going to get any pudding, and he's not happy about it. This artwork is from the song Mr. Blue Sky, and basically that song says that when the sky is blue, everything is happy and awesome. So it shows people jumping, being happy, and in the blue sky. This artwork is from the song Peaches, and the verse that it was going to represent was millions of peaches, peaches for free, millions of peaches, peaches for me. So it shows an anime person with their dog on a mound of peaches, and they're all theirs. Pretty straightforward. Now this last one, I include it because I think it is one of the best examples I have ever seen for this assignment. The song is Sweet Dreams Are Made of This by the Eurythmics. And the verse goes, I traveled the world and the 7 seas. Everybody is looking for something. So as you can see, there is a globe or an earth that is drawn, but it's drawn in a shape of a CD. The CD is representative of it being from a song. So the song, being the lyrics that you see on the screen, is representative of the world that it's encompassing. You see feet tracking all over the world, and it goes into the I traveled the world in the 7 seas. It's went all over the world. Everybody's looking for something. But the character, he hasn't found what he's looking for. He's still looking. Everyone's looking for something. But what is it? This was an amazing example because not only does it encompass the lyrics, but it also includes where the lyrics came from, which was a song. It was a spectacular piece of work that showcased everything together in one. So that's your assignment. Your assignment is to come up with your own narrative, your own story. I don't care if it's from a song, a book, a movie, a quote, something you found online. I don't care. I want you to come up with something, a narrative, and I want you to tell that story or that narrative in an artwork without using words. Do not use any words to tell your story. Only use artwork. Make sure you sketch it out. Make sure you come up with a plan, then you are to create it. It needs to be either fully colored or fully shaded by the time you get done. If you all have any questions, please let me know. More information about this and outlines will be in the Google Classroom. Thank you all very much. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Hello and welcome back to another video. This video I'm going to be showing you an art lesson that my students typically enjoy, and that is the meaning behind art. So what does art mean? Well, art is not just a way to spend your time creating something pretty. It can be something more than just something pretty to look at. In fact, if you haven't noticed this yet as being part of my students and in my classroom, art takes time, and it takes a lot of time. So it makes sense that artists would actually put a little bit of themselves into their work, because if you think about it, art is very personal. Time is what you spend whenever you are making art, and time is the one thing that you will never be able to get back. You can always play a video game for a little bit longer if your account got erased or the new Fortnite comes out and you have to start over your levels. That's fine. You can always devote more time into that and build that back up. You can always make more money. You can always go back and get more stuff. You can always replace pretty much anything in life except for time. And because of that, artists usually put themselves or stories or meanings or something thoughtful and meaningful into their works. And it can be something as simple as a history, or maybe it's a little story that they want to tell or something like that, or it could be something very personal. Art can show many different things. And actually, the very first artworks, known as cave paintings, which were discovered around, they were thought to be made at about 30,000 BC. Cave paintings actually do have a meaning behind them. The story with cave paintings are, during that time in our history, we were what were known as hunter-gatherers. We would hunt out an area, and then we would move on to a new area whenever all the livestock and all of the food was taken out of that area. Well, over time, we developed a method of basically keeping a historical record of all the animals and species that were there. And what that was is we went into caves and we painted pictures of the livestock that we hunted there. So then, say that we traveled for a couple hundred years and we came back to the same area that we were at before. We could go into the caves and we could look around and we could see, hey, here's a cave painting, and it shows that we have antelope and deer and buffalo and all this wonderful stuff that is in this area. And that was a history record for us, so we could see where we previously have been and what was there and the quantity of it. That way, we could look around and we could say, hey, well, there's not that many buffalo here, but this painting says there should be more. Let's move on to a new area and then let this one develop a little bit further so we can come back when there's more livestock there. So that was what the first cave paintings were used for. They were kind of a history marker, if you would. Now, let's move forward into around the 1700 BC area. Now, in this time, there was a lot of wars going on in the world, and there was a lot of different cultures that were popping up and going away every couple hundred years and things like that. The main focus in this time period was actually the Assyrian nation's artworks of the relief sculptures of lions. And the reason why this was very significant was because lions were hunted for sport, typically by kings, and they weren't really thought of as easy prey. If a lion wandered into a civilization, typically they would capture it and they would deliver it to the king so the king could kill it. And it was a sign of dominance, of power. And the reason for that is because back then we did not have sufficient means of protecting ourselves against lions unless you were very wealthy and you could afford the best swords and bows and arrows and things like that. So lions were thought of as being the top predator. And if you went up against a lion, more than likely you wasn't going to come out on top. So the Assyrians actually used their carvings of their lion hunts or lionesses hunts all around the borders of their cities. And they did this as kind of a scare tactic because they actually hunted lions for sport. And it wasn't just the king. It was the king and his officials and people in the army and things like that. They would actually go out and have hunting raids where they would hunt lions for fun. In fact, the king was found in a scroll that was found, was quoted by saying that they actually captured lions and bred them in captivity just so they could use them for hunting purposes, and they would let them loose in their Colosseum museum area, you know, places where they all could congregate together and kill the lions in masses. So this worked as a scare tactic for many years because most nations would look at a lion and go, oh boy, that's a lion. Ooh, that's scary. And then they would look at the Assyrian army and say, oh my goodness, these people hunt lions and they do it for fun? So yeah, it was kind of a scare tactic, and it worked very well. So we see that art can be used as a historical marker. We also see that it could be used to persuade audiences into different lines of thinking. Well, let's look at a more modern artwork made in the 1700s, late 1700s, and this is in the style of neoclassicism. This artwork depicts a popular story from the Roman Empire. I don't know if it is true or not, but the story goes that Rome actually had an agreement with another Italian country. I'm not really for sure the name of it, but they had an agreement with them that said instead of going to war, what they would do is they would send 3 of the king's sons on both sides to battle, and whoever won would be the victor in the war that they were going to have. And this artwork depicts that. It shows 3 Roman sons of the king, and they are reaching their hand out, willing to take the gauntlet of the swords that the king is handing to him or them, willing to go out, risk their lives, and sacrifice themselves for the country that they grew up in. They are willing to fight for everyone. And then over to the side, in the back, you can see the wives crying over the sons that were going to go out. And then you also see their mother cradling their other children in the background. Very touching, moving artwork. And it tells the story of how they went out and were preparing to go into war. And you could see the determination in their face, the agony of the wives in the on the side of the artwork, and then the father in the middle, praying as he gives the swords to the children. So, tells a very good story. It depicts it, and art can be used to do that as well. Now, let's look at something a little bit more personal. Vincent van Gogh's Starry Night. Now, this is a very famous artwork that many people have seen. What not a lot of people know about this is that this artwork is, as Vincent put it, a reflection of his life and how he thought of himself. So, I get into this in another lesson where I talk about Vincent van Gogh and the Impressionist and Claude Monet, and we get into all the neat little details about their lives. But in this artwork, Vincent van Gogh, he's nearing the end of his artistic career. And there's lots of stuff going on in here. He basically just hit the plateau in his life. He doesn't think that there's really much else going on because of his eating habits and things that he was doing that really wasn't healthy for him. His internal organs were starting to shut down. He was in a lot of pain, and he knew that something bad was going to happen to him for too much longer. In this artwork, he is showing and depicting not only his mood with the blue skies and the colors swirling around, but he's also depicting his life story that he feels like is very reminiscent of another story. And this story comes from the Bible, and it is Joseph and the coat of many colors. Vincent van Gogh actually lines his life up with that story, and he does so in this artwork. For instance, Vincent van Gogh has many siblings. He has 11 other siblings, and so does Joseph with the coat of many colors. And you can see that in all the stars. There are 11 total stars in the Starry Night painting, and then Vincent van Gogh, he is the 12th one, and he is symbolized as the moon. Now, the moon is going to be, it's the biggest and the brightest, and it's shining light down upon the city. That is reminiscent of him saying, hey, look, my other siblings, they're great, but I am going to be so much better. Just like in the original story, whenever the brother was taken away and became a ruler. Vincent van Gogh thought that he was going to become a ruler, where he was going to be looking down on the city from where his art strived and where he became known as the best artist in the world. The tree, which most people look at and they think it's a church or a building or something like that, it's actually an evergreen tree, which means that it's going to stay green and flush year-round. And that counterbalances everything else, where it doesn't really look like much, but at the same time it is growing nonstop, and it symbolizes his growth as an artist. Okay, so we looked at how artwork can tell a story. We looked at how artwork can be a historical document. We looked at how it could be persuasive, and we also looked at how it could be very personal. So now I'm going to show you an artwork that is very political. This artwork is depicting Napoleon, and he is riding on a horse going up the side of a mountain, and you can see the advancing army behind him, and he is leading the army to victory. Now, for any of you who are familiar with horses, you probably know that a horse could never go up a mountain like that, a rocky mountain. Horses were not designed to be like that. I mean, they're just not made to be on rocky surfaces like that. Horses are primarily rode on level ground, plains, wooded areas, things like that. In actuality, a mountain is not where a horse needs to be. A donkey would be perfectly suitable for a mountain, however, and more than likely Napoleon probably did ride a donkey going up that mountain. But that would not look as stunning and as powerful as a steed. So they actually replaced the donkey with a model of a horse, painted that in. And if you notice, Napoleon, he is historically known for being short. In actuality, he wasn't short, he was just normal height. But the reason why everybody thinks that he is short is because of all of his pictures that he is depicted in. If you were to take Napoleon in this artwork off that horse and stand him up, he would actually be as tall as the horse. And not as tall as a horse standing up, I mean as tall as the horse whenever he is in that position where he's leaning back and neighing. Napoleon would be over 7 foot tall in this artwork. In actuality, he was just average height. So that's why everybody thought that he was short. He's not, he's just average. But if he was painted his actual height, it would not give the illusion or the impression that the artist was going for, where Napoleon was big and strong. He had to be tall, he had to be muscular, he had to overwhelm the viewer. And that was propaganda. This whole painting is propaganda for Napoleon. Napoleon was made to look mean, rough, rugged, and tough, and nobody needed to mess with him, and that's what the artist was trying to do. Okay, and now comes to your assignment. We have looked at many different artworks. I have shown you how they can be displayed in many ways, how they could tell different stories, and how they can actually be used. Now is your time to go to an online gallery, which I've personally set up, and the link is going to be in the description. Now, there are famous artworks there. You just need to go, select an artwork from the list of many artworks that you can pick from, and you need to answer 3 questions. 1, what do you feel the story behind this artwork, or what was the artist trying to say? So what do you think the story is, or what do you think the artist was trying to say? That is question 1. Question 2, what feelings or emotions do you feel or are conveyed in this artwork? And question 3, what questions would you ask the artist about this work if you could? Now, please, no cheating. I know we all have the internet and you can look up these pictures and get the correct answer. No, that's not the point of it. The point of this assignment is for you to try to come up with your own understanding of the artwork. So please, go ahead, go to the link, and select one artwork. See if you can come up with this. See if you can answer these questions. And then after you come up with these,
Go ahead, Google it, look it up, and see if you were right. But have fun with this. Don't think that if you got it wrong that you're wrong. Art is subjective. It is. It could have many different meanings. The only person who knows is the one that created it. Thank you all very much for watching. I hope that this lesson has helped you. I hope that you've learned a lot from it. If you'd like to follow along with us, you can go and you can complete this yourself. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you have a great, wonderful rest of your day. Hello class and welcome back. In this lesson, we are going to be covering art as in an art gallery. So, I know we haven't really covered much about this kind of setting before, but typically I do like to introduce my students to other artworks that are in galleries and things like that. So an art gallery is a building that is designated for displaying art. It's like a museum. It can house famous works like a museum does, or it can even be works from local artists where artists come in and they donate their work and things like that. Typically, we have an art show once a year, and we show artwork from our students and sometimes our staff members. We might have a staff art show, but we definitely always have a student art show too. Well, to get you prepared for that, I want you to take some time and visit our art tour that we have virtually. And some of the images that you see here, these are the images that are available in our online art gallery. These images range from very famous works like the one you're seeing here to more modern renditions, for instance this online artist here. There's lots of different artworks that I have available on this digital art show. And the link is in the description down below. Your goal for today, and this is an assignment that I really want you to think about. Your goal, or your assignment, I want you to actually look through all of these artworks. Just go through it a quick glance, see which one of these artworks that you really like that stands out to you, and I want you to answer these questions. What is the name of the artwork, and who is the artist? That's the first question. Second question, upon first seeing the artwork, what stood out to you? Next, if you were to guess, what would you think the story or meaning of this artwork is? Question number 4, if there was one thing that you could change about the artwork, what would it be and why? Now, after you answer these questions, write your answers down because I want to know what artworks you're looking at and your thoughts on it. But after you answer these questions, I want you to Google your image. See if you can find out information about the artist, about the work. See what you could come up with. And then I want you to write me a short paragraph essay on what your thoughts are about the artwork. Have your thoughts changed since you looked up the artwork? What were they before? What are they now? What did you find out about your research? And has your opinion of the artwork changed now that you have looked it up? Take your time on this. You have an entire class period to work on this, and I'm not asking you to write an entire 3 or 4 page essay. This can just be something really quick. It can be, I'm looking for a paragraph, maybe 2 paragraphs, hopefully a half a page essay on it, so it's not very long. But I really want you to look through these works and find one that stands out to you. Really look at these works and try and see if you can get inside of the head of the artist. Just think about the work, research it, see what you can come up with about it. Okay, so that is your assignment. Go ahead, answer those questions for me. Let me know what your artwork is and give me your thoughts on it. Thank you all very much for watching. If you like this video, go ahead, give me a thumbs up. If you would like to browse through our online selection of artwork, the link is in the description. If you have a question or comment, go ahead, leave me a comment down below. And if you are not one of my students, but you would like to participate in the class, go ahead and subscribe to our channel, because I'm going to be uploading all of my lessons over the next couple weeks. And just in case you want to be part of our class, you can keep up to date whenever a new lesson comes out. So thank you all very much for watching. I hope you have a great day. For the past couple weeks, we have been doing a lot of research, and you might not have noticed that we've been doing that. We've been breaking it down into different lessons. The first one was research with sketchbooks. Then we went into research with art meaning, and you started deciphering artworks as well as looking up to see what the artist was trying to say in those artworks that you were deciphering. This week, you are going to be creating your very own artwork that has meaning. Now you may be thinking, hey, we already did that. I thought we did narrative art. And yes, we did. However, narrative art is not the same thing as having art with meaning. Narrative art means that you are telling a story just using art. Art with meaning means that there is meaning and purpose behind what you did. It doesn't necessarily have to be telling a story. It could be, like we mentioned, an emotion or a feeling. For instance, in my example that I have here, this is an artwork that I made. There was an obstacle in my life that I had to overcome, and I painted this as a way for me to get that emotion out of my system. The emotion in this, or the meaning behind this painting to me, is overcoming obstacles, where the people, they are approaching a mountain, and that is a difficult travel. They could very easily walk around it, as you see that there are areas over here where they could very easily walk around the mountain. Instead, they're going directly for the mountain. That artwork has a lot of sentimental value to me because, like I said, I was going through a time in my life where I felt like there was a large obstacle that I had to overcome, and that helped me convey that emotion that I was feeling in my work. That is what your all's goal is going to be. Now, it may be something completely different. You might not have an obstacle that you are going over. Instead, it might just be that you're really happy and you want to express that, or it might be that you want to convey something else. Maybe you do want to tell a story. Maybe you represent something. It is entirely up to you. I don't know what your feeling or your meaning behind your work is going to be. But your assignment for this week, I would like you to come up with an artwork and completely finish it this week that shows meaning. You are going to have a sketch first. You can't just jump directly into it without sketching out your ideas. You're going to have to come up with a plan on how you can achieve your goal. If this includes you going back and doing some research and sketching some more, that's perfectly fine. If this includes you doing some tests with different materials, fine too. But your end goal needs to be, by the end of the week, you have a completed artwork that shows meaning. And not only that, but you can explain what the meaning of it is and point it out. Thank you all very much. I hope that you enjoy this lesson, and I'll see you next time. Hello and welcome back. In this lesson, we are going to be covering digital painting. Digital painting is a form of painting or a form of drawing on a computer. Now, originally, this was created in the 1960s with a CAD program, or a computer-aided design software. This was a program that was pretty much used for blueprints and layouts and things like that for engineers and structural designs. Later on in the 1980s, computers became more accessible. They still were not the laptops that we have today, but they were beginning to appear inside people's houses. And a truly revolutionary painting application emerged, and that was called Mac Paint. It was available for the Macintosh computers, and it was very simple and basic, but you could draw with it, and it was considered painting.
Later on in that same year, a new application came out that is still around today. In 1988, the program called Photoshop emerged. It was then called Display, but later renamed to Photoshop. And Photoshop is the program that has stuck around and withheld the test of time. It is considered to be the big dog of all photo manipulations and photo editing or digital painting software. So digital painting has actually taken off quite a bit in recent years. It used to be not very popular. However, it has become more popular due to the fact that you don't have to clean up messes. It doesn't require very much at all to get started. Mainly you just have to pay the money up front to get a device of some kind to be able to digitally paint on, and that's it. After that, it's very easy to send your work off, and in most cases you can actually replicate pretty much the same thing that you can do in reality, but in a digital format. There are lots of big names. The applications range from free things all the way up to paid for applications like Photoshop. Photoshop right now for the Bare Bones Basics edition, which is the Essentials edition, is $30 a month. Now it goes up from there if you would like the Pro CSS version. Of course, that costs more. There's other applications as well, which is some of them listed here. Affinity Photo is one, which is a flat fee of $50. Then you can get into some free applications like GIMP or Photopea or Paint.net. All of these are applications that you can use to digitally paint, and they all pretty much have something in common. Almost every one of the digital painting applications you use they are going to try to replicate Photoshop in some way. This is a screenshot of Photoshop, what it looks like. And I'd like to point out to you, right here on the left-hand side, this is what is known as the toolbar. This is basically the standard as far as photo editing or digital painting programs go. They all try to mimic this toolbar that Photoshop has on the side. Something else that they try to mimic is right here. This is called the layers panel, and layers are really neat for a reason I'll get to later, but every digital painting application is going to try to have those as well. This is an application known as Krita, and as you can see, it basically has the same layout that Photoshop did. As I mentioned before, everything tries to mimic Photoshop. Krita is also a free digital painting application. It's actually specifically meant for digital painting, so it's not really used for photo editing as much, but it can be used for that. So what's the difference between digital painting and traditional? Well, first off, I mentioned the layers. Imagine a layer kind of like a transparent piece of paper or a piece of plastic. You can lay a piece of plastic over top of, say, a book. And let's say you take a marker to that piece of plastic and you draw all over it. Well, what you drew is not going to affect the book under it because you're drawing it on the clear plastic over the book. And at any time, you can just take that clear plastic and move it around or just crumble it up and throw it away. That is how layers work. You can stack things on top of one another and you can see through it. Using that, you can actually build up different layers and build up paintings. And if you don't like something, you can just remove it and that layer's gone. One of the biggest advantages to doing digital painting is an undo button. Yes, there is an undo button in digital painting. In traditional art, it is frowned down upon to trace. However, in digital painting, it's not really tracing because you can lay an image or a transparency, a layer over top of an image, and you can paint over top of that. And you're not really tracing it at that point. You're still painting it, but you have a closer guide. So you can look at what you're painting, compare it even closer, and you can get it more accurate. So it's a lot easier for comparing your artwork and actually painting your work. Another thing that layers is useful for is, let's say, for instance, in this picture of the owl, you got the front owl done. You have his wing, the body, the head. That looks beautiful, but oh no, you forgot to paint the background. Well, all you have to do is put the background on a separate layer, and then you can just move the background around as much as you want, and it will not affect the layer over it. Okay, so what is your assignment? Your assignment, I'm going to be showing you Photopea, and we are going to be watching several videos and introducing you to different tools with Photopea. So this lesson is actually going to last about 2 weeks, and I'm going to be showing you lots of different methods and lots of different techniques inside of Photopea. Each lesson I will give you is going to have a different set of standards that you need to meet. Most of them will just last a single day. You will need to save your work and turn it in for that assignment for that day so you can get credit for it. Now, in the final week of the project, we will be having a larger project, and that is where you take all the things that you have learned in the previous lessons and apply them to that lesson. So you will need to follow along and watch the video so you know what to do. But first, let me show you some examples of student work with digital painting. And these are very similar to what you're going to be doing or what you could do. I always do like to let my students pick what they choose, but these are examples of some of the final projects that came out of the class. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started with our lesson. Okay, so let's first start by going to Photopea. You want to go to Google and you want to type in photo and then P, P-E-A, not the nasty kind of P, the P that you eat. Okay, and then you're going to be greeted with this. Now, it's the first option, photopea.com. Open that up, and the reason why I have this brought up in incognito mode is because I wanted to show you this banner that you get. Now, this banner only shows up for the first time that you enter it, and how you close out of it, you just click that big old X right there. You click that, and it's gone. So this is Photopea. Photopea looks and acts very, very similar to Photoshop, and that's why we are going to be using it. Photopea is a free online painting application or photo editing application that will also take Photoshop files, Illustrator files, and all kinds of different file types. Now, because it is a free online painting application, you will have ads over on the side. So if you have an ad blocker, a lot of times the schools have ad blockers put in place anyway. You probably won't see these. And sometimes if you do have ad blockers on, Photopea will come up and tell you to turn them off because, well, that's how Photopea makes money. So let's go ahead and get started. First, you are going to notice this box right here that's telling you to either open a project or start a new project. For the example that we have in this lesson, we are going to start a new project, and you can either click New Project or you can go up to File and New. Both do exactly the same thing. Whenever you start a new project, you're going to be greeted with this window here. Now, these settings are your default settings that more than likely you're going to be using these and you won't really need to change them. I will be going over this section down here later, but for the time being, you can use these settings. Now, if you notice that your computer is a little bit slower and it's not loading it properly, you can change these settings around to 720 by 680. And that will give you roughly the same resolution. But for the time being, I'm going to keep that at 1280 by 720. So that's the default settings, and we'll go ahead and click Create. When you click Create, you are going to be greeted with this blank white rectangle. This is what is known as your canvas. The canvas is what it sounds like. That's your area that you are going to be painting on. Now, the first thing you always want to do when you start a new canvas is start a new layer. This section right here,
This is your layers section, and as you can see, the layer that you are currently on and you have selected is called the background layer. That means whatever you do on this artwork is going to be on the background layer. You don't want to do that. Instead, you want to go down here to the very bottom where it says new layer, and you want to add a new layer. When you click on this little paper icon with the folded over corner, you're going to see that a new layer is populated in and it is now selected. At this point, we can go ahead and start painting. The tools that you're going to use to paint with are located right here on the toolbar. The first one is the paintbrush. If you mouse over this little paintbrush icon, it's going to show you the paintbrush tool, and you can do the little shortcut key, which is B. And if you click B or click on the paintbrush, you'll see that you now have a paintbrush selected. At this point, you can go over and just click and drag, and you can paint on the canvas. If you want to change the color around, what you can do to do that is go down here to the little red square and the little black square. If you click on that first square, it's going to come up with a color picker. This color picker will let you pick any color or any hue of the color that you currently have selected. So this slide bar will let you change from red to orange to yellow through all the different colors. And you can see that the colors are changing. So let's say that I want to select blue. I come here to blue, and I move this little cursor around to wherever I want it to be, and you can see that this is our new color we have selected, and this is our old color. And we click OK. And now you can see that blue is our color, and whenever I paint, I can start painting with blue. So that is how you change colors. What about brush size? Well, if you look up here at the very top while you have your brush selected, you can see the brush icon and a little circle icon with the number 15 under it. If you click the little triangle next to it, you're going to see all these different settings. The first setting is the size of the brush. So I'm going to keep this one out over here so you can see the size increase and decrease as we change this slider. That is the size of the brush that you currently have. And these right down here are the different types of brushes, so you can select different ones for different effects. Okay, well, let's say that you did something and you want to erase what you currently have. Well, that is easy enough to do. All you have to do is you can use the eraser. It's this little rectangle that has two different colors on it. And the eraser works how you would expect it to work. It erases what you have done. You can also change the size on that as well if you want to, same way that we did with the other one. Or let's say that you don't like this layer at all and you want to get rid of it. All you have to do is make sure your layer is selected and go all the way down here to the little trash can and click the trash can, and your layer is now gone. But what if you made a mistake and you don't want to delete the layer, or you painted something and you just want to back out, you want to undo it? You can either go to Edit and step backwards, which is Control Z, or you can just click Control Z and it will step backwards through it. That's simple. Okay, now the final thing that I want to show you is why layers are important. And as you can see right here, I am right now clicking, dragging, and moving this artwork around. And you can see in my layers panel that it's also moving around as well. Well, let's say that I want to keep this the same, but I want to add something over top of it. All I have to do is add a new layer, and I want to add in a smiley face. So let's go down here, get our paintbrush out, and I'm going to add in a smiley face right here, and then boom, boom, smiley face, more like a star. Well, that looks great, but I want to move that star. If I come up here to the Move tool, which is a little cursor icon, I can now move my star anywhere I want because it is on its own layer. Or I can select my background layer and move the background around any way I want. What I want you to do, I want you to create your very own artwork using the paintbrush tool. Make sure you start a new project, File, New. You need to add a new layer, and then you need to use the paintbrush tool to create your very own artwork. And I don't care what it is as long as it's school appropriate. That is your assignment. Whenever you get finished with your assignment, you are then going to go up to File and Save as PSD. When you do that, if you have your computer set up to ask you where you would like to save it to, you can select to save your project somewhere. Or most of my students have their Chromebook set up to automatically save to their downloads folder. So at that point, whenever you click File, Save As, and you save it, it's going to be in either your downloads folder or where you have specifically told the computer to save it to. Then you need to upload that to the Google Classroom so I can verify that you did your assignment. So yes, your assignment, make an artwork using the paintbrush tool. Thank you all very much. If you have any questions, please let me know. If you cut. All right, so thank you all very much. If you have any questions, please let me know. I will see you all back in the classroom. Hello and welcome back to our second lesson on digital painting. In the first lesson, I taught you how to create your own artwork using the paintbrush tool and using the layers. So in this lesson, I'm going to be teaching you how to blend, smudge, or blur. So first off, let me go ahead and show you how to hide layers. I'm actually going to be using the same artwork that we had last time, and I'm just going to be showing you the new tools. Over in the layers panel, you can see little eyeballs next to the different layers. And if you click on those eyeballs, you can see that it actually hides the layer that you had selected. So with this lesson, I actually want to blend together the blue and the red. I'm probably going to need a little bit more red. So let me go in here and add that in. That's perfect. The blending tools are located right here. Whenever you first open Photopea, it's going to look like a little water drop, but if you leave your mouse over it, it's going to say Blur Tool. If you hold down on it, you're going to see that there are several other tools that you can use. The two that we're going to be looking at is Blur and Smudge, and I'm going to start off by looking at Blur. The Blur tool, and let's raise the size of our paintbrush up here. The blur tool does what it says it does. However, it does it very softly. So if you click on this, you can see that it is very softly blurring this, and I'm just clicking and clicking and clicking. I've clicked probably 100 times right there. As you can see, in our history tool, I just click, 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 click. You can see that it blurred it a little bit. I'm going to zoom in so you can see it better. And if you want to zoom in, it is Control Plus to zoom in. You can also use a little magnifying glass right here. It's entirely up to you. So zoom in like that. You can see that it is blurred right there. So this works. It's very soft, very subtle. I personally don't really like the blur tool as much. It's useful in a few situations, but for the most part, I like to use the smudge tool. So let me zoom back out, and how you do that, you click Control minus to zoom back out. You can also click Control 0 and it will square everything up to the size of the screen. Okay, but the smudge tool, if you hold down on the blur tool and go down to the smudge tool, you're going to see that there is something right up here that's called strength. Strength is basically how much pressure you're putting down on your paint. So how much of the paint you are going to be dragging across and smearing into something else. So as an example, I'm going to go ahead and bump this up to 100, and I'm going to increase the size of the brush like this. So at this point, if I click right here and I drag across, you can see that I am actually taking that paint and smearing it around. So that is a strength of 100 strength. Basically, I'm taking the paint and just smearing it everywhere. If I lower this down to, say, 50%, you can see what kind of a difference that makes. So you're still smudging and smearing paint. I personally like to stick it at around 15 to 25%, somewhere around there, just for a good medium ground. I feel like it's more realistic as far as painting or blending in real life. So if I take this and I go down here and I just click down and hold and move my mouse around, you can see that I'm actually blurring and creating a nice transition between the colors. And that is the blur and smudge tool. Those are the tools that you use to make blending possible in digital painting. Okay, your all's assignment for today. What I want you to do is create a new artwork using the paintbrush tools and then try to smudge and smear or blur these colors together. Create a new artwork and then try out the smudging and blurring tools. This is a one-day lesson. You will have 1 day to complete this. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you all very much. Hello and welcome back to our third lesson in digital painting. As you can see on the screen here, we have the project from our previous lesson already brought up, and I am going to be showing you today how to incorporate and put pictures into a new artwork. So, how do you do this? First, let me explain whenever you open up a new project and you have one currently opened. If you go to File, New, and let's say we're creating a new project, you can see that we now have two different tabs up at the top. These are your current projects that you have open, and this is going to be very important because we are going to be opening up lots of different images today. So what I would like you to do is I want you to go ahead and try to find some pictures, and you are going to be putting pictures inside of a new project. So I currently have some pictures already saved, and to open pictures inside of Photopea, we're going to go to File and Open. So as you can see right here, we have a few pictures that I've saved. I'm going to go ahead and open these up, and then we can import them into Photopea. So let's go ahead and open those, and as you can see, whenever we open them, they're coming up in their own files inside of Photopea. So how do you get this picture over to your project? It's very simple to do. First, we need to have the Move tool selected, which is right here. Go ahead and select that. Next, we want to have Auto Select turned on up at the top, and transform controls turned on as well. And whenever we do that, you can see that now we have the apple with a box around it, and we can manipulate this any way we want. We will do that in a minute. First, we need to copy this over to our blank project. That is simple enough to do. What we do is we first have to select what we want. So we're going to go up here to Select All. You can also do Control and A together, and it will select everything. As you can see, the box has changed and now has dotted lines around it. And now we want to copy this. So we go to Edit and Copy, or Control C. Now that we have it copied, we can go back over to our project and we can go to Edit and Paste, or Control V. And it's asking me if we would like to allow Photopea to access our clipboard, and we would, so we're going to hit Allow. And now the apple is really big. So how do we fix that? How do we shrink this down? To shrink it down, because we have the Move tool selected and we have Auto Select turned on and Transform controls turned on, we can just click and drag the apple down. Now we can see the corner of the image. At this point, you can click on the corner and drag and scale it any way you want, but as you can see, it's not scaling properly. If you hold Shift, however, while you are doing this, you can see that it is going to keep the size as it scales down, so it's going to stay in proportion. You can also hold Alt as you are doing this,
And not only will it keep the size in proportion, but it will also scale it down and keep the center centered as well. So as an example, I'm going to lift up off of Alt, and you can see that it just got a lot bigger. The corner of it went off to the side. Okay, so those are your two options for scaling it down and keeping the same aspect ratio. Whenever you get that, you can just drag and drop it wherever you want. And whenever you get this in the correct place and you're happy with it, all you have to do is click Enter. When you click Enter, it's now placed down, the transform controls are gone, and you are, well, you have your picture placed on there. So let me go ahead and show you that one more time with the other apple. So we have a green apple right here. First, make sure you have your Move tool selected, Auto Select turned on, Transform controls turned on. We are going to click on what we want to copy. We are going to go to Edit. Well, we're going to go to Select, All, Edit, Copy, go back to our previous project, Edit, Paste, and then we are going to bring this down till we see the corner. Hold Shift, drag it down, and scale it to the correct size. Okay, so what if there is a background and you want to remove the background? Or let's say, for instance, we want to remove that stem from this. Well, what you can do is you can make sure that you have the layer selected that you want to work on, first off. And second, you can remove that with the Magic Wand tool or the Quick Selection tool. I personally like the Quick Selection tool because it's like an upgraded version of the Magic Wand. The Magic Wand, if you click that, you can go over to any color you want, click on that, and it will select that color. But it'll only do one color at a time. The Quick Selection tool, however, will allow you to click, hold, and drag, and it will select all the colors in that range. Now that that is selected, all you have to do is hit delete and it is gone. Now if you do use the selection tool and you select something, you're going to notice that you still have that little line over it, that dotted outline. That's because you still have it selected. Even if you click off of it, it's still selected. So how do you deselect that? The quickest way that I have found is to click the rectangle tool and just click off to the side somewhere. Whenever you click off to the side, you no longer have that selected. It deselects whatever you have selected, and it, well, goes back to normal with no selection. Okay, so that is going to be our video for today. Your lesson for today is to take several pictures and mesh them all together. You're going to take the information that we've had today, find yourself some pictures, and make your own artwork with all the different pictures put together in it. Also make sure that it is school appropriate. I don't care what you do as far as your artwork. You can make Patrick with a hat on and sunglasses. I don't care. It is completely up to you.
That makes sense to me.
Make sure that you save your project, file, save as PSD, and turn in your project when you have it completed. This is a one-day lesson. You are going to take photos and put them all together inside of a new project. Thank you all very much. If you have any questions, let me know. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome to our fourth lesson in digital painting. The lesson that we're going to be covering today is going to be a few more of the tools that you can use inside of Photopea. So I'm going to go ahead and start a new project. So File New is also the same thing, and you can also do the presets just like we did before. Presets are perfectly fine, and it looks like I need to actually redo my presets. Hang on one sec. Okay, so your presets are perfectly fine. You can still use those. That's not a problem. Go ahead and hit Create. And we have a fresh blank canvas yet again. Okay, so some of the tools that I want to show you. One of them is the fill bucket tool and the gradient tool. So the fill bucket tool or the paint bucket tool, it is accessible by this little box that goes from a white box down to a transparent box or a black box. That is called the gradient tool. And right below that, if you hold down, it's also got the paint bucket tool. The paint bucket tool will fill in one color across the entire layer or inside of a shape that you have selected. So right now I have my first color as red. I can change that around to yellow and fill that in, and now it's all yellow. That is the paint bucket tool. Very good for filling in a big area all at once. If you want to have a transition from one color to another color, that's what the gradient tool is. So if I go ahead and select that, you can see up the top we have a little box that goes from a yellow to a red. And how this works is if you hold down on your canvas and drag, then you can see that you start off with a square right where you first clicked. That square is going to be your first color, or from this square that I'm circling is going to be yellow. From that point over to wherever I lift up is going to be a transition between my first and second color. The second square being my second color. So if I pick up right here, it's going to go from yellow to red, and everything in between is going to be orange. So from this point back is yellow, from this point forward is red. And I can make that as small as I want or as big as I want, depending on how much of a gradient you need. Now this makes a straight line. This can also make other colors as well. So for instance, if you want a line, it's called linear. If you want a circle, it's called radial. So from here, a circle going outward, going from yellow to my second color red, there we have a nice sun effect. You have other different options that you have as well, and even a diamond kind of starburst looking thing. So those are really neat. You can also not even have your second color. You can just have it be fading from your first color to a transparency. So let's say that I start a new layer and I want my star to now be blue. I can select blue right here, go there, and boom, now I can make a little triangle star effect. Next, I'm going to be showing you the text tool. So how do you put words on there? Well, this is the type tool, the text tool, however you would like to say that. It looks like a letter T. If you select that and click off over here somewhere, it will automatically create a new layer for you. And the default text size is going to be 24. And you can change that to whatever size you want. So this is going to be a test text. If you want to change the color of this, you're going to need to select what you want to change the color on, and then the color is right up here underneath the window tab. So if you select that, you can see that right now it is set to black. You can change this color to any color you want. So let's say green and hit OK. And now we have green text. You can also change the size on this, and I'm just going to change part of it. So I'm going to change test, drop this size down right here. I can change that to whatever size I want. Now it will only go up to 150 size, but you can change this. I'll show you how to do that in a minute. Next, let's say that you want this to be a different font. You can change that by going right up here to the Deja Vu Sans. This is the default font or text for Photopea. You can change this to anything you want, and if you give it a second, it will give you a preview of the text as well. So there's lots of different text for you to pick from, and all these are completely free. You don't have to pay for any of them. And these are just really nice in case you want to add some nice variation to your text. So, like that. Okay, I mentioned that you could get the text larger than 150. How you do that is you select it with the selection tool or the move tool, and you can see that we now have a border around it or a transform control. The same thing with the images that we did last time. You can click and hold shift and drag and make this text as big or as small as you want, and it will actually affect the text size itself. So once you have it placed, you hit enter, and you are good. It is set in there. You can go back to the text tool and you can see now the text is 301. So you actually bypass the 150 limit. You can make this as big as you want it. Okay, something else that I would like to show you that is really helpful and beneficial. You can change settings inside of each one of these layers. Like for instance, let's say this text layer, I want to add a stroke around it, or in other words, I want to add a black line around it. All you have to do is go over here to the right hand side and double click. When you double click on this, you're going to come up with a layer styles window. This window will let you do all these neat little effects that you can then just check, toggle on and off, whatever you would like. There's a lot of different things in here, and the best way that you can learn how to do this, honestly, is just to goof around with it and see what you can come up with. There's not a right or wrong way to do something. Just goof around with these settings, see what you can come up with, see what you like. They're there. They're there for you to look at. So a stroke, a drop shadow, you can have a shadow behind it, manipulate these settings, see what you like, things like that. It's really neat stuff. Now, before I tell you what your lesson is, I want to show you how to manipulate layers by duplicating them. It's very easy to duplicate layers. If you right click on a layer and you go down to duplicate layer, it will make a copy of that layer, and then you can just move that layer around anywhere you want. You can also do that with multiple layers, or you can even just drag and drop these down to the Create New Layers tab, and that will do exactly the same thing. Now you have lots of different layers of the text that we had before. Change this around any way that you want. You have lots of different stuff you can do with that. Okay, so what is your assignment for today? Your assignment for today is to use these tools that I have shown you. Try to use the gradient tool, try to use the text tool, and I want you to go into the layer settings and try to affect some settings on some of your layers as well. Now, I don't really care what you do with it. You could just be goofing off with it. This is a one-day lesson, so try and get this done fairly quickly. Come up with stuff. I want to see what you can come up with. Whenever you get done, make sure you go to File, Save as PSD, and attach it to the assignment in the Google Classroom. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed the lesson. Have a great rest of your day, guys. Hello, and welcome back to our final lesson in digital painting. This lesson, we are going to be using all of the techniques that you have learned up to this point and putting them together into one big project.
Wait, SpongeBob! We're not cavemen! We have technology!
This lesson is going to last a total of 5 days. Sometimes it lasts even longer than that, depending on if students would like to continue working on it. Sometimes we've had it last up to 2 weeks. It really depends on the class and what they would prefer to do. So this lesson, you are going to be recreating a famous artwork. And it is an artwork of your choice. The one that I have picked is going to be the Mona Lisa, which is right here. And this link that is in the description, it's also going to be in the Google Classroom, is a link to very well-known famous artwork. Some are buildings, some are paintings, some are digital paintings, others are sculptures, and it's entirely up to you whichever ones you would like to use. As I said, I'm going to be using the Mona Lisa right here. And how you're going to get the picture. Once you find a picture you want, you can either go up here to the top right where it has a little download and download it. As you can see right here, it's coming up right there. You can also just right click and go to download. It will give exactly the same thing. So once you have it downloaded, we are then going to go into Photopea. Let's close out of my current project. Now I'm going to go in here and I'm going to go to Open from Computer. Whenever I open from computer, it's going to bring up the window for me to select my artwork, and I currently have it downloaded right here, the Mona Lisa. I'm going to go ahead and open that up. And because we're going to be working with this artwork, we don't need to copy and paste it somewhere else. Instead, what I want to do is to go ahead and start a new layer first off, so we will not bother the background. And then what I want to do is I want to lock this so it will not be affected by anything that I do. So I'm going to select the background, and I'm going to click this little lock icon, and it's going to lock everything in place on the background, so we can't move it, we can't do anything to it. It's not going to affect the image at all. Okay, so using the tools that we had before, we're going to be repainting this artwork, and I know that sounds kind of crazy, but I'm going to show you some techniques that are going to make it a lot easier. First, let's go ahead and zoom in to the artwork here. For those of you who did not see that lesson, it is Control plus to zoom in, Control minus to zoom out, or Control 0 to make it full screen. Okay. So now that we are zoomed in, we need to try to match this color of her skin up as best that we can. There's two ways of doing that. First, we could just open this up right here and try to match this color up the best that we could. Or there's another method. You can just click over here at whatever color you want, and it will change to that color for you. You can also do the quick selection tool or the eyedropper tool. That is right here. This is the eyedropper tool. The shortcut key for that is I. So if we click I, you can see it's now selected, and whatever color we click on, as you can see right here, it just changed to that color. So you can very quickly select different colors, and then you can go right back to your paintbrush, which the quick tool for that is B, or the shortcut key. And then you can paint with that color. So as a reference, I will bring up your eyedropper tool. You select your color, B for your paintbrush, and then you can paint. I click B, paint. I click B, paint. And I have my brush set really big right now. You are going to want to make sure that your brush is a lot smaller than this so you can get much better details. But as you can see, we are now starting to go ahead and get a pretty nice skin tone going for this painting. Well, I'm sure that you're looking at this and saying, oh wow, that's nice, but I mean, it still doesn't look like skin. It doesn't look like the painting itself. It's just a bunch of blocky textures. Well, how you smooth that out is by using the blending or smudging tools that we used before. So as an example, let me go ahead, go right down here, finish this up. There. I'm going to go ahead and hide the background. So right now we just see the skin tones. If I go down here to the smudge tool, which I showed you last time, let's change the size of this brush down to something more manageable like that. And let's change the strength down to about 17. Now I can come in here and just click and drag and smear this around. And now we have created a very convincing skin tone. You want to try to go with the direction of whatever you are blending or smearing. And that will give you a nice realistic look to the skin or whatever you are blending together. It's just like painting in real life. The next thing that I want to show you is stacking layers up. And I mentioned that you could duplicate layers pretty effectively inside of Photopea. Well, whenever you take color and you blend it or smear it like we're doing here, you can see that there's actually a transparency, so you can see straight through those colors. It's not that you are putting more colors down, you're just taking existing colors and spreading them over a wider area, which means there's less paint whenever you smear. How you fix this? Well, in traditional painting you would have to add more paint, but in digital painting all you need to do is just duplicate your layer. And if you duplicate your layer, you can see that all those areas just got filled in. So you don't have to go back in and add more paint. You can just keep duplicating your layers. And as you can see, you can't see through it anymore. Now this is just a personal preference of mine. I personally do not like having a big stack of layers that I'm not going to be using. If you don't want to see all these layers, all you have to do is combine them together. So select all the layers you want. I selected the first layer, and then I held shift and clicked the top layer and selected all the layers I wanted. Right click, and then you go to merge layers. Whenever you merge layers, it will compress all the layers that you have selected down into one. And now you have a flattened layer that has all of your layers on it. This project, you are going to be recreating a famous artwork. The link for the famous artworks are going to be in the description. Now let's talk about legality. Obviously, you cannot claim that you were the original artist of the Mona Lisa. That is why we are doing famous artworks. Now, in real life, you are not going to be allowed to copy any artwork whatsoever. But what you can do is you can look off of artwork for inspiration. Let's say that instead of having Mona Lisa with reddish brown hair, I'm going to have her with blonde hair. Well, at that point, it's no longer the Mona Lisa, but you need to just change things about it. Try to add something to it that's going to make it yours. If you want to have the SpongeBob clouds in the background of the Mona Lisa, that's fine. Go ahead and do that. You want to have SpongeBob surfing on the Great Wave, that's fine. Do that too. It is completely up to you. But whenever you do paint this, make sure that it is something that you add in there that makes it different than the original. Make sure that you add your own touch to it. Okay, when you are finished with this project, this is going to be the first project that's going to take you multiple days to work on it. You are going to need to go to File, Save as PSD. And the reason why we are doing that is because whenever you save your file as a PSD, it will save the layers on there as well. So if I close out of this and open it back up, I can go down here to the PSD file of the Mona Lisa right here. I click open. You can see we still have our layer on there. That's why we save it as a PSD. If you save it as a JPEG, it's not going to have those. Once you do open your project back up, all you have to do to make changes to it is just click Save. So let's say I'm going to take this paintbrush and I'm going to draw a happy face right here. Boom, happy face. File, Save. That's it. My picture is now saved and it's on my computer. You are going to want to save your projects frequently. Make sure you save them, because if your computer dies, well, that's it. You lost your progress unless you saved it. So to recap, your project, select a famous artwork from the list given here, download it and open it up in Photopea. You are then going to repaint the artwork using the eyedropper tool, the paintbrush tool, and the smear smudge tool. Make sure you create something on it that is yours and make it original to you. If you have any questions, please let me know. Make sure you save your project frequently and you will have at least a week to work on this. If you have any questions, let me know. Thank you all very much. Hello and welcome back to another digital painting lesson. This lesson we are going to be covering animations and how to use Photopea to create animations, and it's pretty simple to do. This is an example of an animation that I've created, and we're going to make something very similar in just a minute. So let's go ahead and get started. First thing you want to do, this is what the animation looks like before it's animated. It looks a little sloppy, but we'll get into that in a minute on how to fix this, make it look better. But let's go ahead and get started with our project. First thing we want to do, create a new project. As always, you can keep the default settings alone, or if you want to make it into a square, that's perfectly fine. It's entirely up to you. It's whatever you would like to do. But let's go ahead and hit create. The first step is to always create a new layer. The new layer, for those of you who have forgotten, is down in the bottom right hand corner of the screen. It's a folded over transparent piece of paper, and if you click on that, you will see a new layer populate over top your background layer. Layers are extremely important, not only in digital painting, but also whenever you are doing animations, because your layers are going to be your frames. The more frames you have, the more clear your animations are, and the frames is what's going to make it look like it's animated. So you are going to be dealing with a lot of layers come the end of your project. So what do you do with the layers? Well, first off, you need to start drawing whatever you want your animation to be. So in the example I had before, it was a person riding a skateboard. So let's go ahead, draw our person riding a skateboard again. He's going to be doing this right here, and boom, he's got a skateboard. So this is just one frame of the animation. What do we do with the guy with the skateboard now? Well, the easiest way to make an animation is just to right click on your layer right here, and then you go to duplicate layer. Whenever you duplicate the layer, it's going to make a copy of that layer, as you can see, and you can get your move tool selected, and you can just move that animation over a little bit, and it's going to make it look like that the person is riding the skateboard. So you can do this as many times as you want, but this is not going to look interesting at all. So what do you do to make it look interesting? Well, let's start a new layer, and we are going to draw this same character just a little bit off from where he is right now. So I have that person drawn right there. I'm going to select the top layer, and let's just draw him again. This time, let's make him be going up a ramp. So I'm going to have a ramp start off over here like this, and this is layer 2 that we're on. I'm going to have this guy go down like this. He's got his arms over here, skateboard, skateboard. Let's make another layer. We're going to hide that one, so now we know where he is there. And that ramp there. This guy is now going to be kind of squatting down a little bit because he's getting ready for the jump. Let's make another new layer. The ramp is coming just a little bit closer. This guy, he is really going to be hunkered down now. And an easy way to make a new layer so you don't have to keep dropping down here and clicking new layer, you can actually, if we go up here to layer new, you can see that the shortcut tool for a new layer, or the shortcut key, is Shift Control N. So if you click Shift Control and N at the same time, you can see that you create a new layer. So that could be beneficial to you if you really want to move quickly on this. And you know what? We're just going to duplicate this last layer quite a few times. So duplicate, and we're just going to duplicate this. That way it stays on that frame for quite a while. Okay, so what have we done? Well, we have basically created an animation, and as you can see right here, there's a lot of stuff going on. It kind of gets cluttered up. Well, how do you make this into an animation? You need to first select all of your layers of animation that you have here. Then you need to go up to Layer, drop down to Animation, and then Make Frames. What this is going to do, whenever you click on this, you're going to see that all the layers that are in the animation have been changed in their name. They now have an underscore, an A, and another underscore. This tells Photopea that they are an animation. And what that means is whenever Photopea goes to publish this artwork, it's going to show layer 1 and then hide layer 1, and then as soon as it hides layer 1, it's going to show layer 2, and then it's going to hide that layer, then it's going to move up to the next layer, show that one, hide it, and so on and so forth. That way it's going to create a smooth transition from one frame to the next. That is going to create our animation. How do you preview this animation? Well, you go up to File, Export As, and you select GIF, G-I-F. Now it's going to take a second for it to load, but when it does, you can see the animation. And you can either have it be the speed of 100% where it's defaulted at. You can speed it up a bit and make it go faster if you want to, or you can even slow it down. We want to try and keep it at about 100. You can go a little bit slower than that, but for the most part, you want to try to keep it there because that's a good solid transition speed for you. Now, what happens whenever you are testing this out? You want to see what it looks like, but you have already made a bunch of layers. Well, that's easy enough. All you have to do, whenever you go up here to create a new layer, you just add a new layer. You add in however many layers you want, and then you do the same thing again. You just select these layers, go up here to Layer, Animation, Make Frames. That's it. That's all you have to do. And then once again, all those frames are added in. If you want to try to separate these a little bit further, say you want to separate them into sections and make it easier for them to hide and show, that is what folders are used for. So right next to the new Layers tab, there is a Folders tab, and you can select that. And as you can see, you now have a folder here. What the folders do, you can store different things inside of these folders. So if you select all the layers that you want from one scene, you can just drag and drop those into the folder, and now you can hide all of them at once if you want. And that's an easy way to manage some of your layers, just so it doesn't look so muddy and cluttered. Okay, so that is it. That is the lesson on how to create an animation. And just in these few minutes that I've shown you how to do this, we've made an animation that has roughly 30 some slides to it. Your assignment is to create an animation that has around 100 slides. So it's going to take you a little bit. To save your project so you can work on it a different day, go to File, Save as PSD. That will save all of your layers as they are. That way you can come back to it at a later date and continue working on it. If you really want to back it up and make sure it gets saved, upload it to your Google Classroom or upload it to your Google Drive so you can just pull it back whenever you need it and you don't have to worry about it being erased from your computer. All right, that is it. Thank you all very much for this. I hope that you have learned something, and I hope that you can use this information in the future. Thank you all. Have a great rest of your day.
So this actually came up whenever I was in college, actually. I was pretty much told my entire life that there's no jobs for artists outside of either A, being a graphic designer, B, being an art teacher, or C, being a self-employed artist. There are other side jobs available, for instance, running a gallery or something like that, but they're so niche, it's kind of like saying, I'm going to be a professional football player straight out of high school. And, well, that's a great dream. The amount of people that try for it versus the amount of people that actually achieve it doesn't really pan out. For that specific reason, I have actually created this lesson because I've had students ask me a lot, what can they do in the art field when they get out of college? And honestly, the answer is quite a lot. Despite what I have been told for many years, once you sit down and start thinking about it, there's lots of jobs available in the arts that you can have. If you're interested in seeing some of the many pathways that you can have in art, I'm actually going to have a video that's going to show up there where you can watch and see many different kind of avenues or careers that you could pick in the art field in case you're interested. But for today, and actually for the next couple weeks, what your assignment is going to be, you're going to be coming up in a group with an idea for a career path, and you're going to be sharing that with the class. Now, before you freak out and think that, oh my goodness, it's a group project, let me explain what's going on first. First off, you're going to be in small groups. So we're looking at 2 to 3 people per group. You are also going to be coming up with unique career paths, which I have a huge list of them available to you, and I'm also giving you the opportunity to come up with your own. You are going to be selecting a career, and you're going to be researching that career as a group. In these small groups, you're going to be making a presentation that you're going to be showing off to the class. Now, the reason why I have small groups is because, well, there are actually a couple reasons. First off, I never liked group projects because there's always one person that wants to get a good grade, and the other people in the group latch onto it, and that one person is the only one that actually works. Small groups helps to eliminate that. So if there's only 2 people and one of them slacking off and the other one is doing work, well, it's a lot easier to see which one's slacking off. I still grade you individually, even though this is a group project. If you're the one person in the group that really wants to get a good grade, I don't want you to overwork what you're doing. So for instance, if one job is the presentation and the other job is the research, and the kid that does all the work and makes sure that everything is perfect is doing the presentation, well, they're waiting on so-and-so to give them the research. But if the other person doesn't give them the resources, well, the presentation has no information, and it's not that kid's fault. Now, the means of your presentation, or what you can use, basically, I don't care. It's entirely up to you. I have it listed as PowerPoint, Canva, Google Slides, live examples, live demonstrations, Google Sites, iMovie. I don't care. It's entirely up to you. It's however you would like to have the presentation. It needs to be a minimum of 5 minutes, which means you are up presenting for a minimum of 5 minutes. You can include a video, as in a single video, and that video cannot be any longer than a minute. If it is longer than a minute, I'm still going to require you to speak for at least 4 minutes. If you go longer than 5 minutes, then you get extra points. The more you research this, the better I think it's going to be, the better prepared you are, and I am perfectly content giving extra credit points for someone who goes longer. That doesn't mean that you get to stand up there for 30 minutes and talk about video games. Not my intention. If I think that it's going on too long and I think that you are just rambling, I will be deducting points from you. Presentation. You are presenting information to us. You are not boring us to tears. For a presentation, you actually need to be answering a series of questions. Now, that doesn't mean you have to answer every single question, but this does give you a starting point to where you can say, I'm going to answer this and this and this, and that will pretty much fill up your 5-minute window. These questions are: what is the job? How does the job relate to art? Why did you decide to research this career? How the job works? Provide examples. What kind of degree do you need? How much income? How much of demand is there for the job? What kind of clientele are you targeting? Provide examples of the placement of employment. For instance, is it going to be a storefront? Is it going to be a company, a factory, or are you going to be freelance? Leave room for questions to be answered, as well as make sure you cite your sources. You are going to have 3 weeks total on this assignment. The first day, they kind of research a few careers that you are interested in. That way, whenever we come back on the second day, we can decide which group gets which career. Because it's going to be lasting 3 weeks, every day is going to be 100 points like normal. That means that individually you are going to be graded 1,500 points for your work ethic. The next portion of it is going to be the presentation, and the presentation is not worth as much as a work ethic. Grand total 2,500 points, the majority of that being your work ethic. How the presentations are going to be graded: 5 minutes minimum, that's going to be a quarter of the points, or 250 points. Thorough research, which means that you have researched and you have enough of it that I think, hey, they did a good job. They actually looked into this. Professionalism. You are graded on your attire as well as your conduct. Now, that doesn't mean you have to show up in a suit and tie whenever you are presenting, but it is very apparent to myself as well as the other art teacher in our building that a lot of our students don't understand that when you're an artist, you do actually have to be professional. So, this is going to be your first step into realizing that when you're presenting something, you need to be professional. This, while it's not exactly 100% professional, it also doesn't have any displaying logos or anything like that, so it is semi-professional, and I would accept this. I would not accept you showing up in a shirt that says, "I can't make everyone happy, I'm not bacon." Finally, your group is going to be graded on respect for other presenters. So if your group is immature and saying inappropriate questions or something along that nature, or even on your phone during others' presentations, then I will be deducting points because that is a quarter of your presentation. Being able to be mature enough to handle other people's presentations. Now, of course, I wouldn't just throw you to the wolves on this one and expect you not to have any kind of idea of what to make. Instead, I'm the kind of teacher that if I give my students an assignment, I'm going to do it myself. So, the next video coming up, and it's probably going to populate here, I think it's going to be here anyway, I'm going to be stepping you through a presentation that I made for this project. So you can see firsthand what I'm looking for and get an idea of what you can do.
Hello class, and welcome back to our next lesson. This lesson is going to be over Pointillism. This is our Art 2 lesson, so if you have not watched the previous videos in Art 2, go ahead, go back and watch those because every lesson leads into the next one. Okay, Pointillism. Pointillism is a style of painting that originated in the late 1800s, and they kind of look like this. Pointillism is whenever you take different colors and you put them really close together on a canvas or a painting, and it makes it look like the colors are blended, but they're not. Instead, it is just dots of paint, and that's it. Pointillism is literally thousands and thousands of points or dots on a painting, and it's just dot, 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 dot. That's what it is. And how it looks like that it's actually blended like this right here, let me go ahead and I'm going to hide myself for a second. So the picture that you see there of the Eiffel Tower is made up completely of dots. And if you zoom into this, you can actually see that it's made up of just red, yellow, and blue dots. And the reason why it looks like that there's actual colors in there is because the colors are put so close together that it makes it look like that they are blended. And this is something that is called visual blending. So at a distance, it looks like they're blended together. In reality, they're just dots that are really, really close together. Okay, going on. Typically, whenever you paint in the pointillist style, you use red, yellow, and blue, and using those colors, you can make the other colors on the color wheel, just like we did whenever we were mixing colors and making your own custom color wheel. I am not quite that mean to my students to make them do that. I will allow students to use different colors. You're not just using red, yellow, and blues, but typical pointillist styles use red, yellow, and blue just like this. This artwork at a distance makes it look like that it has other colors in there. In reality, it's just red, yellows, and blues really close together. If you were to create a color wheel in the style of Pointillism, it would actually look something like this, where you can see that the orange is red dots over top of yellow dots. So let's go ahead and look at some of the artwork from this time period in the Pointillist style. The main guy that is noticed for the Pointillist style is named George Seurat. And George Seurat, if you look him up, he is the forefront leader in the Pointillist style. And this artwork, this is one of his most well-known pieces, if not his most well-known piece. And if you notice down here, you can actually see that the time frame that it was produced in was in between the years of 1884 and 1886. And the reason why there's a big gap in between there is, and this is from my own research, there was a time period where the artwork was finished, but yet he decided it wasn't finished, so then he went back and finished it again. So there was actually a 2-year time period where it was finished, it's not finished, now it is finished. And the reason why it took him that long, there were certain things that he actually added to this. This painting is a 6 foot by 9 foot painting, and you can actually see the amount of dots that were put into this, because that's all this artwork is just dots. That's it. It's all dots. And this monkey is a very good representation of why he didn't think it was finished, or what he added to it to make a completed artwork. For instance, this monkey was not originally there. You can actually see right here the woman's foot. You can see through the monkey and see her foot. You can also see it right here, and you can see the edge of her dress right there. The monkey was an afterthought, and it was one of the things that he added in during that 2-year period. But all that aside, how many dots were actually in this? It is estimated to be 3.5 million dots, and those are only the dots that are visible to us. And what I mean by that is they take a very small portion of the picture. So if I go back, they take a very small portion of the picture, say right here, and they measure it out like a 1 inch by 1 inch square, and then they count the dots that are there. Then they multiply it by however big the image is, and that gives you an approximation of how many points. So it's 3.5 million dots or points, and that's just the ones we could see, because like I mentioned, he went back and he added some stuff in there, like this monkey. George Seurat actually produced a few of these style artworks. Now, in my research, I was only able to find about, I think it was 5 or 6, maybe 7 artworks that he actually completed in this style. And there's not a whole lot of artists out there that painted at the scale he did with the 9 foot by 10 foot canvases and things like that. So he really got his notoriety from painting in this style. But the thing is, it just took so long, and there's not very many of them out there, just simply because it took so long. Okay, so your assignment for today and the next few days. In fact, typically this takes my students about 5 days, maybe a little bit longer. Sometimes if they really want to put work into it, it'll take 7 or 8 days. I've had students spend 2 weeks on this just because they really wanted to. But your assignment, you are going to create your very own pointillist artwork, and it has to be something that is a photograph. It can't just be a cartoon drawing, okay? It has to be something that you can actually look at. Now, it can be mythical, it can be realistic, it can be something that doesn't really exist, but as long as it has depth and shading and color, something that you can actually transpose into pointillism with blending, visual blending, then it'll work. Like, for instance, this image of Donald Duck. This is a very good example of how you can do blending visually. For instance, right around in here, you can see that this is a different color, orange and yellow, than this over here. And the reason for that is because you have orange dots closer together, which makes it look like it's more orange than over here, where you have yellow dots closer together and the orange dots are further apart. That is visual blending. And I like to point out right here, this area right here, I like to point out to my students because the collar right there on the neck is actually the same color as this right here around the chest. It's the same marker.
Okay, it looks different. And the reason why it looks different is because the dots are closer together. In the collar, the dots are really close together, which makes it look like it's a darker color. And then right here, in the chest of the shirt, the dots are further apart, which makes it look like it's lighter. So you can get the values of different colors just by putting them closer together or pulling them further apart. Just like in the eye, right here. Around the outside of the eye, dots are closer together, therefore it is darker. But as you go closer to the center of the eye, they get further apart and they get lighter. That's why I show this, so I can give you a good example. Now, I showed this image because I like to, I always tell my students this, and it doesn't really sink in until this assignment. This project, I do not care if you get finished with it, because I care more that you are working on it rather than you getting finished. This person was able to get finished with the top corner right up here. And the amount of detail that he put into this, it's phenomenal. He did a great job. He didn't get anything else completed exactly the way he wanted, but that top corner he did great. And he got full credit for this. Yes, it's not finished. It's not completely done, but you get the shape. The bird's right here. It's supposed to be setting on a branch that's going this way, and he was going to add that in. It's overlooking kind of the water area right through there. The sky's already done up there with some of the clouds. He did great. Okay, and it's all made of points and dots. That's it. Now, this is another example. This one's actually from high school. And you can see they used, instead of markers, they used pens. I believe this is made out of gel pens. And they did a phenomenal job. But it's the same concept. It's just dots really close together in the darker areas, further apart in the lighter areas. I show this example because I have students that want to do a monochromatic artwork, which is just one color. And that's perfectly fine. You can. But keep in mind that whenever you do this, if you need a darker value like this, the dots are really close together. If you need a lighter value like this, the dots are further apart. And all of this artwork is one color. It's just black. It's a black marker. That's it. It's just black. And how you get the different tones, like around in here in the grays, it's dots that are closer together for the darker areas, further apart for the lighter. That's all there is to it. And I like to show this example too because this, it might be a little hard to see, but it's the Grand Canyon. And you can see the mountains going down right here into the valley, and that is the river going through the Grand Canyon. Phenomenal piece. This girl did amazing with this artwork. She did a wonderful job. And she was looking off a photograph to do it too. And then this is the last student example I have where they took a realistic picture of an eagle and then they put an American flag behind it. And you can do this too if you want. My requirement for this lesson, it has to show visual blending, which means you need to be able to mix some colors together, or you need to be able to space dots further apart to make it lighter, closer together to make it darker. It has to show visual blending. It has to be something that is realistic. It cannot be a pencil drawing of Mickey Mouse and you just dot around the pencil drawing. No, that's not going to work. Okay? It has to be something original. I have on the rubric, if you're in the classroom, that it has to be completely filled in. And yes, I do that because I want to make sure that you all are actually working and you're not just grabbing a bunch of markers and going blah, 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 blah. And I just want to make sure that you're doing this correctly and actually putting thought into it. However, while that is part of the grade, the majority of the grade, over 50% of the grade, is you working every day on it. So it doesn't matter if you get finished with it or not. That's only 10% of the grade. If you work every single day on it and you don't get it finished, you can still make a 90% or higher. So please, really try to work on it. Okay? Don't just rush through it and get it done. Now, I'm going to explain to you how you're going to complete this, and I'm going to do it right here. I'm not going to give you a live demonstration because it's pretty straightforward, but I am going to show you what to do and what not to do, and I always like to do that. First off, you're going to need to select a picture. If you're in the classroom, I have lots of pictures for you to pick from. If you're at home, you can do anything from a calendar that you have laying around with pictures in it. You can look something up online. Do whatever you want with that. The piece of paper you're going to be putting it on, you need to have, if you're in the classroom, it's going to be a 9x12 piece of paper. If you're at home, you can get a thicker piece of 9x12 art paper from Walmart, order it from Amazon, or if you don't have any of that, that's fine. You can just use a regular piece of printer paper or computer or line paper. I'm not picky if you're at home, okay? Use what you got. Now, whenever you draw your picture out, always sketch it out first. Sketch it out. Put your pictures down, see how it looks, and then you're going to test. So you're going to have a piece of paper that you're going to be testing on. Pointillism's difficult. It is. And I do not give my students the final piece until they have mastered and understand visual blending. So what you're going to do, you're going to be taking a marker, and you're going to be practicing dotting, and you're going to try to make different values by putting the dots closer together and further apart. Do that on your sketch. Try to practice colors. If you don't know how to make a color, practice it. And then when you think that you got a good color blending where some's close together and some's far apart, I want you to take the picture, hold it back, or have someone take it back away from you so you can see it at a distance. Because with these pictures, as you get further away from them, they look awesome. Up close, all you see is the dots. That's it. But when you take these artworks and you look at them far away, you actually see your blending. That way, you can see where you need to improve on. You can see if you need to bring the dots closer together, pull it further apart. You can actually see what's going on with that. So try to look at your artwork from a distance when you're working on this. When you are satisfied that you know how to blend, that you know how to point, that you know how to do the visual blending, go ahead, get your real piece of paper, get your final one, and start on that. Sketch it out with a pencil, okay? Sketch it with a pencil first. Then you can dot it with a marker. When you take your markers, do not hold it like this and start jabbing away at the paper, because you're going to end up flattening the tip of your marker, and you don't want to do that. Just take it and actually think about where the dots are going and just dot. That's it. It's that simple. Don't take a whole handful. Don't kill the tip of your marker, because you will do that. Just practice with it. Okay, that's your assignment. Make sure you have a picture. I will actually have some pictures linked below that you can use if you don't want to look any up. Make sure, sketch it out first. Practice on one. Get your final paper when you're satisfied. Sketch it out on there, and then do your final pointillism artwork on that. Hold it away from you every now and again to see how it's coming along. And that's it. Thank you all very much for watching. Don't feel bad if this takes multiple class periods. Like I said, minimum, kids usually take 5 class periods. Okay, thank you all very much for watching. If you enjoyed this lesson, go ahead, give us a thumbs up. If you have any questions, leave a comment down below. If you like this video series and you'd like to continue with our class, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. I'm going to try to be uploading all of my lessons over the next few weeks. So if you'd like to stay up to date with all of our lessons, go ahead and subscribe. Thank you all very much. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back to our next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be covering a time period in art known as Surrealism. Surrealism is classified as being something that is better than real or more than realistic. And it is usually classified by things like this, where it's artworks that actually make you think. They're a little bit different than any artworks you've seen before. It really makes you question what's going on in the artwork. Artworks are meant to distract you from reality or make you think that it's in a different sort of reality. So for instance, in this artwork, you can see that it's a painting, the whole thing is a painting, of a painting of a painting. So it's kind of, it makes you think. Surrealism, it does that. It
really makes you step back and look at the artwork and think, wait, what? And that's what Surrealism was meant to do. Now, to better understand Surrealism, you have to understand the history behind the Surrealism and the time period that it came from. There's a lot of things going on in the early 20s. The major thing that happened in the early 20s was the end of World War I. And up to that point, it was the bloodiest war in Americans' history. We had more casualties then than ever before, and it wasn't just us, it was the entire world had casualties. In fact, that's why it was called World War I. All of these countries here were a part of World War I. And not only that, the total casualty rate for World War I was 40 million. And with a population of 1 billion at the time worldwide, that means that 4% of the world's population was casualty of war. And the reason why this really hit home for a lot of people and was a devastating time, not only for the casualty rate, but during this time, there was a big boom in inventions. Things were being invented and came up with all the time, and there's always new things to push us forward into the new age of development. And there's so many neat things that happened. For instance, the full-size submarine was invented. People could travel under the water. No longer did they have to travel above the water. They could travel under the water. That was awesome. Machine guns and flamethrowers were invented to try to level out forested greenery to make room for other civilizations. Then you had the invention of the airplane. That was amazing. You could just jump on an airplane and fly through the air and go somewhere else that normally it would take you weeks, if not months of traveling to get to, and you could just jump in an airplane and fly over there. It was so neat. And then you had boats that could house planes, and you could actually take planes and land them on a boat in the ocean, refuel, and take off and keep on going. So aircraft carriers were invented. There's so many amazing inventions that was going on. Then all of our hopes and dreams got dashed because these great inventions that were supposed to push us forward into a better future ended up starting a war that was the worst war we'd seen in our entire history. And that's when Surrealism started. Because at the time, there was a lot of bad things going on, and a lot of people needed an escape. They needed something to get their mind off of what was going on around them. So, enter Surrealism. Surrealism happened not really as a cause, but more as a solution. Surrealism happened because we needed something like Surrealism to happen. We needed to be distracted from what was going on in reality. And that's what Surrealism's purpose was. It can be described as odd or illogical or irrational or disturbing because you look at it and you can recognize what's going on and it makes sense, but at the same time you think, what? Because, for instance, Magritte's artwork right here, you can see that it's an eye that is staring at you, or is it staring into space, or is it staring into the sky? Because you can see the sky reflected in the person's eye. Are they seeing the world around them? Are they looking at the sky? Or are you looking into somebody's eye and envisioning the sky? It's very weird kind of stuff, but it makes you think, and that's the purpose behind of it. Now, some characteristics of Surrealism. Chaos. That's a very common theme in Surrealist artwork. Chaos. It doesn't make sense. It's just crazy stuff. And a lot of times it's influenced by dreams It can be things that are an impossible scale. For instance, you could have a ladybug the size of a house. That would be surreal. You could have double images or juxtapositions, such as two things that normally don't go well together. They go well. Like, for instance, a person in a fishbowl and a fish standing outside looking at it. That would be surrealism. All those different things are very characteristic of the surrealist style. So, some of the artists that we mainly associate with surrealism: Max Ernst, Salvador Dali, and Magritte. Okay, so I'm going to show you a few artworks, and we're going to look at this, and we're going to kind of discuss what's going on with it. So I want you to go ahead and look at this artwork and tell me what you think looks odd about it. Well, right away, there's several things that I can point out. For instance, the guy's nose is sitting in his pipe. That's strange. But then you also notice that there is a candle that's kind of slithering down the candlestick like a snake. It's weird. And he's also looking at you. Very strange. He's just like, what are you staring at? It's like, this is normal for me. That's surrealism. It's things that you can see. You can tell. You can tell that's a guy. It's just not a random shape out of nowhere. It's a guy. But there's something odd about it. Then you also have this. In this artwork, obviously they're men, but they have the heads of chickens or pigeons or something. See, it's things that you can relate to, like the man, with something odd going on with it, like the chicken head. Salvador Dali's probably most famous painting, The Persistence of Memory. There's lots of stuff going on here, and we've covered this before. This artwork is, it's very iconic. So the melting clocks, surrealist, you can't do that. Clocks don't melt like that. You got the melted face, again, can't do that. There's lots of things going on. And the last one I want to look at is this. And there's lots of strange things going on here. And all of this stuff you can recognize. It's just in odd places, which makes you think, what's going on? It's like you can tell these are people. They're men, and it's raining men. That's what it is. It's raining men. And if you notice, you can tell these are windows, but I don't think there's ever going to be a house with a window like that in the roof. I mean, it makes no sense, but it's there. Okay, so let's get to your assignment. Your assignment, we are going to be creating your very own surrealist artwork. And we're going to do this in a style of art known as collage. And I'm sure that you know what a collage is. You've probably covered this in elementary school. A collage is when you take pictures or newspapers or magazines or something like that, and you cut them out, you rearrange them, and you glue them down on a piece of paper. Now, in my classroom, I typically give students either a 9 by 12 piece of paper or a 12 by 18 piece of paper to glue their stuff down to. If you're at home and you're following along, you don't have to do that. If you have a piece of construction paper or computer paper, you can very easily put it on there as well. I'm not too picky. Also, if you're at home, a good source that you can use to cut up is old magazines. Of course, ask your parents first. Typically, your parents will probably get a magazine in the mail that they did not subscribe to, or a book or something that they didn't want, so you could probably use that to cut it up, or a newspaper when they're done reading it. But again, as always, ask your parents first before you do that. You don't want to cut up stuff that they're actually using. And then, once you get your images cut up, you want to try to arrange them in a way that is going to look surreal. So, what I mean by looking surreal, you need to think about things that you recognize, and then how you can change it just a little bit to make somebody look at it and go, what? Kind of like this. Examples could be changing the scale of objects. So having a car the size of an entire living room, or having bugs the size of people. So you could have a picture of a person right here, a bunch of people, and then all of a sudden you have this giant bug and it looks like it's about to like climb over top of them. That is surreal. Another option, you could reverse the order of natural things in the universe. For instance, people walk dogs. Well, what would happen if a dog was walking a person? That's a possibility. You could mix up internal and external spaces. For instance, most people don't have a tree growing in their kitchen. I mean, you could add one in there if you wanted, but most people don't have it. Or you can transform objects into other objects. For instance, turning a car into a fish. That would work. Have the front half of the car be a fish. That might work. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show you some examples. And for our Spanish reading audience, I have that right up here. You can go ahead and pause it. But I'm going to go ahead and show us some examples. So this is a student example of New York as cell phones. Cell phones and iPods and things like that. The billboards are actually the cell phones. It's really neat. Neat concept. And it's actually not that far off from what New York actually looks like. Okay, this is another example. This is strange, to say the least. But you can see that you have people diving off of somebody's hand into a glass that is full of the ocean. Now this one, I like to show it because the student, I think, was being a little funny with his artwork, and he was just kind of like, I'm going to throw this together, and it ended up being really good. So obviously that is a catfish. It's a cat and a fish makes a catfish. That's a man baby. That is a baby armadillo. That up there in the top corner is a cat driving a car. And then we got George Lopez over there on a cat's body. I don't quite get that one, but it's surrealism. And now I want to show you an example of something that you don't want to do. And I always have students do this. If you don't understand what surrealism is, just ask me. Okay? I will be more than happy to explain it. But this is not what you want to do. Now, you may notice that on the rubric, I say that you need to fill in the artwork and make sure that it's full. That doesn't mean fill in every single individual space. Okay? This makes no sense whatsoever. There's no cohesive atmosphere here. There's nothing going on. It's just a bunch of random pictures glued down on a piece of paper. That's it. That's not what you want to do. Surrealism is not random. Surrealism is things that you recognize that's kind of put a different perspective on it. It's turned what you thought upside down. It's not just a bunch of random stuff on a piece of paper. Actually think about what you are going to put on the paper. And that's your assignment. You're going to be creating your very own surrealist artwork. You're going to be using images that you find in magazines. You're going to be using images you find in newspapers. Things that you can cut out and glue down. Make it surreal. Make it different. Do something that is different. That makes people actually think. Something that couldn't normally happen. For instance, well, over here, the catfish. Cat's head, fish body. That's a good example. Do something that's original. Make it fun. Make it unique. Thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. If you did, please give us a thumbs up. If you'd like to continue with our lessons, you can subscribe to our channel. I do plan on uploading all the lessons I typically teach in class over the next couple weeks. So, till next time, thank you all very much. Have a great day.
Pop art is a style of art that happened around the late 1940s to early 1950s. During the time of the early 1900s, artists were selling their work just like they had been for hundreds of years, where people would come up to them, ask them to paint somebody or paint something for them, and they would work for commission. Or artists would take their artworks that they had worked on and they would put them up in a gallery and sell them to customers who would come in and say, I really like that artwork, and they would sell it. Now, Andy Warhol came up with this idea of, let's start mass producing artworks. Now, printing, as in an artist takes an image or painting that they have previously made and they make a copy of that painting, that is called a print. That had been a thing for hundreds of years, basically ever since the printing press. But what Andy Warhol wanted to do was a little bit different. Instead of making a print of the original artwork, Andy Warhol wanted to make his prints the original. So instead of making copies of the one artwork, Andy Warhol would instead have hundreds or thousands of originals, because the original was a print that he would mass produce. He did this in a way that was known as screen printing.
One of the basic concepts behind printmaking is to create a consistent edition of prints, as opposed to a painting where each one is unique.
In screen printing, we use a variety of techniques to create a stencil on a screen, then push ink through the mesh, printing colors one at a time in order to make multiples of the same image.
Andy Warhol decided mass produce these artworks and have them available for everyone to buy, and everybody can have an original, and I can sell them much cheaper because it doesn't take me as long to make. They're very simplistic colors. The fewer colors that you had, the quicker the process went, the faster you could mass produce these, and the cheaper it became. Andy Warhol came to a problem. He couldn't just mass produce anything. It had to be things that people wanted to buy. And that is where the name pop art came from. Pop culture, popular culture, or artworks of popular culture. All those things, synonyms of each other. They all mean the same thing. Pop art is pictures or artworks of things that are popular. This artwork made up of 3 colors. You have red, you have gray, you have black. And the white that you see is the white of the paper. So literally 3 colors, and he could print this, mass produce it, and sell them to anybody who wanted it, and they had the original stamp on it. So instead of selling it for $10, $15 like you would any other print, this was an original, and he had hundreds of originals, so he could very easily sell these for thousands of dollars because they were originals. And he did. And he made a lot of money doing this. Then other artists started picking up pop art as well. In fact, there's so many different styles of pop art, Andy Warhol was just the one that started it. This leads me to your assignment. Your assignment for this week, you are going to be creating your very own pop art self-portrait. Now, a self-portrait is a portrait done of you by you. That is, pretty self-explanatory. You can either take a picture of yourself and look off of that to create your drawing or your artwork, or you can look in a mirror. You are not allowed to trace it. You are going to be creating your own drawing of yourself. After you get that drawn out and you're happy with the drawing, you are then going to color it with either crayons, markers, or oil pastels to create your pop art artwork. Please keep in mind that with pop art, you have simplistic colors, simple colors. Try and pick 3 to 5 colors that you would like to use. Do not go more than 5 colors. Try to limit yourself. And that's your lesson. I hope that you all enjoy it. It was actually pretty fun to create the drawing that, well, you saw of me as the Incredible Hulk, as I think that it looks like. I was actually going for something else, but it just kind of turns out the way it turns out sometimes. Anyway, thank you all. I hope you enjoyed the lesson. Have a great rest of your day.
Hello and welcome back to another video. In this video I'm going to be going over the time period and art style of Impressionism. Now, Impressionism was a very requested topic by my students, and luckily I normally teach this to my Art 3 class. So let me go ahead and get started with Impressionism. Impressionism was a time period around the 1860s is when it started, but it didn't really take hold until about the 1880s. The Earth is round, and yes, it is round, despite what the media wants to tell us. And because the Earth is round, we are constantly moving and spinning, and we rotate around the sun. And because of that, the sun is our main source of light. So whenever we move and we're constantly moving, the sun's position changes in the sky. That means that every second the light is going to hit an object differently. And you can test this out by going to a windowsill or something that has a shadow casting and just taking a sticky note, something like this, and putting it down right at the edge of where the shadow is. Well, come back 5 minutes later, and that shadow has changed and moved. And that's what Impressionism is all about. With the Impressionist painters, they wanted to try to capture light as quickly as they possibly could because they wanted to capture a moment in time right then. And back then, they didn't have photography. They did, but it wasn't exactly what we have today. It was a very long process to develop film, and it was in black and white. In fact, if you wanted a colored photograph, you actually had to print a photograph in black and white, and then you had to go back over and paint it so it would be in color. So Impressionism in the 1860s was a new method, a new theory, if you would, on how to create artwork. And it wasn't exactly taken very well. In fact, the movement began with a man called Manet. And Manet was a well-known artist. He was very respected in his field until one day he decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to try to do something different. Instead of making everything really blended and just staying in my studio and looking at the models and trying to paint exactly what I see with the models, why don't I go outside and paint what I see in real life? So he decided he was going to try to do that with this new style, and he was going to call it Impressionism because he was trying to capture light exactly the way that it was right then. Well, at the time, it wasn't taken very well because the idea of fine art was it had to be refined. It had to be smooth textured. It had to be very well blended, and having anything that was choppy wasn't considered fine art. So whenever Manet and a few of the other artists got together and did a little exposition of sorts and published their work and put it out in a gallery for everyone to see, critics did not like it. In fact, one critic said, and this is a very famous quote, he was quoted by saying, "It looked like somebody loaded a gun full of paint and took aim at the canvas." And that was not a compliment. It was anything but a compliment. And that was kind of the lashback that they got. So let's look at the most well-known Impressionist painters. And they're listed right here. And you may know that Manet is not on the top 4. In fact, he's actually number 6 right there. And the reason for that is because Manet didn't really stick with it for as long as other people. In fact, Claude Monet, who shares a very similar name, who is listed number 1, is most well known for the Impressionist style, and simply because he stuck with it longer than anyone else. He did. See, Manet was a successful artist before Impressionism, and whenever he saw Impressionism was kind of going downhill and going, and he thought, okay, it's never going to really take off, and I got to pay the bills somehow. Well, he just kind of, he still dabbled in it, but he wasn't as well known for it as Claude Monet. So, let's go ahead and take a look at it. And this is a quote that I already mentioned. But Impressionism was ridiculed at first. 1860s when it was first released, and everybody thought it was a joke. It wasn't until much later that they actually considered it to be an actual art form or a style. So let's look at the 2 most famous and well-known Impressionist painters. We have Claude Monet and then we have Vincent van Gogh. Now, both of these are famous for different reasons, and I will get into an in-depth story behind each of these, but just keep in mind that Claude Monet was famous for being a social butterfly, basically. He got along well with everyone, and everybody loved him. He was a good people person. He could talk to you. He was down to earth. But then Vincent van Gogh, on the other hand, he made his reputation by being the complete opposite. He was not a people person. Not at all. He, in his own mind, knew he was a genius. He knew he was smart, and he would not care one little bit to look at you straight in the face and tell you why he was smarter than you and why you were wrong and why he was superior. So he was kind of a social outcast just because of the way he acted. But we'll get more into his story in a minute. First, let's focus on Claude Monet. Claude Monet joined the movement quickly after it started, loved Manet's ideas, and decided to go ahead and start painting in the style. Well, he stuck with it whenever everybody else kind of just dropped off the face of the planet and said, nope, this style isn't working, I gotta keep going on, I gotta do other things. Claude Monet was like, you know what, I'm going to stick with it, and I'm going to try to make it better. I'm going to try to see what I can do with it and see how far I can push this. So he did. He mainly focused on sceneries with greenery and nature and things like that. But Claude Monet was the artist that really set the stone for what Impressionism was, because he had stuck with it for so long and he'd been developing it over 20 years before it really took off. I want you to look at these pictures. Now, this picture right here, when I say that Impressionist painters try to put colors down on the canvas as quick as they can, they don't blend. They don't blend anything. They take straight colors straight from the tube and they go and put it on the canvas as quick as they can. That's why all of this grass down through here, if you look at it really close, you can see that that's a white paint. That is yellow paint. That is green paint. That is blue paint. That over here is red paint. And they all mix together. They're not blended in at all. It is just layers and layers and layers of paint. And that's the style of painting. He painted it very quickly, trying to capture light in the moment. Just like this famous artwork by Claude Monet. I show this because I like my students to focus on this boat. This boat right here, and the people inside of it, was made in less than 10 brushstrokes. And it was. You can count it. This boat right here. Boom, one brushstroke. And then the person, dot, dot, dot. So now you're up to 4. This person, dot, dot. Now you're up to 6. That's it. That's the boat. You had 6 strokes. That's all he did. And he did it very quickly. He went boop, 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 done. That was Impressionism, and that's why he focused so quickly on it. And that's also why we have so many Claude Monet paintings today, because he just cranked these out left and right, trying to make it better and better and better. Now, Claude Monet's success didn't happen overnight. Like I said, he stuck with it for a while. And when he stuck with it, everybody kind of assumed, oh, he's the Impressionist painter, okay, no big deal. Oh, look, it's Claude Monet. And he was like, okay, he just kind of rolled with the punches and kept going, because eventually he got to the point where he was like, hey, I like doing this. I like it. We'll just keep on going with it. So he did, and he just kept on painting and painting and painting. Well, it was in 1880 whenever the artist or the art world noticed, hey, you know, remember that group of Impressionist painters like that we reviewed 20 years ago? Yeah, I remember them. They're still doing it. Really? And they started thinking, they're like, you know what? If they're still doing it over 20 years, there must be something behind it. Let's go back and reevaluate this. So they went to Claude Monet and the other Impressionist painters and reevaluated it, and they had a totally different opinion on it. And it was almost instantaneously, overnight, everybody wanted an Impressionist painting. So, the person that stuck with it for 20 years, and everybody knew him as the Impressionist painter because as soon as you said Impressionism, the first person popped in your head was a crazy painter that had been painting it for 20 years. Claude Monet became very famous very quick and also very wealthy. So, in 1880, he was one of the most famous painters ever. So, with his success, what he ended up doing was he bought a 247-acre farm. He transformed that farm into a giant garden. And then he paid people to take care of the garden and put a mansion or a really big house on the property. So he could always look out year-round and see the garden. And he would always have something he could paint. In fact, this is an image of his garden, or at least part of it. Now, Claude Monet is most famous for his series on the water lilies that he painted. And he did these kind of later on in his life, but he had so many original paintings, and his water lilies were by far his most well-known pieces. Now, just because Claude Monet was famous didn't mean he had it easy. In fact, during his life, he got married, lost his wife to a disease, got remarried, lost his son to the very same disease that he lost his first wife to. It was a very hard time in his life. And not only that, something also happened to him where during the last part of his life, he began going blind. And we actually have documentation of his paintings as he was going blind. So it's very tragic that it happened, but at the same time, it's very insightful because we can actually see through the eyes of somebody going blind in his paintings. Now, he did do lots of studies with fog and how fog change your perspective and things like that. But during some of these, you can also see how his vision changes. For instance, this picture, and then this one that was painted just a couple years later. You can see the difference between how much his sight changes. Very tragic. So during the last few years of his life, he was actually commissioned by the Prime Minister of France to do a 12 series paintings. And you can actually see the paintings right here. They are not small, okay? They're very large paintings. And the Prime Minister of France commissioned him to paint these. And believe it or not, he painted these mostly blind. And some of them he was thought that he was completely blind at that point. He was basically painting by memory. But something happened. He loved these paintings so much that these paintings ended up drying in his private estate for the last 4 years of his life. So, he wouldn't give them up. He loved the paintings so much that he actually kept them from the Prime Minister who paid him to paint these. And then upon Claude Monet's death, the Prime Minister came in, confiscated his own paintings, and now they reside at the Prime Minister's estate, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not really for sure where these paintings are exactly, but that's the story behind it. Now, let us go to the other aspect of Impressionist paintings, which is Vincent van Gogh. Now, I want you to keep in mind that Impressionist painting happened at around the 1860s. However, it didn't get really popular until 1880. And Claude Monet, if we read right there, actually died in 1926. So just keep those time frames in mind. Vincent van Gogh, born right before the Impressionist movement began, and he was kind of thought as the crazy artist of the family. You know, he was, if you like to look at it this way, I like to think of him kind of like the TV series House, if you ever watched that. He was like Gregory House. He knew he was smarter than everybody else, and he wouldn't care one little bit to look at you and tell you why he was smarter than you, and then ridicule you at the same time. So, he didn't really rub people the right way, needless to say. But as an early age, Vincent van Gogh, he came from a very long line of very successful art dealers. So he knew about art. Whenever he was young in middle school, he actually dropped out of middle school. And the reason why is because, well, he kind of ran his mouth a lot. Like I said, he didn't care one little bit to tell you why he was right. And that didn't go over well in school. So he got ridiculed a lot, and he actually eventually dropped out of middle school. And he started doing homeschooling and private schooling and things like that. And then he became a very successful art dealer. In fact, whenever he was out of school, his family hired him to be an art dealer. And he actually got promoted during that time to a very successful position in London, where he really did well. I mean, he made a lot of money for himself, and he actually started making more money than the rest of his family, who had been doing it for years. So he was really good at what he did. But then something crazy happened. He remembered, hey, you know what? There's this girl I used to remember in middle school. You know what I'm going to do? I've already made quite a bit of money. I should be good. I'm going to quit my job. And his family was like, no, don't you do that. And he said, yeah, I'm going to. So he quit his job, and he went back to this girl who he hadn't seen in years. And he said, hey, you know what? You remember me? I met you in middle school. You want to marry me? And she looked at him and she said, no, not at all. So with him being rejected, he kind of fell into this state of depression where he was like, oh, great. Okay, well, I just quit my awesome job where I was making a buttload of money just to be rejected by the one woman that I loved. So he said, you know what? I think I'm going to go through a life change. And then he decided that he was going to become a minister, which was fine. It was fine to do. Fine profession. Until he went through the school and got up to his final test, and he smarted off to the minister that was giving him the test. And he's basically said, look, I'm smarter than you. I know more than you do. And the minister said, okay, well, since I'm the one giving you a test, I'm not going to let you pass, so you're not going to get your minister degree. So he failed at that and flunked out. That's kind of what happened. So then he went back to live with his parents and became depressed again after all this other stuff going on. And then his father died of a heart attack. And that sent him into even more of depression. Until it came to be around the 1880s when he really started to develop into an artist. He knew about the arts. He did. He knew about the arts. He'd been in that industry. His whole family were art dealers. So he said, you know what? I think I'm going to paint something. And I'm going to start selling artwork. And I know I can make money at selling art because I've done it before. So he went and he tried to sell some of his paintings. However, during this time in the 1880s, everybody wanted the bright, colorful, pretty artwork of the Impressionist painters. Nobody wanted this depressing, dreary artwork that he makes. Nobody wanted it. That's the thing. And Vincent van Gogh didn't quite understand this. He had the Impressionist style down. It was just of a different subject. But nobody wanted it. So he tried and tried and tried to push it to his family to try to sell it because they were art dealers. And they tried. They honestly did try. But then it got to the point where Vincent wasn't selling anything. So he started blaming his parents for it. He started blaming his entire family and saying, you know what? If you were better at your job, I would have some money because I could sell these paintings. I was better at your job than you ever were. And why are you not selling my paintings? You're just not trying to. You're just not as good as I am. Well, that rubbed everyone the wrong way. And they basically said, okay, if that's how you're going to be, I'm going to kick you out on your own. And they just stopped dealing with him altogether. Except for his one brother, Theo. Who Theo had a soft spot for him. So Vincent actually moved out and went to Paris again. And that's where he decided that he was going to take the role of an artist and he was going to develop his artistic style. Well, he didn't really tell his brother this, Theo, and his brother was paying for him to get psychological help because, well, he was a little bit of a woohoo. So his brother was paying for him to get psychological help, paying for his board, paying for his room, paying for him some food and things like that. Well, Vincent would take all that money, turn around and go spend it on paints, canvases, and turpentine to rinse out his brushes. He continuously neglected himself in pretty much every way you could think of. He didn't eat. He didn't have proper sleeping. He didn't stay in very nice places. He slept basically anywhere. He had a very poor hygienic lifestyle. And eventually that would come back to, well, bite him. Also during this time, he became very depressed. He kept going down into depression, and people knew him as the crazy artist because he was always out painting and he never spent any money on food, which means that what he would eat would be, and it's on record that he would actually go weeks on end without eating. What he would eat, though, was his leftover paints. And he would drink his turpentine. And sometimes he put his paintbrush in his teeth like this. And then turpentine would actually run down the paintbrush into his mouth. And it wasn't good. And for those of you who don't know what that is, turpentine is basically gasoline. It's something that it's very high potent stuff that you rinse your paintbrushes out with. It's just not good for you. And paints back then were also made out of lead. So if you're eating that, you're also not going to be very healthy. So needless to say, he got the reputation as being a crazy artist. And during this time, he only sold one of his paintings. Just one. And that was basically a pity sale because he pretty much went up to this woman and said, "Hey, here's an artwork. You want to buy it? You want to buy it? You want to buy it?" And she was like, "Okay, fine. Just get away. Here's some money." And that was basically it. Now, during this time, during the later years of his life, is when he really started to develop as an artist, and that's where we get the artworks that we mainly see from him today. Starry Night, one of the most famous artworks in the world. And he painted this during one of his depression spells that he goes through. Now, Vincent van Gogh is also more famously known as the guy who chopped off his ear. Now, the history books actually told us a totally different story than what actually happened, all the way up to about 2007, whenever they realized exactly what was going on. Now, you see, the story goes, and this is the story that I actually read in my history books growing up. Vincent van Gogh found this woman that he really liked, but he had no money. So, as a proposal, he lobbed off part of his ear, brought it up to the woman wrapped in a rag and said, "Hey, I really like you. Here's my ear. Will you marry me?" And she said, "You're crazy and I'm calling the cops." So he got put into a hospital first off, then an insane asylum, and that's basically where he lived at, and that was the story. In reality, what happened is him and his friend got into an argument. And his friend was named Paul Gauguin. Now, Gauguin was a very successful artist at the time. He was an Impressionist. So Vincent really looked up to him, and he really respected his artwork. And they got into an argument, and they decided, you know what? Instead of just bickering over this, why don't we have a duel? And they didn't have swords, they didn't have guns, so what they ended up doing was they got some razor blades and decided to have a duel with razor blades. Well, during then, any kind of duel was illegal. They decided to start fencing, and ended up, Vincent got his ear lobbed off. Well, his buddy said, "Oh man, what did I do?" And he was like, "Oh my gosh, this is crazy. I'm going to get in trouble. I'm going to go to jail. I'm just going to lose everything. This is nuts. What have I done?" And Vincent said, "Hey, don't worry about it, buddy." I was like, "What do you mean don't worry about it? Your ear is gone." He said, "Don't worry about it." He said, "Everyone thinks I'm crazy. I got this. I got it all worked out up here. We're good." So then Vincent, holding his ear, ran down the road, found this girl just walking up and down the streets, and said, "Hey, here's my ear. You want to marry me?" And that's where the whole story got started. The reason why we know this story is true today is because in 2007, historians were digging through his records and actually found a letter from Vincent van Gogh while he was in this insane asylum addressed to Paul, and all it said was, "Hey, it's cool, they bought it." That's basically it, and nobody knew anything about that. They didn't understand what that meant until some other people started digging around and found out that Paul was actually at the same place that Vincent was that day that he got his ear lobbed off. So pieces started coming together, and that's the true story. That lie that Vincent purposely cut off his ear to give it to a girl to propose stuck true for over 100 years. It's a very neat, interesting story, to be honest. But during the insane asylum, like I said, this is where he really started to flourish as an artist. This is where he produced all of the artworks that he's famously known for today. And in fact, this tree right here is the same tree that's on the backside of the Starry Night. For instance, this tree, he was actually standing right there when he painted Starry Night. So let's scroll back and I can show you. That tree is the same tree. Tree right there is exactly the same tree as that. So yes, that is actually a tree in Starry Night. So at the age of 37, in 1890, Vincent basically had no stability left. He was living in poor conditions. His eating habits, just everything. He contracted a lot of diseases through his lifetime just because of his poor health habits. He wasn't doing good. He was constantly in pain and his internal organs were shutting down. He was in a really rough state. And this painting was actually considered for a very long time to be his last painting he ever painted. And up until recently, it was said that he painted this painting while he was deciding what he would do with his life. And this painting actually has deeper meanings between the path of life that he wanted to take or travel and different symbolism within that. But shortly after painting this painting, about a week later, he ended up dying. Very tragic story of Vincent van Gogh. So in his lifetime, he only sold one of his paintings. That's it. So why is he so famous today? Well, it was a few years later, this painting emerged. And this woman was actually out cleaning out her chicken coop. And it was around the 1936, around that time, 1930s. And Claude Monet had just died. It was about 10 years after that. And everybody was looking for this new Impressionist painter to replace Claude Monet, because everybody wanted a Claude Monet painting. Well, this woman was cleaning out her chicken coop and came across this painting and said, "Hey, you know what? This looks like a Claude Monet." So then she said, "Hey, I might be rich. I'm going to take this over to an art dealer and they can tell me who this is." So they took it to an art dealer and they did some digging around and found out, hey, that's not Claude Monet. That's that crazy artist, Vincent van Gogh. And they said, "Oh my gosh, he is the next Claude Monet. Quick, let's go find Vincent van Gogh." And then, well, we can't. He died 40 years ago. And from that point forward, Vincent van Gogh became a household name. His artworks started being dug up. His old apartment started being renovated, going through, getting all of his old supplies out. And he became a very famous, well-known artist. So, some ideas behind Impressionism. They tried to capture light as soon as it happened. They painted quickly. They did not blend their colors. And they thought out where their colors were going to be placed way ahead of time. Okay, so let me get to your assignment. Your assignment for today, you are going to be taking a piece of art paper and you're either going to be using oil pastels or crayons, and you are going to be creating an Impressionist artwork. Now, before you do that, I want you to take a test piece of paper and practice, because it's very difficult to get it just right. You need to practice it. Practicing is good, and you can, if you're at home, you can use a regular piece of paper. If you don't have oil pastels, you can use crayons. And this is a short video on how you can blend colors. We are using very short lines to get your colors, and you can actually blend colors together by overlaying them. So just like this, we took yellow and now we're laying down orange over top of it. We're making a nice transition from the yellow down to the orange, and then we're going to start down here with some red, and we're going to blend that into the orange, so you can see a nice transition going from yellow to orange to red. And that's how you blend colors in Impressionism. It's very similar to Pointillism if you had my class last year. Impressionism, you want to try to mix colors together, to put them down very quickly, and try to get the artwork done as quick as you can. So that is an example of how to blend and mix colors with Impressionism. These are some student works, and these are using oil pastels. Like I said, if you don't have oil pastels at home, you can use crayons. This is actually a lake right here with a hill with some hay on it or some grass, and it's blowing in the wind with a purple sunset. It's very neat, very nice. I mean, it's not supposed to be perfect. It's supposed to look choppy. That's the art style. This is an example of how they took the oil pastels, put them down, and just kind of smudged them in really quick to get a nice little blend going on. And then this is a really nice example of some great details that you can put into your Impressionist artwork. And what they did here, again, very quick blending, just very quick oil pastel strokes, and it looks really nice. They did a great job with this. And this is another student. Again, very quick, choppy lines. Don't try to go all over the paper. Okay, just that's it. Just quick little lines, because that's what the Impressionists did. So the pictures you're going to look at. If you're in the classroom, I have a whole big selection of pictures that you can pick from. If you are at home, just pick a picture. You can be anything. Just Google something. Make sure that it's a real picture, not a cartoon. Don't just do a little black and white drawing of Mickey Mouse. Don't do that, okay? Make sure it is completely covered, filled in with your colors. Pick a picture. You can even recreate a historical Impressionist painting if you want to. You're going to use oil pastels or crayons, and you're going to try to make the lines really quick, as quick as you can. If you want to sketch it out first with a pencil so you know where you're going, that's fine. Go ahead and sketch it out. Practice first. Get a scrap piece of paper. Get something that you can just practice your blending on and try to blend it. Just like this. Just try to blend it. That's all you need to do. Practice it up. Try to blend it. See how it works. And then when you're ready, move on to the full picture. Okay, thank you all very much for watching. I hope that you have enjoyed this video. If you did, give us a thumbs up. If you have a question or a comment, go ahead, drop a comment down below. And if you'd like to continue with our class, go ahead and subscribe to us. I'm going to be uploading all of my lessons over the next couple weeks, so you can always stay up to date with all of our lessons. Thank you all very much for watching.
So you want to write cursive and you don't know where to begin. Well, let me start off by telling you that for somebody who's been writing cursive their entire life, pretty much, that's how I learned. We learned print letters first, and then we went directly into cursive, and I never looked back since. It was very difficult for me to actually come up with a way to link printing with cursive, because it's just something that comes second nature to me. But I have for you an entire packet that will teach you all the fundamental lines that you need to learn to convert your text and your print into cursive, and very quickly and easily pick it up with demonstrations, examples, and tutorials inside of here. So let's go ahead and get started with the video. How to write in calligraphy. Now, a lot of kids in today's time don't understand the difference between calligraphy and cursive, which if you'd like to learn about how to write in calligraphy, I actually have a video, should be popping up right there. Anyway, that steps you through the process of how to build a dip pen and how to properly write in calligraphy if you're interested in that. But what a lot of people don't understand is that cursive and calligraphy are totally different. If you really want to learn how to write in calligraphy, writing in cursive is a first step that is mandatory. You pretty much have to learn how to write in cursive before you can learn how to write in calligraphy. And cursive is very similar to writing with print. The only difference is you're writing more quickly. Letters are connected together and that forms words. So words can be written without ever lifting up your pencil, which you can imagine is much faster. Confidence in your line making when writing in cursive directly impacts your confidence whenever you are drawing. And line confidence is one of the biggest things that as artists you really need to conquer, because that is a difference between you drawing with scratchy lines as opposed to drawing with confident lines. And that is something that shows through in art. So what we are doing today, I'm going to go ahead and step you through the packet that I showed you at the beginning, and we're going to go through and I'm going to explain all of the different lines to you, and you can follow along step by step, and you can even print this off if you want. This packet was created with free resources online, as well as some of the things that I personally myself have made. So thank you all, and let's get into the lesson. When you print the word hello, that is printed. The letters are evenly spaced apart, but they're also not connected. To have a new word, you add in a bigger space, and then you can add in the letters there. And as you can see, they're still spaced apart. Now with cursive, how you do this is you need to think about how you are going to be completing these lines without lifting your pencil up off the paper. That way, you will be able to write a word in one fell swoop instead of breaking it up. And the more you get used to it, the quicker it's going to go. But all of these little lines that we created, all of those have the same simple basic line segments, and they are known as CSI, because every one of these curves have either a variation of C, a variation of S, or a variation of I in it. Now, keeping that in mind, the worksheet that we have available here is created for you to understand the different types of lines that you're going to be using. And all of these that you have here are in variations of that CSI structure. Now this first page in the packet is a practice sheet for you to get the curvature of all of your lines correct so you can work on it throughout the rest of the packet. The first step in writing in cursive is to make sure that your paper is slanted. How you do that is you simply turn your paper to be slanted towards your dominant hand. So you either need the right corner of your paper facing upwards. So if you're right-handed, the right corner of your paper is up higher than the left, and if you're left-handed, the left-hand side of your paper is up higher than the right. The reason for this is because you want your hand to smoothly transition across the paper without having to lift up and readjust. So having the paper at an angle is a lot easier and faster for you to write in cursive. From there, follow down the rest of the segments, follow the dotted lines, and then fill in the rest of the segments with those curved lines. And now that you have your warm-up done, we're going to move on to the next page, which the next page outlines for you cursive as far as the steps you need to take in order to create the letters. And this is capital letters and lowercase letters. Now, this page and the following pages are from the website k5learning.com. These pages are available for free for you to use, and I have them linked down below as well. Now, as far as the rest of the pages, this page just shows you the letters and how to perform them. These pages are how you're going to be practicing them. We are going to start with the uppercase letters, and then we're going to go to the lowercase letters after you get the uppercase. What you're going to do, you're going to trace these up here, and then you're going to write them down at the bottom. Now, once you finish up the letters and writing them in cursive in both upper and lower case, then we're going to have some passages. Now, this is another passage from k5learning.com. This is Peter Piper. And your goal is to carefully copy what you see here and write it down here in cursive. Final step in this packet is to translate some of the passages that I have here, taken from the book The Hobbit, and translate them into cursive. So you have this page and you have some blank pages on the reverse side. So any one of these passages, you are to take 3 of the passages and convert them over into cursive on these pages. If you'd like to remove this page so you can more easily translate it over, or if you'd like to do this on your own page, that's perfectly fine as well. So if you have lined paper and you'd like to practice on that, perfectly fine. But your last step in this assignment is to take 3 of these 5 passages and convert them over into cursive. Now, something that you might have noticed while watching this video and completing the packet is that there's lots of different ways to write in cursive, and in fact there's not really one traditional correct way to do it. And the reason for that is because everyone's handwriting is different. That is why for so long that signatures, your own name written in cursive, was so essential to sealing documents, because it's very difficult to fake someone's signature. It's basically your own method of creating those little curly cues that we did in the CSI method. It's all those little intricate curves is so unique to every individual person that pretty much it's like your own finger. But the best way to get better at cursive is just to practice. Now, this packet is your introduction course into cursive. If you feel confident enough with cursive that you think that you understand the fundamentals of it, then go ahead and start practicing. Write other stuff in cursive. Start taking notes in cursive. And if you truly feel like that cursive is something that you've already mastered, I would suggest calligraphy, because calligraphy is the next step above cursive, and it takes your letters and makes them more pretty, for, you know, lack of a better word. So, in case you're wondering about calligraphy, like I said, I already posted a video about it. I'll have another link right up there. Probably will come up with a suggested link here in the video somewhere. But anyway, thank you all very much. I hope you've enjoyed this, and until next time, have a great rest of your day. Previously, we have covered dynamic poses, color theory, and in the last week's lesson, you created your very own custom character design. All of that is leading up to our lesson today, which I personally love this lesson, and I think that you all will enjoy it too. Mini comic, and I'm going to be stepping you through exactly how to do this. Now, before we get started, I'm going to go ahead and outline for you what your requirements are going to be for this assignment. You are going to be creating your very own 8-page mini comic using at least one of the characters that you created last week. The comic is going to be fully colored and illustrated. The comic needs to be school appropriate. However, you can make the comic story about anything that you want as long as it relates to the character that you designed. You will also be completing sketches or storyboards for it, which I'll step you through that. Very easy to do. You will need to complete both the sketch and the comic to get full credit. So as I mentioned before, this is a continuation off of our lesson that we had last week, where you use this paper to make your very own character, and you designed that character and drew it in several different poses or whatnot, just so you could get an idea of what your character looked like. You want to start with a outline of what you want the comic to be. Now, your comic, as you can see here, is going to be in a portrait orientation, or it's going to be more vertical than it is horizontal. It is also going to have 8 pages. So the first thing you want to start with is a storyboard idea. So you want to kind of plan out how you want your comic to go and how it's going to end. It doesn't have to be perfect. You can just sketch this out. You can see I have little notes right here and little arrows going around, and it just helps me remember what's going on. Now, the more detailed you make this, then the easier it's going to be whenever you put it into this. The second step, after you get that done, then we're going to go ahead and we are going to fold our paper to make our comic. So how you do this? I already have this paper printed off for you, a little worksheet. It explains everything to you about how to do it and how to fold the paper, but I'm going to follow or allow you to follow along with me in this video and show you how to do that. What you do, you take your paper and you are going to fold it long ways like this. Okay, next you're going to fold it in half again, and now you're going to fold it in half horizontally. Next you're going to fold it in half again. So we're going to take this and we're going to fold it in half horizontally again. And then we basically have it done. There's just one more step that we need to do. We need to unfold it. And in order for this to fold correctly into a comic book, we're actually going to need to cut it. And we are going to need to cut it between this fold and that fold. And the easiest way to do that is to fold this in half like that. And then just cut up your folded area. So cut up right here. And now this is going to be your folded comic. Fold that down, fold it in, and now you have a comic that you can flip through. Start illustrating each one of the pages that you had in mind. So as an example, let's go ahead and read this one. So it's a little cute comic. Cat jumps and pounces the viewer. That's about it. That's all it is. But this is an 8-page comic, and if you unfold it, you can see exactly where the pages are. So that's your assignment for this week. You're going to be making your very own custom comic, and you can have fun with it. Just make sure that it is school appropriate. If you have any questions, please let me know. Please remember also to do your sketches. You need to have your sketch and your storyboard before you start your comic. If you get finished early, make another comic. I hope you enjoy the lesson. Have a great rest of your day.